something crazy. They're just like appearing to Welcome to the Clown-A-Thon, Dan.
Thank you. Welcome to you as well, and to everybody who's watching us live or after the live. It's exciting. I've been warming up for the last 2 hours, stretching and
People are going to be able to watch this in perpetuity, so we better say something smart right now.
oh, now it's so funny. I have the YouTube live stream right next to our live stream. So I'm hearing what we said a couple seconds ago. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
pause
yeah.
that.
Yeah, you have to switch, just turn the sound down or something like that. So this was your crazy idea.
Yes.
I just want to put that. I just want to put that out there because you were like, "Hey, Barnaby, I think we should do a clownathon." It's like a 12 hours of online clowning to build up to a Clownvergence conference. And so, where did this come from? What strange recess of your brain?
Well, it came from a couple of the strange parts of my brains, but one being it's just fun. If I like extreme, kind of extra things, and something like this to me is fun. Just a little bit too much, maybe like 12 hours straight. Something about that excites me, and then the relational side of it also excites me. So we're getting to talk to how many people, like 20, over 20 different speakers are going to join us. So that also to me is really fun, like the opportunity to connect with so many people in such a simple way.
Yeah.
Like, given the amount of people, amount of things that'll happen, all things considered, it's pretty simple to set this up and to get it going.
Well, one thing I would have to say about you, Dan, is that everything you do seems simple, but it's really not. There's a lot of
Oh,
skill and things going on behind the scenes. I suppose the provocation for this was that we're doing this conference, which was also your idea, and it's called Clownvergence, and it's on April 10th to 13th, and uh, we just wanted to kind of get everybody together. We were impatient, right? We
mm,
wanted to get the party started, basically.
we were ready.
Yeah, to start that conversation with people. So I think there's actually like 30 people we're going to be talking to today.
Mhm.
Um, and those people include, do you have a list in front of you there, Dan? Do you want to
I do.
reel off some of the names of the people we're talking to today?
Yeah, in the beginning, the first guest, who will join us in about 5 minutes, is Sabine Choucair. And each guest, we're going to hear who they are, where they're coming from in the world, and also they're going to share a little bit about what they're going to offer in the conference, in the Clownvergence. And then also anything else exciting, maybe games or little practices. So we have Sabine. I won't name everybody, um, but Robyn, Hambrook, and Holly will be joining together. Angela De Castro, Layman, Pascal, Sukhmani, Kohli, dear friend from India. And we have Peter Sweet and Carolyn Dream and Patrick Vandenboom, Alex Sternick.
Shannan
The list goes
Calcutt,
on. Yeah.
Patrick Vandenboom. We have a lot of very cool, fun, interesting people. Um, and if you're watching this on replay after the event and you're watching it on YouTube, you're probably thinking, wait, this is a 12-hour video. How can I find those people? Well, we'll definitely put into the description of the video below, we'll put the timings of where in the video you can find all the different people. So right now, if you're watching this on replay, you could fast forward to your favorite person or whoever you want to listen to, if you get bored of us talking very slowly.
And I love your headphones, by the way, Barnaby.
They're new. They're brand new headphones. They're very special because they actually disappear. That this is actually really happening. It's not because of the Zoom background. You see? Do you see that part just disappeared just then? And this one will disappear in a moment if you watch very carefully. Ah,
Magic.
it
Oh, there it
disappeared.
is.
They're magical
Magic
disappearing
headphones.
headphones. It's like Harry Potter. Harry Potter headphones.
Oh.
So we're going to be talking to Sabine in just a moment. And also a really cool thing is that some of our Clown Spirit Fellowship fellows are going to be taking over from us at certain points when we are about to dissolve into complete madness because we've been hosting for like 8 hours. They will take the baton from us and host sections. So Robyn, Eriksson, Riley, Solina, and Manish Ruparel will be at different points taking over from us, and they are 3 out of our 6 amazing Clown Spirit Fellows. If you're interested in the fellowship, we're going to be opening it up again over the summer for a second round. We're at midway through the first round of a 6-month fellowship with 6 fellows, and they're doing incredible work. We're supporting them through their own clown projects, and some of them are also kind of essentially paying for the fellowship by working with Clown Spirit to do projects for us. And Elena, who's going to be on a little bit later, has been writing an amazing blog, which you can check out on the clown-spirit.com. Riley has been doing his own podcast and also producing reels for us and running the Clown Cafe, which you may have been at last week. And we're doing listen alongs. And oh my gosh, Clown Spirit is just like an explosion right
Mm.
now.
Mm.
It's a beautiful, messy explosion that's just all over the place, and we're just doing so much. I hope that whatever we're doing, it's working for you. We'd love to hear your feedback as well, right, Dan? We would love to hear everybody's feedback during this. Please jump into the chat, whether it's on YouTube, whether you're watching this on YouTube or Facebook. We're streaming live in both places, and we should be able to catch your messages. In fact, I can see a couple already coming in. Deborah, Catfish, is there watching us because I can see her comment. So do jump into the chat and say hello. And very soon, oh, I can see she's here. Shall we bring Sabine on, Dan?
Yes, yes, yes. And maybe this is my time to step off, or would you like me to stay for this?
It's up to you. Yeah. Why don't you go grab a cup of tea
And I'll
and you
hop
can
back
also
on in
stay
a
on.
bit.
Yeah, and you can stay on top of that chat. All right. See you soon, Dan.
Cool. See you, Barnaby.
All right. Please welcome to the Clown-A-Thon, Sabine. I've just admitted her.
Oh, what was that? My
Hello,
God.
Sabine. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes.
Welcome. You are right
Yeah,
now
thanks.
live on air in front of
Ah,
millions of
oh
people.
God. No.
But you did your hair. You look beautiful.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I went to the hairdresser
Yeah, I can
just
tell.
for, yeah.
How are you this morning? Is it morning where you are? Probably not.
No, it's the afternoon. It's 5:15 p.m. I'm in
5:15.
Turkey, so yeah, it's
Beautiful.
morning for you.
Are you
Is it?
living in Turkey or are you traveling?
No, I live in Turkey now.
Wonderful. And what is the clown scene like in Turkey?
It's small but really cool. There's like many small groups of clowns trying to do different things and trying to do like clown jams every month. So that's nice. But Turkey is huge. I mean, Istanbul is huge, so you would expect more clowns around, but no. But we've done like cool stuff. We have one humanitarian group that we started, like Güray Dinçol and me, and then Hillary Ramsden and Robyn came last year. We had a very fun workshop, 3-day workshop with people doing some political clowning and street clowning, and yeah, it was
Mm.
cool. Yeah.
Hey, amazing. Tatiana writes, do you have social clowning initiatives in Turkey? I don't know how you define social clowning, but it sounds like what you're talking about is along those
Yeah.
lines. I mean, you're out there with people doing it.
Yeah, I don't know. We call it, I don't know. I just like when people ask me, I say, "Oh, I'm a humanitarian clown," because I just clown around in like difficult situations where, you go do humanitarian work, you give food and shelter, and we just clown around. So so that qualifies as humanitarian clown.
Totally. So
Um,
your company is called Clown Me In, and that's the company
yeah,
you've had sort of for a really long time.
yeah.
Um, Now, are you still under that name, or have you sort of what's the word, transferred to something different? Are you still doing
No,
work,
yeah, yeah,
Clown Me
yeah.
In?
We're still, yeah, I'm still with Clown-Me-In.
Yeah,
Clown-Me-In is based in Lebanon. So we have like, yeah, I started really long time ago, I think in 2007 or 8. And it was just a small idea with Gabriela Munoz, who's
yeah.
yeah, so we were in Mexico and we're like, yeah, what do we call it? Okay, let's call it Clown Me In. And we started just like, we went to India, we did like 3 months clowning around with different communities, and then went to Brazil. And then I came back to Lebanon and I started with 4 other clowns. And then now we're more than 30 people, part of Clown Me In. And we do a lot of uh, we're focused on the streets and the humanitarian aspect coming from war zone. I mean, you don't have much choices, and it's great actually. um but yeah, we're like from one war to the other, one disaster to another. So Clownian is still based in Lebanon. We do shows and performances elsewhere as well. And sometimes we go to festivals even, imagine, but when we can.
Tell me
But yeah,
about
our folk.
what have you got, Sabine, that's coming up? If people want to see you or get involved, do you have any, any opportunities that you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, we always have tours. Like we have tours in Lebanon, and now after the war with Israel, we had a lot of people who were displaced. So we're planning a lot of tours in back in the south, or for people who were displaced or still are displaced. So I mean, people can get in touch and see if they want to join, and it's going to be in Lebanon. In Turkey, we started another team that is like a sister organization, clown group to Clown Me In. We're called SOS, and and here we work more in the earthquake zone. So 2 years ago, there was an earthquake that happened in Turkey that 50,000 people died, and people are still living in shelters and in tents and containers. So we've been there for like 15 times. We've done 15 tours so far, and we still are planning tours. So that's another thing. People can get in touch if they want to join one of the tours. Um,
Okay, okay, incredible.
yeah.
It would be really cool, Sabine, to would you be able to say something about what you're planning to do at Clownvergence? What's your contribution? Say something about that.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're just going to talk about Clown Me In and the humanitarian work, and how as clowns, what works in like during war, in like when war is happening, post-war, what yeah, we're going to talk a bit about these small skits that really work well in war zones, and with people who, let's say, have like specific traumas, and how we change the scenes, the clown scenes, to how we take things from the experience of people. So let's say we're performing for people who are refugees, or who have been in the sea going from, you know, the Syria or to Europe. What scenes did we do? What clown skits did we do? How did we take this like whole experience of drowning in the water, or living all these atrocities, and how do we turn them into a clown scene? And how people enjoy them and why, and just like go through, yeah, yeah, just dig in more into this world of, you think, yeah, wow, how play is very um yeah, play is something amazing.
Yeah,
Clowning in these, yeah,
I want
situations.
I want to know, just dig into that example a little bit. I mean, can you kind of paint the picture for us a little bit? What would a clown skit look like that was taking a tragic event like that? I mean, it seems incredibly delicate. Like, how would you construct something that just kind of rode on that line of providing relief and laughter and playfulness for people, but that also touches on the serious and tragic without returning to that trauma?
Mm. I mean, I would say like for each case, we kind of look at what kids play. So, kids, here, I'll start from a very personal thing. Like, I grew up during the civil war in Lebanon. And so, you grow up and there's war and people are dying all over. And that's what everything you know about life. And then when I was a kid, I used to play war with my friends all the time. Like, um, so you just transpose reality as a kid. Like, as kids, we do this all the time to get over or to accept or to just, yeah, to accept where and what we're going through. And that's exactly the same idea that we use in clowning in these settings. Like, we see what are kids playing, and then how can we take this game, put it on stage as well, and then add some tweaks to it. Um, so so people, adults, also see it that way. Like, how to open up this space for adults to take advantage and do the same thing as kids.
Yeah, yeah. And does it, I mean, I imagine you've had to learn along the way. Does it ever go wrong where you open up something that's too difficult, or I don't know, it becomes political or in a way that it shouldn't, something like that?
Well, I mean, we make a lot of mistakes, of course. And yeah, throughout the year, we've made a lot of mistakes. We learned a lot from like small details of, you know, um, uh, like just lately, we were doing a skit about fight, flight, or freeze. And just the level of the fear of like a bag popping, like this level of voice makes a big difference of, okay, how much can a clown play the fear in that instant, because this is the trigger that takes you to a fight flight freeze mode. So where do you put your limits, where do you have your limits, like things, these small details that we also discover by doing, and we try and fix and replace. And I mean, we've never had a major problem with these scenes, because no matter what, people laugh. And so if the scene itself, or if the skit itself was like a little bit too much for somebody in the audience, we have a silly skit that we know works everywhere, anywhere, that is less serious, that also takes us back to a less serious place. So we've never had like a drama happening, but it happens.
We've got some lovely comments coming in on the live streams, Sabine. Somebody says, new to the whole community, but Sabine seems rad for all this help she's doing. Thank you for doing this. And
Oh, thank you.
Tatiana says, I hope we get the chance to meet. Tatiana's in Vienna. although she travels all over the place. I'm very interested in this kind of work. Thanks for the insights and keep going. Andrew Davis, who's in the UK, has a question. Is there funding available for the humanitarian clowning in Turkey and the Lebanon? Yeah, where does your support come
Yeah.
from?
So if in Lebanon, yeah, we try to get funding from, we try, we try UNICEF sometimes funds few projects. We do a lot of crowdfunding as well, when there's a crisis, which is most of the time. Uh, we do, yeah, like British Council funds such projects, Institut Français, some Goethe. We have few funders. It's not that easy, and it
Yeah.
wasn't definitely. It has become easier with time, but when I started in 2007, it was very hard to convince people that this is something that works, actually.
Yeah.
Like it works for real. Yeah.
Well,
But
Sabine,
yeah,
you've been going for 2007. Wait, my math isn't very good, but that's like 18 years
yeah,
almost.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
amazing.
yeah,
Uh, I mean, just the amount
yeah,
of resilience and determination and creativity required to keep going for that long is so impressive. So
yeah.
thank you so much for your work and being an inspiration and leader in this field.
But thank you. I mean, I don't think I can do anything else. I think like, yeah, I started clowning and I was like, wow, what a strong, amazing thing that, can change the world. And then since then I've been like doing using it for humanitarian purposes and a lot of politics as well. Like, but that's a different field where, yeah, anything that I don't like in politics, we clown around it.
I
So,
know, right? And you're right. Once you kind of get into this world of clowning, it's almost impossible to leave it, I think, because you're like, what else could I
yeah,
do? What else could I do?
yeah,
This is it.
mm, yeah,
Um, well, your work is really fascinating, and I feel like the panel is going to be really amazing at Clownvergence. I wish you were doing a whole workshop. Maybe we can talk about that possibility of you doing. Do you ever teach online, Sabine?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So maybe
yeah,
we should talk about that either at Clownvergence
yeah, sure.
um, or one of the other clown spirit things we've got going on because
Yeah,
it'd be beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna say
okay.
goodbye. Thank you so much for being
Yeah,
here.
thanks for doing this. I'm excited to watch and see everyone I know and I don't know. It's exciting.
Yeah. Do you know Julia? Julia Marcelis?
No,
She's on
he's coming
next.
now.
Yeah. So
Okay,
yeah, hang out and watch for a bit. And
I will.
there's probably comments in the YouTube and Facebook streams that I haven't seen, so you can also jump in
Okay,
there and
I'll
interact
check
with
that.
people. All right. Have an awesome
Okay,
day.
okay. Bye,
Bye,
thanks.
Sabine. Bye. All right, everybody. Beautiful start to our Clown-A-Thon. I thought this was going to be exhausting, but I'm realizing now that it's going to be a joyful experience, a joyful 12 hours of talking to amazing clowns. Next up, we have Julia Marcelis, who's going to pop into the room in just a moment and is going to tell us about herself and about the talk conference presentation she's going to be doing at Clownvergence. But first, I just want to mention that in case you're unaware of it, Clown Spirit Village is the membership that we have within the Clown Spirit world. And you can find out all about it, clown-spirit.com. It consists of basically four elements. First of all, there's monthly masterclasses, and you get access to the archive of those going back now over 2 years. I think we have like 35 masterclasses with amazing teachers that you get instant access to, as well as the live masterclasses every month. We have one coming up this Saturday, in fact, with our very own Dan Rudolph. After that, we have Dan Stein doing a masterclass. We even have Eric Davis doing a masterclass later in the year. We have really fantastic people. Part of Clown Spirit Village also is that you have the opportunity to attend weekly coaching sessions where you can bring projects you're working on, actual real life. Maybe you're working on a piece and you want to get feedback. Maybe you have some ideas, or you just have a kind of burning question about clown, or you just want to come and hang out with other clowns and kind of really get seeped and steeped in that clown juice. Coaching is great for that. Also, you get access to an amazing array of courses in Clown Spirit Village. We have the Clown Connection, Create Your Clown Masterpiece, and other courses that I've created over the years that are sort of on-demand, pre-recorded courses that you can get as soon as you're a member. And the final thing is that there's a bunch of resources, like an archive library of articles, books, website links, videos, all kinds of stuff. Now, recently, we changed the pricing structure of Clown Spirit Village, and you may not know this, but in case you don't, check it out because we've created these different tiers, different levels. The cool thing is, whatever level you get in at, you get the same thing. It's just according to your circumstances, what works for you price-wise. There are these different levels, and there's a sort of explanation on the website that might help you pick your level. But we're trying to make it as accessible as possible to everybody out there, because we don't think that your economic circumstances or the place that you live in the world should be a barrier or affect your access to clowning, because the whole ethos of Clown Spirit is the idea that we should have more clowns in the world. We should unleash more clowning into the world. How can we do that if we're restricting access to clowning, or it's more difficult for some people to get that access to support, coaching, training, to really not just that, but the kind of support they need to access their own creativity, their own inner clown in a way that is fundamentally beneficial for them as individuals, as it has been for me and everybody who steps into this clowning world. And we believe that the first port of call is yourself, that you need to support and develop your own clown and your own training, your own ability to access that clown, which means, facing all directions of yourself and laughing at the beauty of your own ridiculousness. And then it's about how do you express that out in the world? How do you empower others through your clowning? How do you shine that clown light for others in order to bring that beautiful joy and connection more into the world, which we need so much right now? Okay, we're going to bring on our next guest right now. So stand by and please get ready to jump into the chat with your questions. We've already had lots of interaction there. That's beautiful. I'm seeing messages from people all over the world. Peru, Austria, UK. We just had a guest who is in Turkey, but originally from Lebanon. And now I'm going to say hello to Julia. So here she is. Just going to wait for her audio to connect. Julia, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi, Julia.
How are you?
I'm very good. It's so beautiful to meet you. Good morning. Is it morning where you are?
Yes, it's about a little after 9 a.m.
Oh, very good. Are you on the East Coast then? Tell
I
us where you
am.
are.
I'm just outside of Boston.
Oh, beautiful. Austin, Texas.
Boston, Massachusetts.
Oh,
Sorry.
Boston. I was thinking Austin isn't East Coast. My geography is not very good though, so I could have been wrong.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Boston. Have you lived there all your life? Are you from Boston?
No, I grew up in San Francisco. I grew up in the Bay Area, and then I moved out here for school. So I've been here the past 2 years.
Oh, nice. So you're a West Coast, you're living on the East Coast. You're
Mm-hmm.
just sticking to the coasts. I think
Yeah.
that's a
Just
good call.
gonna stay on the edges.
Yeah, right. We don't want to jump into the middle.
No, I'll just keep flying over back and
Yeah.
forth.
Yeah, totally. Well, it's wonderful to meet you. Juliet, could you tell us a little bit about your clown background? Like, how did you get into this crazy world?
Yeah, totally. I started as a circus artist when I was 7. I saw the circus for the first time, completely fell in love. I started doing flying trapeze and aerial silks and other disciplines like that. Eventually, I went to a summer intensive training program where I thought I had signed up for an aerial program. I walk in on the first day, the head instructor comes in and says, "Welcome, everyone. You're doing 2 hours of intense clown." And we did 10 hours of clown a week. It was like a 40-hour a week kind of training schedule. I started doing clown there, thought it was some of the best things ever. By the end of the program, was committed to training clown more consistently full time. And so I've been doing that the past 3, 4 years now.
Amazing. Where was this
The
camp?
camp was in San Diego, but they actually had brought in a clown instructor from San Francisco, which was wild to me. For
Oh.
folks from the area, it was Dan Griffiths from Church of
Oh.
Clown.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
he's
yeah.
he's amazing.
Yeah. I had the honor of meeting him for the first time very recently in person. I found myself at the Church of Clown.
Well, very exciting.
I expect you've been there.
I've been once or twice, but just with scheduling haven't, been a ton.
Yeah, it's fairly new. But Dan
Yeah.
is an amazing individual. So what was it about that 2 hours or that initial clown experience that you had that sort of stays with you?
I think what was really powerful for me was going through with a cohort of other people who also didn't do clown, and then seeing them at the same time go through the same lessons I was about really being able to express yourself in just a way that is wildly different than what everything else allows you to do. And I just fell in love with the like unbridled self-expression that you can do through clown. And so I just loved that.
Yeah, that unbridled self-expression. I like that. And do you continue to do other circus acts and skills as
Yes.
well? Yeah.
Yes. I primarily train and perform aerial sling when I'm not clowning,
Oh, very
which is a
cool.
ton of fun. And I also do a little bit of flying trapeze still when I get the chance.
Oh, nice. Now tell me, because I always am curious about, combining things. Do you find ways to connect the aerial work with clowning and like doing both at the same time somehow?
Yeah, I graduated high school. I was in a youth training program, and so my like graduation act was a kind of clown aerial sling mashup where I worked with one of my mentors. We did like this whole clown bit, and then I got into the air for a bit, and then like went back and did more clown. And it was like an 8-ish, 9-minute long act. It was exhausting, but it was really some of my best work.
You have that on video? I'd love to see that.
I do. It's somewhere buried in my YouTube, but I can definitely send it.
Oh, please. You know, and that kind of thing would be great to help us get the word out about
Mm.
Clownvergence as well. Any resources
Oh
you
yeah,
have
definitely.
links. And I'm very curious always to see how people combine different circus skills with clowning. Beautiful. Tell us now, Julia, what are you contributing to Clownvergence? It's a really exciting session, and I want to hear more about it.
Yeah, so I'm on the board of Seesaw Circus, which is a circus equity nonprofit. We help try and break down barriers in information and resources to circus artists who otherwise wouldn't be able to join either recreationally or the industry. I'm really excited to bring a new panel or a new presentation, really, that we've been working on about microaggressions in circus and hopefully specifically clown spaces. I'm really excited to be working on this presentation. I think it's work that matters a lot. I'm also hoping to feature some research from Revs Rothschild, another local researcher in Boston, who recently presented a roundtable to the American Youth Circus Organization on the same topic. So really excited to be, championing some of that research.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more. So, um, it, I've long, I guess, been aware in these conversations around kind of patriarchal colonial patterns that occur certainly in clown training. Is that part of what you're looking at? And is that happening more broadly in circus?
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that we want to look at and acknowledging and looking at the history and how it shapes where we are today is, I think, a huge part of that panel. We would also love to just examine circus as a whole because also there are tons of things that make it harder for certain groups of people to train circus, whether that's circus and clown tends to be more in metro areas because that's where people are, leaves out huge swaths of other people versus looking at how clown and circus are practiced around the world in different, disciplines and skills and how maybe that like not thinking about that can shape what we think about as circus in the US.
Got it. So it's not just what happens in those spaces, it's about what the barriers are to even get in them in the first place.
Yeah. And that's something that Seesaw has noticed a lot is the information barriers are also huge, whether that's not knowing that there are circus colleges, not knowing that there are programs to help you get into this as a professional level, versus just thinking it's something you do after gymnastics class.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for bringing that to us. I'm curious if there's anything else that you'd be interested in sharing with folks. It could be some kind of inspirational thought about clowning, or just something you've got coming up that you want to flag up for people.
Yeah, I'll say one of the things that I've been personally really fascinated in is the intersection of clown and business, especially how clown and entrepreneurship, how these are like the same skills in different wrapping. And so I'm really excited with the support of Babson College, where I go to school, to hopefully be starting to look into this in a more formalized academic setting. So it's been a very early start to that journey, but I'm very excited to start looking at it more in depth.
What do you say a bit more about that? Because that's really interesting to me as well. Like clowning in business, as in, how do you make a living in clowning?
Almost more, I work with, I'm a business administration major. I work with a lot of people in finance, in other like very serious or heavy like professions. And the skills that they use to succeed, or the skills that are suggested will help them succeed, are the same skills that you use to succeed as a clown. And I think these are two just very disparate groups that have not recognized that they're doing the same exact thing.
Oh, got it.
And so I'm trying to look at how we can use clown to inform people to become better business leaders, and how maybe business leaders can share things with clowns.
Got it. Okay. I love it. Yes. Bringing, so do you know Jeff Raz? You must know
I
Jeff
met
Raz.
him, yeah, I met him a few times.
Yeah. I mean, he is like the king of this sort of idea of clown and business. So you should definitely get in touch with him. He ran the Clown Conservatory in San Francisco for a long time, and he ran a business module within that I mean, this was for clowns wanting to, get better at their business skills. So it was that way around. But he's also done a lot of work in corporate circles and business, bringing that kind of clown and circus energy in. And he is a former Cirque du Soleil lead performer. So, he's got that kudos where people in the business world will sort of think, oh, Cirque du Soleil, we recognize that. It's not necessarily that easy for clowns to go into the business world and be sort of respected and understood. But if you sort of need that prestige that brings. Jeff is really worth talking to because he's a great guy. And I would just, while you're here, Julia, I want to mention, and this is kind of for everybody, I am currently in the creation phase of a clown and business course for Clown Spirit.
That's amazing.
So we'd love potentially have your input into that, Julia, because it sounds like you have business experience.
Yeah, I would love to. Like, that sounds awesome. And it's exciting to know that other people are looking at the same things I'm looking at too.
Yeah, I think it's an important area. All right, Julia, I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey, helping me along the way. It's still early days. I've got like 11 and a half hours to go. So
Yeah.
wish me luck.
Good luck with the rest of the marathon. You've got this.
Thanks, Julia. I'll see you again soon. Bye for now.
See you soon. Bye.
Bye. All right. Wonderful. Once you actually get into conversation with people, it's a joy. That's the pleasure of it. If it were just me here on my own the whole time, it would be hard. I also know that you're there at home, all of you watching and listening and supporting. And I've realized that I've completely been ignoring the chat for this last 15 minutes because I was so into that conversation. So I'm going to check in with it now. Stephanie says, that sounds incredible. Definitely going to have a look. And Buster Rojas is chiming in there as well. Do jump into the chat. We will try and check that as often as we can, whether you're on Facebook or watching it on the YouTube channel. I would recommend jumping to the YouTube channel as well if you can, because the feed is probably a little bit better there. We've got Buddha from Germany. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Joanna Bassi is there. Great to have you, Joanna. You're going to be on a little bit later. Monica, Sol, so many people. And Elena is there in the chat as well. And Elena is about to come on right now. So I think if I've got this lined up correctly, we've got, let me see. Oh no, first before Elena, get my ducks in a row. We've got Aggie. I'm going to bring Aggie on, everybody. Agnes Orban, all the way from Newcastle. Here she comes. Aggie! Hello!
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes!
Gosh.
Can you hear me?
Uh-oh.
You can't hear me? You got a little audio problem there. Okay, don't worry about it. Try and fix your audio problem, Aggie. It's just the clown. It's the clown gods. They've come down and they're saying, we're going to have some fun with you, Aggie and Barnaby. In fact, this is funny because this is exactly what happened just before I came on at 6 a.m. this morning. I got
Can
onto
you
my
hear me now?
Zoom. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yay, there you are. Good afternoon, good evening.
Good afternoon.
Yes. You could pretend it's morning if you want. Nobody would know.
I know. It's quite interesting, isn't it, to be in touch with the whole world?
Yeah. Yeah, you could say I'm in Australia and we'd have no way of knowing.
Yeah, I know. I'm in the UK, me.
Yes, you're in the UK. In which part of the UK?
In the northeast of the UK, in Newcastle.
New
Newcastle upon Tyne.
Newcastle upon Tyne. And Aggie, you're one of our wonderful Clown Spirit Fellowship
I am.
fellows.
I
Yeah.
am. I am.
I- I've been talking with folks a little bit about that. From the
Mhm.
inside, what has it been like so far?
It's been really exciting, and there are a lot of things to explore and a lot of things to learn, and there are a lot of opportunities to connect to learning and to each other if we want to, and also a lot of support if we know what we want to do. I'm saying these things because sometimes, like in my case, it takes time to figure these things out.
Mm.
Maybe a bit longer than I planned. And yes, so it is like a big kitchen where where for me where there are lots of dishes being made, and then there is somebody who is guiding us how to make these dishes. But also, it is not like a dictatorship kitchen, but more like a collaborative kitchen. So in that sense, it's different because so we are creating together and also separately. We are also working for Clown Spirit to support the growth and the flourishing of a clown spirit, which I find very interesting model of collaborating and getting volunteer work, but also giving. So the receiving and the giving is very, very fascinating for me in this model you guys created.
Yeah,
Because
that's
yeah.
that's that's cool. I mean, it's a brand new thing, this fellowship, and you guys are sort of like
Mhm.
the guinea pigs. And the beautiful thing for me is as you said, seeing how everybody is sort of in their own process at their own level. And some people came into it knowing exactly what they wanted to do right from the beginning, and other people were more like, well,
Yes.
I'm figuring it out as I go, and it seems to work for everybody. I'd love to hear more about your playback and clowning work.
Mhm. Mhm.
But I wonder if we could go back a little bit to
Yes.
I always love to hear this story. How did you get involved in clowning? What was it that kind of got you interested in clowning?
Um, I think the silliness, because I like to be silly. I think for me that's what it is, and most of the time that's my go-to behavior. when,
I love it.
when something is right or something is wrong, I can always do it. and, and I think that was one of my friends went and she said that she's going to do clowning, and I'm like, what? What is that? And then after I also joined John Davison's class in London,
Oh,
the
yeah.
weekly classes which he runs, and then that was first when I practiced, and then I also discovered that yeah, I can do this in this frame as well as in my everyday life,
Mm.
and I became curious more to learn more about it,
So,
and I
but
haven't done much, to be honest.
you have a history in playback theatre, which
Yes, yes,
some people might not know what that is. So, could you give us a
yes.
little summary? What is playback theatre?
Yes, playback theater is a form of community theater, which also improvised, and it works. It's a unique collaboration between the performing team and the audience, because people from the audience volunteer their real life experiences, stories, and the performing team creates an improvised theater enactment from it.
Yeah.
And the goal is always not like in other improv, often in other improv schools, it's to entertain and have fun. While in playback theater, that is the goal, as well as the main goal is to honor each other's stories, and
Mm.
to create a public space where we can actually listen to each other. Um, and that is a big thing, because normally we don't really listen to each other.
Mm.
and playback theater provide an artistic and theatrical space to do that. And now I've been doing this for 15 years, and I'm from Hungary originally, so that's where I learned it in 2009, and then I came to England to learn more, and I stuck here in England.
Beautiful.
And
Did
and
you saw the I know that now this isn't necessarily the direction you're going in, but
yeah,
you did see the connections between playback theatre and clowning. And
yeah.
I'm curious, what were those connections? How did you see clowning as potentially
Mhm.
complementing or supporting playback?
I'm more and more think that there is a big connection,
Mm.
um, and I'm searching how, because there is this element in. I know that it's not all, and you correct me if there is correction needed. I'm not sure, because I feel that being in the present moment and working with whatever is present in the room, that is feelings or energies, and being sensitive to those is very basic skill in playback theater, which we develop by practicing it. And
Mm.
I do feel that the clown is the similar approach as a performer, while and also the other thing is not as a performer, but as a performing team, we are there to make connections between the audience members and between the stories and the people who are
Mm.
present there.
Mm. Mm.
And I think that is another reason why the clown is doing what they're doing.
Mm.
Um, and also I think there is somehow a service in both practices. I'm still exploring the clown. That's why I hard for me to say that this is what I experience. These are the things
No,
I
but this is all
already
great. I mean, what you're saying sound
already
makes perfect sense
mhm,
to me.
already experienced, and also I would like to explore that how clown performance would be able to do playback theater, actually,
Mhm.
So that's a big plan for me to try it out. That clown performers are doing playback,
It's
and I
really
will just
interesting.
yes.
Because we just had Sabine talking just now
Mhm.
from Clown Me In, and she grew up in Lebanon and did a lot of clowning in
Yeah,
Lebanon around, and now she's in Turkey doing similar work, and so she's having to find ways to use clowning to tell stories that are very traumatic, uh, that are processing war and
yeah,
tragedy and drama and trauma that people are going through and finding the playfulness in it. So, I feel like there is work being done which is somewhat similar to playback theater.
hmm
It's
hmm
not the same, but there's a kind of really interesting relationship between the two. So I'm
yeah,
excited to see what happens when you really
yeah,
start mixing these things.
yeah. It's very curious because playback theater works with difficult stories, obviously. So it's been used in the Ukrainian playbackers using it to process the war experiences in Palestine. There are lots of playback going on to support the communities. In Lebanon, there is a massive playback community as well, and other parts of the world where there are different crises going on, not just war, but other hardship.
Mm.
And I do believe that there is. We are not creating, stories. We are playing back the stories which we hear in that
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
So we are not creating a
Yeah.
different piece from those stories. That's not our goal.
Yeah. Yeah. I get
Our
that.
goal,
Yeah.
our goal is to listen to the voices and honor them
Mm.
artistically.
Mm.
But definitely, humor is definitely, and fun and playfulness is part of the distancing when we play with traumatic experiences,
Yeah.
just like the metaphors and things like that. Mhm.
If anybody has questions, Amanda says, "Hi Aggie, I would be really
Hello.
up for exploring clown doing playback. I live in Nottingham." Yeah,
Mm.
Amanda is one of our
Nottingham.
regular
Mhm.
Clown Spirit Village members,
Yeah,
Aggie. So we'll connect the two of you. I think that could be really interesting. I'm gonna
yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna bring Dan back in here because he's gonna be taking over the facilitation in a moment, and we can just have a
Mhm.
moment, the three of us. Hi Dan, welcome back.
Hiya, hello,
Hello,
hello.
Dan.
Hey,
Hello,
Aggie.
hello. You guys have very nice backgrounds.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Well, you have a very nice door in your background,
I
Aggie.
know. Good to
Yeah.
know.
Yes.
I'm very
It
curious what's behind
it
that
it
door.
opens and closes.
No, what, are you sure? Is it just a set? It could be just a theater
I
set.
only what I'm hoping.
Um, this has really been a fascinating conversation. Now that Dan's arrived, it's going to descend into
Gonna be terrible.
it's going to
It's
be
gonna.
terrible, but no, please, Dan, do you have any do you have any curiosities before we let Aggie go
Yeah,
about anything?
I'm so curious what's behind the door. Uh, I would love to see.
Maybe I think
Go on, Aggie, go and open the door. Show us what's back there.
oh really?
Yeah.
Not. Maybe I will look and I tell you.
Why not,
Dun, 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 dun. Ah!
There's a scary monster out there, Aggie. I think oh I think I can see something. It looks like a plant. It's got some spiky bits on it.
Oh,
Oh.
you guys can see the mess.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love it.
There's a towel on the floor. It's a
Oh,
sheet.
It's a beautiful mess. Hey, Aggie,
yes.
instead of me taking you off the camera, why don't you do an exit through your door?
Okay, and then how am I gonna come back?
Yeah, say goodbye. Say goodbye through and leave out of the door and you can wave.
Okay, so um, um, Um,
Beautiful. Yeah.
Oh.
It's like an entrance into another space. There's like a whole other audience out there. Awesome. Round of applause for Aggie, everybody. Woo! That was awesome. That was so cool.
She literally walked off the screen.
Yeah, I love that. I think we should be we should have find a little bit more opportunities for this kind of playfulness, Dan, instead of just us talking heads here. I love that now that we've got these backgrounds, it's almost like we're in the same space, right? If I
Feels
come over
like it.
here.
Yes,
I don't know which way around it's actually coming out on the live stream. Did you manage to have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee? Did you have a good break?
I did, yeah. Actually need a refill as we begin, but it's okay. I can wait a little bit.
Good. Well,
I've been watching the live stream, and I just started a new Facebook account because I got kicked out of my Facebook for forgetting my password. So now I can watch the live stream there too.
Dan, nobody has to remember their passwords anymore. Our computers do that for us.
I know. My account was so old. It was connected to like an email I had like 15 years ago. And it was terrible for the last 2 months. The terrible struggle.
Well, life is probably not too hard without Facebook. It's probably a good thing in some ways. Okay, I'm gonna let you go. Or rather, I'm gonna go and have a little break, and I'm gonna let you take over and chat with Elena in just a moment.
Right. And yeah, thank you, Barnaby. I hope you could get some coffee or some tea or something.
Yeah, I'm definitely
and we'll see you back on in 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, be back soon.
Okay. See you, Barnaby. And so excited to welcome Elena. Thank you, Barnaby. Hope you could get some coffee or some tea or something. Yeah, and we'll see you back on in 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, be back
now
soon.
There's an echo on mine. Huh. Hi, Elena. I don't know where there's a sound coming. Welcome, Elena. Hope you can get some coffee or some tea.
Hello.
I don't know. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I was watching it on YouTube.
Okay, so I was hearing what
sounds.
Is it mine or yours? How are you doing today, Elena?
I am super. Thank you so much for having us here today, Dan. I'm chuffed to bits.
Yeah, so excited to have you. And Elena is also a fellow who's the author of a couple of beautiful recent blogs that got posted, which I can share in the live stream. It's so happy you're here with us at the Clown-A-Thon. And you were going to get us started, as Barnaby said, like there's been a lot of talking, we bring more play in, bring more activity in, and you proposed a drawing activity.
I have indeed. So just a little bit of context. So I'm recently working on a project called Just for Joy. So this little activity is just for joy. So and everybody can play. All you'll need is some paper and a pen. And you can, and people watching from home or wherever you are in the world, you can choose to draw me or Dan. Okay, but Dan, you're going to draw me, and I'm going to draw you. But there's one small caveat, which is you're not allowed to look down. Okay. So you can actually, it's probably better because then I'll be able to look and make sure that you're not looking down. So you need to be as close as possible to the screen. And people at home, you can do the same because nobody can see your face this big. But yeah, so this little task is called Don't Look Down and is a drawing task. Now, I would like for you to try and draw either me or Dan in as much detail as possible. So I want eyebrows, eyelashes, nostril hair, if you can see it.
Oh no, my nostril hair.
Actually, no, not nostril hair, because I don't want you to draw the nose just yet. You can draw everything else but the nose. All right. So So that, we'll do that in a minute. So I'm going to try and sing while I do this to fill in the space of the silence of drawing. So I'm going to draw for hopefully about a minute where I just sing and draw at the same time. So if everybody is ready with your pen and paper and you've chosen who to draw, Dan or Elena, we shall begin. It's just for joy. I don't want to see you frown. It's just for joy. We're gonna see who's the best clown. It's just for joy. Oh, and I'm drawing Dan's beard. It's just for joy. Now I've got to draw a headset. Oh, I'm not forgetting the glasses. And making sure there's some lovely smiley teeth. And I might even add a neck and some shoulders because I can see them. And I think we might be I need to put a bit of hair on. And I think we might be there. Have I got enough hair? It's probably going to be everywhere, but I think we're there. Okay, don't look down yet. Don't look down.
Don't look down.
Don't look down just yet. Okay, because I want to see if you can fold up your paper and hold it. All right. Now, everybody at home, don't look down still. Don't look down. Fold over your paper. I mean, we would love to see these somehow. If you want to put them in Facebook or send them to Dan or Barnaby, I would love to see these. But we can show you ours. Okay. So we'll do a grand reveal, Dan.
Okay.
But are you ready?
Yes.
We'll go 3, 2, 1.
Oh, wait. Oh, no, I can't see mine. I'm getting lost in the wall. Let's see.
I think it might be because of your background, possibly. Look at this.
Yeah, let's see. I'll take down my background for a second. Aha! Oh, wow. We make a good couple, our drawing.
Look at that. Now, I mean, you might have a red pen, you might not. But I'm going to add where I think the nose would be. Which I mean, I think these are your glasses. I'm not sure. Well, I managed to get the eyes okay, but this is the glasses. It's like you've got one monocle in the middle of your head. But I'm going to put your nose, a lovely red nose on, just there.
I added the red nose on mine too. How's that? Whoa!
Yes. Just for joy. Just for joy.
Just that I can say for myself, that was very joyous. I had a smile and a giggle on the whole time. I would love to hear more about Just for Joy. What is Just for Joy?
Yes. So I've actually just come from a meeting, actually. So Just for Joy, I'm working with a lovely theatre company called Timber Dash Theatre Company, who predominantly create sensory theatre performances for children with additional needs. But we have been working to develop a programme of clowning in a special educational needs school. Now, this has got many facets to it. We have been delivering classroom interactions, which have been beautiful, with all of I think we've worked with all of the classes now in the whole school. And we've been kind of really thinking about whether or not we have an agenda when we go in the classroom, or whether or not we just need to go in and see what the children are doing. And we've been on a real journey to kind of figuring out what the best thing. And actually, we've discovered that having no agenda and seeing what the children are up to and just becoming part of their classrooms has been where the joy has happened, and kind of passing the power to the children to teach the clowns, because we haven't got a clue about anything, so that's been really beautiful to see the children kind of showing us what to do. But we've also last week discovered we've set up a space where we just had lots of lovely sensory items in a space, and we invited we had 2 children in the first session and 1 child with profound and multiple learning disabilities in the second one, so that it was really intimate, bespoke, and just let the children really lead that play in whatever objects they were interested in, which was beautiful. But alongside the classroom interactions, we're also developing a program to train the teachers in playfulness and clowning. And like, obviously, when we first went into the class and the school, some of they were like, clowning. But actually, to see the journey of the teachers, and even within the first 2 sessions of their natural clowns coming out, just through like giving them some objects to play with, and like as if they'd never witnessed or experienced an object before, and just seeing how dramatically clowny they became, and then them bringing their objects together and playing with these objects in pairs and then in groups. Glorious. So we're in the process now of developing. Would love to kind of get the teachers to perform. We're going to have a joyful jamboree at the end of the school year, and we're hoping to have the teachers do a little performance as part of that, and also the classrooms. So some of the classes, we're going to use music and song and objects, and the children will get to do little mini performances as part of the joyful jamboree.
Wow, that's so beautiful.
Yeah. Which is very
it's not only, you know, the kids that are being impacted, but also the teachers, the adults. And I'm doing a course right now on central nervous system regulation, and one of the big thing is like how our central nervous systems impact those around us. So it's beautiful that the teachers are also getting this training or this opportunity to be a little more playful, or
and then there's also another branch of Just for Joy, which is going to be therapeutic clowning in care homes. So that's where I've been today. I've just been visiting a beautiful care home and the activities coordinator there, and we are going to be kind of piloting. We're going to do 4 weeks in a care home. And now, interestingly, when I very first started, so I'm a clown doctor in Newcastle, and I started clown doctoring 16 years ago, but I actually started my clowning experience in care homes. And I can hands down to this day, as much as I absolutely love clown doctors, the clowning in care homes was the most transformational thing I've ever been part of. Like, absolutely beautiful. And visiting the care home today, I was so excited. I think me and my lovely associate Liv, we just automatically went into it. And then we were saying to the residents, we're like, oh, we're coming back, and they were like, oh, we can't wait. You know, it was there's something really beautiful and really different levels. So that all of the residents have got like levels of dementia. So the top floor is more profound dementia. And the middle, and then like the bottom floor is quite would you say mild? Is that the right word? Apologies for the wrong terminology, but not as severe. So the different floors.
That's good timing. We get to experience your glow from coming. I feel like you're glowing.
Post-clown glow, yeah.
And I wish we had more time to experience your glow. I wanted, before welcoming the next guest on, wanted to just hear some of your experiences with the blog and with the fellowship.
So, I mean, for me personally, the Clown Fellowship couldn't have happened at a better time, because of all the clown and experience things that I'm doing at the minute. It's really supported and nurtured me in my clown journey, and I can't get enough of clown. And so I'm writing blogs, which are now featuring on the website. And I'm going to be doing a series of blogs in different areas, but having access to like the masterclasses and the Clown Connection, and being, deep diving into the Clownversations has just been so beautiful. I've felt like so emotionally charged since starting the program in a beautiful, beautiful way. And it continues to be a glorious roller coaster of lushness. And I'm thrilled to bits to be part of it.
Yeah, thrilled to have you as part of it. And I'm excited for the rest of the roller coaster to continue. And thank you so much, Elena, for being with us today at the Clown-A-Thon. And for the last one, we had a fun exit. I don't know if you have a fun exit that you'd like to do.
Yes, I do.
Let's see it. Wow. Oh, wow. Where did she go? Whoop. Thank you so much, Elena. That was an incredible exit. See you. Oh, bye-bye. And from here, I am excited to welcome Holly Stoppett and Robyn Hambrook. We're joining as a duo. And there you are. Welcome, Holly. Welcome, Robyn. Hey.
Hey, Dan.
Hi, Robyn. There's Holly. Hello, Holly. And they're joining as a duo as they're also sharing at the Clownversation, or the Clownversation, the Clownverge, so many clown things. They're sharing the Clown-A-Thon, the Clownversations, but they're also sharing at the Clownvergence as a duo, which we'll get into in a little bit. But first, how are you both showing up? How are you doing today?
Well, I'm quite whacked. I've had a weekend of clown. So, but I'm good. I'm excited. I mean, you're doing a Clown-A-Thon. That sounds like it takes energy and dedication.
Yeah, a little bit.
We've both been on very different clown journeys this weekend. We've just had a quick phone call so that we can catch up before we come on here. But yeah, very different flavors of clown journeys this weekend. So it's nice to re-meet here in this space.
What was your flavor, Holly?
I've been on a fool's retreat. I've been in the Forest of Dean, spending a lot of time outdoors and responding to nature and improvising, but more kind of looking at therapeutic process rather than performance. And Robyn's just on a performance weekend, so quite different worlds.
Lovely. Well, so happy to have you both here. And yeah, maybe we could start with what are you cooking up, stewing up for the Clownvergence, or what are you going to be offering?
Feels quite witchy, doesn't it, when you say that? Well, there's two parts. Do you want to talk about part one, Holly?
I do. And Robyn and I met last summer to have this debrief. So we ran this Clown Congress event, where we were two of the organisers of this Clown Congress, bringing together all the clowns from all over the UK to explore clowning. We did that October 2023, and we met up last summer to evaluate that and to talk about what we want moving forwards. And so these two events are what we've created out of our desires, and the first one is a small one for clown teachers. So we're looking at what does it mean to be a clown teacher in this day and age? What do we need to be thinking about to make our spaces inclusive and accessible? How might our methods need to change with the times? And what can we share with each other from our practices? So we've got these 6 different teachers who are all from like slightly different applications of clowning for a week in Hawkwood in Stroud, and we're going to be exploring through workshops and discussion what's going well in our practice, what's not going so well in our practice, and kind of moving towards a kind of model of peer supervision, which there isn't really in clowning. There's sort of informal chats that we have with each other, but we're really interested in creating spaces for support, peer support, so that we can lift each other up and hold each other's hands and help each other step over the threshold into the new world of clown, whatever that might be. So yeah, our first thing that we're going to do at the Clownvergence is we're going to deliver, it's actually the second thing, but we're going to deliver a workshop based on what comes out of the teaching lab. So yeah, we'll be doing some practical applications of exploring. Who knows? We don't know, because we haven't actually done that retreat yet. That's next week. So, yeah.
Oh, it's next week already.
Yeah.
Wow. Exciting. I'm so curious to hear, and I feel like those spaces are so important, like leaders supporting leaders, teachers supporting teachers, because so often it's, the teachers supporting. So to be supported is such a gift.
Yeah, and also, the model of clown teaching that we've got is that, it's a lone practitioner who is the expert, and we're all operating on these little islands. And Robyn and I have been collaborating for, quite a few years now, sort of finding out where our practices meet, because our practices are really different. I'm from the therapy world, and Robyn's from the activism world, and we're both from the theatre world as well. But it's really inspiring for us to feel into where does the personal meet the political, and what can be created when you bring these two worlds together. And so it's kind of coming from that. It's kind of coming from actually what's been good for us, and we're wanting to open that up to share that with other practitioners to help us open our spaces more and share and support. And it's very exciting.
Yeah, so meets our like we were always like the personal and the political, and I feel like this is, you know, speaking to both of that. How do we look after ourselves? What are our internal needs as teachers or as guides in this time? And then just to sort of transgress this idea of this lone teacher and this sort of capitalist model of the single and the solo and the individual. Like, how do we just really tear up the playbook of these worlds and this teaching model that's probably still quite predominant, and feeling less about competition and more about collaboration and connection and the juicy bits, which the clown does so well. What's with your meets mine, what's in this juicy edge that's so delightful for us.
Yeah.
Delightful for the world, delightful for everybody.
Hope so. Well, so then we want to start with this small lab, which is about us kind of trying out this kind of open space conferencing method of it will be a completely co-created space this week in Hawkwood, and we want to try that out for the mechanism to see how that works, and then we're going to open it up to the clown community and open it up. We've got Bristol University for 2 whole days in April. I'm going to pass over to Robyn to talk about this one because it's very, very exciting.
Yeah, it is the Clown Congress 2025, and it's 2 days of open space and an invitation for together the clowns, the therapists, the activists, people who use play in their work, the researchers, artists. We have quite a vast community. And to say this event a real world event has already happened twice in a different amount of days, but always there was about sort of 50 people gathering in these spaces together to ask these big questions. And we've tried some different formats, but as Holly said, this time it's 2 days, and we're leaving it. The most juicy parts are the open space conferencing, where we all set the agenda together. That speaks to where the group's at, what people want to explore, where people are right now, and what questions they have. And we've got obviously these little inputs. How do we make our clowning more accessible, relevant, inclusive? How do we build community and empowerment and resilience? These questions will still be there in the buzz, but it's whatever the group who arrives brings.
Oh, beautiful. And I'm seeing some comments coming in on the chat, and also want to invite people, if you have questions, comments, anything you want to share, please share on the YouTube live stream or on the Facebook live stream. And I see a comment. Elena, who was just on before, says, Holly, I'm very interested to chat and learn more about your work. And Elena and her associate Liv would be interested.
Let's chat. And this is the exciting thing. This is the exciting thing that Robyn and I have sort of co-created since the pandemic. During the pandemic, we set up the online Clown Academy, and we worked out how to teach clowning online. And since the pandemic, we have been creating these spaces to bring clowns of different backgrounds together to see, what we can create that's bigger than the sum of its parts, and bringing humanitarian clowns together with therapeutic clowns, together with activism clowns, clown doctors, clown academics, And that's how Jam really is how, creating safe enough spaces, brave spaces for clowns to learn about each other's practices and be inspired.
Yeah, this is also a major intention of the Clownvergence, to bring together all these clowns from all these different backgrounds for exactly that reason, to be inspired and to support each other and to create that web of relations that, oh my gosh, I can't believe you're doing this too. So it's so awesome that you're doing this work. And I see now Patrick Van Den Boom and Sarah Burns are also saying, hey, Holly, hey, Robyn. So big hellos to both of you. Is there anything else happening in your world, in your clown
No,
world?
nothing at all.
That's
Literally
it.
nothing.
This is it.
We're
Just
just
these
going
two
to
things.
sit here and wait till Clownvergence.
That's it. Well, I like your lights too, by the way.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It's always Christmas. Robyn, you talk about everything that you've got going on. It's amazing in Robyn's
Okay.
world right now.
I've got a few things. I've started the Bristol Clown School, so under that umbrella, I have a lot of workshops, master classes, weekly classes, just to make more clowns. You know, I realized as I was trying to explore this intersection of clowning and activism, that's quite niche. Firstly, we need to remind people how to play, bring them back to remembering that and the connection. And so we train the clowns, we make the clowns. And so I have some workshops. I've got a feminist, a quite political one. Quite niche. Firstly, we need.
Oh, sorry about that. Barnaby snuck in.
Wow, hey Barnaby. Yeah, I have a feminist bouffon workshop this weekend called Laboratory of the Unbeautiful. That's happening for 2 days. That's another co-created space with another physical theatre clown teacher. And I have clowning in dystopia with Bim Mason. So we're doing political again. How does the clown meet the political in these times? And how does it manifest? So those are coming up. What else? Yeah, I'm inviting lots of teachers to Bristol, basically, to create a little clown hub here where people feel supported.
It's a clown factory. She's running a clown factory here in Bristol.
And Robyn, so much. Wow. If you have links you want to share here in the Zoom chat, I can pop on the live stream because I see folks are
Let me do
curious.
that while Holly tells you about her amazing everything.
Everything. Well, what am I doing? So I'm finding ways to. I've just now trained in internal family systems, or IFS as it's known, which is a form of therapy where you are meeting your internal parts. So like the inner child and the inner critic and the inner teenager and the inner hooligan. And I've been doing parts work in various forms for 25 years, but IFS is the newest training. So I'm looking for ways to bring IFS and play, body, creativity together. So yeah, lots of different things. I've got a weekend workshop coming up that I am co-facilitating with Sarah Burns, which is called Playful, Embodied, Creative Approaches to IFS, and that's for therapists and counsellors. It's coming up in March. And then I'm teaching fooling. I'm mostly teaching fooling at the moment, which is a kind of distant cousin to clowning, and it's embodying all the voices in your head. And so that's a 5-day course. It's my introduction is 5 days to kind of learn the basics. And then I'm hoping later on in the summer, I'm going to get to do some more advanced training. So to take the work outside into nature, to look more deeply with the connection with IFS and fooling and how it fit together. So yeah, that's kind of mostly where I am at the moment. But who knows?
Who knows? There's Barnaby too. It's Barnaby.
Hey, Barnaby.
I'll add one more thing that I forgot that I'm doing. It's called the Nomadic Rebel Clown Academy, and which I collaborate with Hilary Ramsden, who was one of the founders of the clandestine insurgent Rebel Clown Army. So together we run 5 to 10 day training for clown or activists who want to bring clowning and play into their creative activism. So we have some trainings this summer in Germany and Switzerland, and we are, hello for everyone over in the States, trying to arrange a tour to the States in autumn, so if anyone can help.
Whoa,
Just saying.
that's exciting. Hot off the press.
Hot off the press.
Snap it up while you can, people. That offer won't be around for long. I have a question for you guys. do you have lives outside of clown?
What's that? Hang on, no, didn't you do something the other day? Didn't you go to the shop the other day, Robyn, and buy just
Toilet paper.
Oh,
toilet
can't
paper?
remember. That thing where you turn your passion into your work and then forget when you get given a day off what to do with the day off.
Yeah. Wait, what do I,
Yeah.
how do I just walk down the street and not be like,
Like, clown through life. Yeah, clown life, really.
yeah, you're just so busy. I can't believe how much you just do. You're both so amazing. Thank you.
Well, you too, Barnaby. I mean, you got a few things going on over there. So
No,
you
Dan,
don't just sit
Dan
on
does
your
most
ass
of
all
it.
day.
I do. I like sitting on my ass and doing very little. That's what I did for the last half an hour. And I should have been preparing.
You're tough on yourself, Barnaby. Come on, you deserve rest too.
Tough on myself and tough on others. That's what
Yes,
I
that's his slogan.
Is that your method of clown? I think you might need to come to the clown teaching lab, Barnaby.
Oh my God. I wish I could. I really do. I would love to just teleport.
Yeah.
I say we had to open it up because our original dream team, of which Barnaby was one, weren't able to make it, and we opened up, which was such a wonderful thing to do, to invite to try and create a group that had very diverse practices and to take this opportunity. But there was such an overwhelming response, and it just feels like, yeah, this is an important space for clown teachers to connect, to look after each other, to meet, practice.
Yeah.
So maybe we can keep creating more after this.
Yeah, totally. I mean, and I imagine sort of having a global international kind of reach would be your ideal as well, being able to pull people in
Yeah. Yeah.
from
Why not?
Australia, for
Yeah.
example, or India. There's a burgeoning clowning in India. Manish just chimed in on the chat. He's one of our Clown Spirit fellows. He says, "Come to India, Robyn." Holly's not invited. It's just Robyn.
It's fine.
We met in Berlin, Manish and I. So hi.
All right. You met before. That's all right then.
Right connection. Robyn's networking.
Well, thank you so much, both of you, for taking the time with all the clowning that's happening. And yeah, we're gonna say goodbye and welcome in the next guest.
Can you do an interesting exit, you guys? Do some kind of give us a beautiful exit. Doesn't have to be interesting, actually. Just has to be clown. I like it. I like it. I like that we're still seeing the arm and the hand as well. Okay. I'm gonna try and okay, there we go. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Barnaby.
You're still here.
I'm still here.
Who are we talking to next?
Next, we have Aitor, who is in the waiting room, and after that, Angela de Castro. But first, Aitor will come in.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Well, I think you'll have to hand me back the hosting and before you leave, because otherwise this whole thing will crash.
The whole thing will crash. So.
And I don't currently have the ability to bring Aitor in. While we're waiting for that, everybody, please jump in the chat and say hi. And line up your questions. Actually, there was a question here. Can I somehow sign up for updates of the soon-to-come workshop Holly was talking about? Yeah, we'll look into that. Jassi. Am I saying that right? Jassi Butter?
And I'm going to go take a little coffee break.
Okay.
Let's see you back on. a little bit.
Okay. Is Aitor ready to come in? I'm not seeing him. Oh, yes, I am seeing him. Very cool. All right, bye, Dan.
Okay, see you.
Aitor, he is here somewhere on the Zoom world.
I'm
Aitor,
here.
Bassari. Hola, 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 señor. ¿Cómo
Hola, ¿qué
estás?
tal? ¿Todo bien?
Muy bien. ¿Cómo has estado hoy día?
Hoy estoy muy bien, estoy muy bien. Estoy muy relajado, sin hacer nada, preparado para lo que me ofrezcas, Barnaby.
Que no sé qué voy a ofrecer, no tengo ni idea.
Entonces ya somos dos.
Sí, los números no importan si somos dos o si somos 100 o 200 o solo una persona. Me encantan tus
Cierto.
gafas, qué lindas.
Sí, es una cosa nueva porque ahora no veo muy bien ya de cerca.
¿Por qué? Es algo,
La inexorabilidad de la vejez.
it's inevitable.
It's inevitable.
I love your hat as well. This is a great look.
Thank you.
Are you in Spain?
Yeah, I just arrived. I mean, I arrived a couple of days ago from Vienna. Yeah.
Are you teaching or what were you doing in Vienna?
We were working in a show that we just that we did some years ago in an opera,
Oh, cool.
clown opera. Yeah,
With
very
Toby?
funny. With Toby.
How did it go?
Oh, it was okay. It was a little bit slow because the many of the performers have changed, and apparently we heard that the leader of the orchestra liked the piece a little bit slow, and she didn't want to go much faster with the music. But we were saying that it's better for the laughter that things go a little bit fast, at least in with opera.
Did you show them some old Charlie Chaplin movies where he's moving around really fast? It's
Uh,
funny.
we,
It's funny. Fast is
yeah,
funny.
we didn't have time for that, but it was just something that we discovered afterwards in a conversation with the conductor. And I was like, okay, yeah. So next we will tell her to be much faster. So we are confident that I think they are playing on Sunday or tomorrow. I think I don't know.
I'm just have images of you and Toby like going up there in the middle of the show, you know, to the conductor, like faster, faster, faster.
I find it really intimidating because the conductor is so, everybody's looking at him and and then just think, how can I say anything to this person that knows how to lead all these amazing musicians? But yeah, we told him afterwards, not during the show, but afterwards we told him. No, it's a fun show. It's a fun show. I think it's gonna be fun.
How's the surfing going, Aitor?
Well, I went this morning and it was fun. It's so much fun. I had so much fun. I'm very bad at the moment because I'm so not fit. But I have so much fun. It's so much fun.
And there were big waves. Was it like proper surf?
No, today there were 3 feet.
Well, that sounds big to me, but I
But
guess
no, it's not too big. 3 feet. And it was a little bit gray and cold. But I had so much fun because it's just fun to be in the water and trying to catch waves and falling down and
yeah.
you can't but laugh at yourself. I mean, some people take it very seriously, but I just laugh at myself and I just have fun and
Yeah.
I feel really, really good.
Aitor, I know people. I can't imagine that people don't know who you are, but just in case we have newcomers to the world, could you give us
Sure.
like a little? Who is Aitor Bassari and why is he a clown?
It's very good that people doesn't know who I am because they have the chance to get to know me.
Yay.
I find myself so, just when I talk about myself, I always think it's a little bit boring. But I'm just part of this a comedy troupe from England called Spy Monkey, where we used to be 4 clowns, although we call ourselves clowns, and now we are 3. And this is Toby Park and Petra Massey and myself and the old Stefan Kreis. And we played a lot for many years, and since 2019, Petra is in this amazing show in Vegas at the Atomic Saloon, and she's brilliant. And Toby and I, we are directing shows and playing in our shows and with other people. And then Stefan passed away, which is really sad. But he was really funny, and it's good because you can still see him in action on the internet, and his funniness will stay forever.
Yeah, he's a beautiful performer, and the chemistry of the 4 of you was always incredible. I saw your very early shows and in Leeds when I was living there, and it was magic. So tell us what you're going to be doing at Clownvergence. You're going to be in a panel,
yes,
on clown and theater. So, you have a huge experience on this, but what is your do you have a little tidbit? What are you thinking you might what perspective you might bring on clown and theater?
I mean, I'm always in awe of how brilliant people is doing clowning. So I will just try to bring a little bit of what has been our experience and how suddenly we found ourselves being called clowns and using the world of clown to do the shows, the theater shows that we were doing, telling stories. And interestingly enough, we used clown as a gate for freedom in our place. Because our clowns were doing the shows, suddenly it felt that we were able to do almost whatever we wanted to do. And I think also, I think clown, probably every performer should be very touched with their own clown, because, if you are very much in touch with your own clown, then you have freedom on the stage. But that's what I think. So this is what I will be talking about. I think is very often. I think the beautiful thing of clown is that it doesn't have any limits. You can do anything you want, and it's very, very interesting how we all try to put limits to things. But if we practice clown, there are no limits, because your clown can just do, as long as it's honest and sincere and fun for the audience, you can do anything you want.
And you have made so many shows that have been very successful using clowning. So you speak from experience. I thought, thank you so much. I spent so much time at the beginning of our chat and is talking about surfing and things that we've run out of time. But
that's okay.
I think people got the sense and the idea of what you're going to be talking about, and
sure.
We're just so excited that you're going to be joining us for Clownvergence. Do you have anything before you go? Do you have anything, a workshop or anything you want to advertise coming up, or a show that
Well, I'm going to teach a clown workshop. Toby's going to teach a clown workshop in soon in Brighton, and there's still some places left. I will be teaching one in London at the end of March, and then in the beginning of April, from the 7th to the 11th, I will be teaching a workshop in Bilbao, where hopefully we will all go surfing for a couple of hours in the morning, and then we will go to do some clowning. So if people like surfing and they like clowning, let's see how can we make connections between the two things, and how can we have lots of fun doing both.
I love it. So where can people find out just email you to get on that workshop?
Or just go into the Spy Monkey web page and everything will be advertised there.
Beautiful. Aitor, thank
We're
you
gonna
so
have
much.
an amazing time.
Have fun
Really good
surfing,
thing to do.
surf clowning, and we'll see you in April.
Sure. Good luck, Barnaby. Nice to see you. Once we need to meet in person,
Oh, we do.
please, because this is
Okay.
so weird.
We'll meet
I
in the middle of the Atlantic.
That would be amazing.
Bye for now. All right. What a beautiful person. Okay. We're going to move right along to our next very exciting guest who is coming up right now. Angela De Castro. Connecting to audio. Connecting to audio. Hey, De Castro, can you hear me? Come in, De Castro.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, there you are.
Yeah. Well, are you not talking with Anton just now?
I was talking with Aitor, but I just said goodbye.
Oh,
I'm
hold on.
transitioning. I made a quick transition.
Can you see me?
No, I can just see your name.
Oh. Huh, there we go.
Hey!
Here we are.
Oh, De Castro, your beautiful face. It's so lovely to see you.
How's it going?
It's going great. I mean, you know, I have nothing to complain about except all this stuff going on in the world, but I'm not going to complain about that right now because I'm surrounded by beautiful clown friends.
Right, that's good. Always good in the company of clowns.
Right? There's nobody better to spend time with.
No, best company ever. Best company ever.
Do you think
So-
that's why we stay being clowns? Because we just like being with other clowns?
I think that is because we can't do anything else. I think we are good at it and becomes our lives and you know, that's how it is. That's how it is.
Yeah, it's sort of addictive, the quality.
Yeah. I used to say that I do what I am. So if I can't do, I can't be.
Mm.
You know.
Oh, wow, that's profound.
There we go.
Wait, it's not even 8 o'clock in the morning yet. We're getting very deep and philosophical.
Well, but that's the thing. If I can't clown, I'm not myself. So it took over my life in a very big way. You know, in my way of being, my way of dealing with things, and it's kind of it goes beyond being work. You know, it's a necessity. So it's beyond work. So that's how it is. I've been doing this for a very long time now. So it's yeah, that's how it is.
That would be a good name for a class. Beyond work. Beyond work.
work.
The
Yeah.
beyond work workshop.
Yeah. So no work at all. No work at all.
What I'm sure you've told me this before many times, but I forget now. What was your very first exposure to clowning in your
I
life?
was a very long time ago. I was in 1979, I think.
Yeah.
80, when I was doing a tour with a Brazilian show in Germany. And I was a big Brazilian play. And I was kind of, at that time, I was already almost 10 years in the business and acting and performing. And I thought I was very different. And I didn't know what that was.
Mm.
And that was very awkward for me. And because my peers were doing something else and going into their careers, and they're still feeling very odd. So I saw a show, a clown show, a theater clown show in a festival in Freiburg, in Germany. And that when I saw that's what I am. I'm this. So I've been hooked since in 1980. So it's 45 years ago.
Wow, it's so amazing. And for people who are new to the clown world, who might not have come across the Castro, she is a legend in that
Oh,
world, and a inspiring leader who's it's not just about how long you've been doing it, but it's about the ongoing quality of having created so many amazing shows. And also De Castro runs the Why Not Institute, which has been going for
25 years.
20
Yeah,
years.
we celebrate 25 years last year. It was a big
Right.
deal. Yeah, big party. It was brilliant. It was brilliant, really. Oh, hold on, I show you this. Look, have a look.
That's
Oh,
so
it's on the
cool.
other side.
Still
It
going
says,
strong.
it
25
says
years.
1999 to 2025, and it's still going strong. So we
Amazing.
had this party that was very nice.
Yeah.
Anyway,
And you teach this, you have this amazing package of different workshops that you teach every year. What's coming up? What do you have?
well, I have lots to say because I've been preparing to talk to you, and I know I only have 15 minutes, and I talk a lot. People know I'm short on side, but not short on words. So, so what's happened is we just finished our the Why Not is umbrella organization. During pandemic, we lost our space, and therefore we have to reduce the amount of courses we run. But now I think I'm just about to get another one, so I can come back full power. But I run for a long time a series called the How to Be a Stupid. So we have the How to Be a Stupid, How to Be Even More Stupid, and there are the How to Be a Stupid is a very dear workshop to me because it was put together, it's 10 days, 9 hours a day, and was put together very carefully through the years. When I discovered that clowning, the main thing about clowning is the state of clown. If you discover the state of clown, you can do anything with it. And therefore, it is special because that, and I've been devising it for many years. And even now, I still tweak it, I still understand something about it. I've been researching about clowning for many years. I don't stop about it. So we do the How to Be a Stupid, How to Be Even More Stupid. We have the pleasure of playing. You have the use of clowning in tragedies. We have the course called The Art of Creative Intelligence that is run for our sister organization called the Why Not Enterprise, which is for business, for corporate, for business, for teachers, for people that are not on theater. And now we are running the Power of Connection with Sukhmani. That's an introduction about therapeutic and social clowning. We now talking with Kevin Brooking to come and do the art of accidents and also clowning in war zones. So we're talking with a lot of people now about it. So it's a big thing. We just finished our winter school, which run for 4 weeks. And we organize now our summer. And we're gonna be offering different things now. We still offer the summer school, and then we we start offering things online, like to be a clown consultant, which the subtitle is "If in doubt, ask De Castro." So we have that coming because there is a lot of new clowns coming up. So, and it's good to share. So, if I can help, here I am. So, we're also doing the Outside the Eyes, which is to help people to shape their acts, have an opinion about it, either online or in person. I'm mentoring few people, which is also sweet. and also helping people to, how is it that you can facilitate workshops? Because suddenly, from the time of the pandemic, there was a great influx of new workshops, new practitioners. And so there's so many things going on. And so sometimes people, I just been to a few workshops. Sometimes people have great ideas about what they want to facilitate, but how to facilitate. What is the little tricks, the little things that you have to think when you're offering a course. It's not just the content, it goes from the content to the place where you run it. So lots of things like that. So I can offer that. And I've been doing that with a few people and been working out very well. It's very subtle and it's very kind because I think every clown teacher has, we never set up to be a teacher. We set up to be clowns. And happens that a few of us have a knack for it. Have something to say, something to offer. I am amazed with the new generation of clowns that are coming up. There is so much. I've been seeing so many shows here in London recently of new clowns, new people, new ways of doing it. And so it's the skill being, being renewed, which is very good for us. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing. I still think the basics are very important. Sometimes people say I'm dated. I don't call myself dated. I call myself vintage because it's always good. And I think the basics are really very important.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to fry the egg, you can't be a cook, right?
So, Castro, tell us what you're going to be offering at Clownvergence.
Well, I've been doing a research about the clown's intelligence for quite a while now. And I think that's an interesting subject because so often when you're clowning and we are either in any sort of clowning, okay? So when you are out there, sometimes our thoughts, as people, runs over what the clown's state could offer. Very often, you either want to be funny or you wanted to find a solution very fast, and you don't let the clown to think. The clown has its own intelligence. So I started actually doing a research about intelligence. And then I come up into the clown's intelligence. How is it that suddenly, when I am really clowning and research something or performing or doing this or that or on the street, on the moment, and suddenly I come up with ideas that I don't know where they come from. Either a line, either an action, either perceiving something. So, and that is amazing thing. It's amazing thing if you let a clown think what they come up with. So, but our own anxiety or our own mechanism of our thoughts are much faster. So that is the training, that is the research. So I think that is fascinating. And then, I just want to say that there is so much, clowning becomes very popular right now. And it goes up and down. It's a wheel. And at the moment is very on the up. And I think that the basics are very important. If you have your basic clown persona or clown state very solid, you can go anywhere There is all the applied crowning going on, and which is fantastic, going into other areas, into the social, the therapeutic, the crown doctors, the politics, the crown armies, this. But if you don't have the crown persona, if you don't have the solid on you, how can you do that? You see, the crown is unbreakable.
Beautiful. So in your talk on Clownvergence, will you be giving people a little insight into clown's intelligence? Is that the
Yeah,
idea?
that's right. I have a kind of a few little exercises or activities that you can do just to give a taste to it. So we can discuss about it, but it's much more about putting yourself up to it. It's practical. It can't be intellectual. You see, it becomes, it's not conquered, it becomes abstract. And then our mind goes rationally, and you can't be rational on that. You know, you have to put ourselves on it and let it happen. It's about letting it happen. Don't be scared of it. You know, just see what's happened. That's what it is.
De Castro, thank you so much for coming on and supporting us in Clownvergence and Clown Spirit. So
anytime. I hope everybody's okay, whoever is there. You know, here goes my love from London. Very gray London right now, very cold. Very cold.
Yeah.
Okay. And I hope that you guys can just check out the website, and if you want to come to see our news, we're going to be launching our summer very soon, about a few weeks, a couple of weeks. So check it out. And don't forget to come on the 11th of April. That time do a session for you guys.
Yeah. Don't miss that one. All right. Thanks. De
Ciao.
Castro.
Bye.
Ciao, ciao. All right, folks. One of the exciting things about Clownvergence is that we're kind of incorporating the whole clown community, the whole clown world. You know, people like De Castro and Aitor have been around in the clown world for decades and are inspiring leaders in that world and wonderful teachers. But we also have people who are relatively new and just been doing it a few years, and who are bringing a fresh perspective and a fresh take. And we kind of value all of that. And it's going to create this wonderful melting pot and kind of stew of a clown soup that we can all kind of put into and all take out from. And it's going to replenish our clown souls and our clown appetites. So please, if you haven't already registered for Clownvergence, the link is going to pop up in the chat in just a moment for you to register, or you can just go straight to clown-spirit.com/clownvergence. You can find it there, and it's a very simple sign-up process. There is an optional donation to help support, because we're doing all of this on a voluntary basis. All the teachers are doing it in a gift culture sort of basis idea. They're giving their time for free, but there's a lot of work that's going into the organization behind the scenes with a number of people being involved. So your voluntary donations at whatever level works for you helps us to make Clownvergence happen and makes it possible to make it available and accessible to people all over the world. So thank you. Now, before we bring our next guest in, I'm actually going to be handing over the reins to another one of our wonderful Clown Spirit fellows, who is just about to pop up on the screen, Manish Ruparel, who is in Mumbai in India. Hi, Manish. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes.
Hey, Manish. Good to see you.
Yes.
Wow, you're looking so awesome today.
I did take out my new shirt for this. Yes.
Gosh, I'm feeling now underdressed. I didn't bring out my new shirt. I'm sorry, but thank you for
look
doing
good.
it. What was that?
But you do look good.
Oh, you had to say that. You couldn't have said anything else. But I appreciate it anyway. Thank you. Manish, you have been doing the Clown Spirit Fellowship now for 3 or 4 months, so we've gotten to know each other, and I hope that in amongst the guests you're going to talk to for over the next hour, you could talk a little bit about your project, the interviews that you're doing with clowns from all over the world, and talk a little bit about the fellowship work and just your work in general. Make sure you share that as well as talking to the other wonderful guests.
Yes, I will.
Beautiful. All right. So I'm handing over the reins to Manish. There you are, Manish. Here are the reins. Got it?
Got it. Yes,
All right.
thank you so much. I
Bye.
will see you in an hour. Yes, bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Yeah, for the ones who don't know me, I am Manish. I am a theater maker, performer, clown, based in Mumbai, and I'm going to be taking over for the next hour. And we have Layman with us, who I'm just going to admit into the room. Hello. Hi, Layman. Do you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you. Hi.
Oh, hi. Wow, you're here with a professional setup. Wow,
It's like
super.
is this thing. This thing always makes it look professional, even though I don't really use it most of the time.
Hi. So so could you share a bit about your work? Dan told me you're a trickster, and I've been reading online about your work, which sounds really complex and really wonderful. So I'm really curious to hear um what it is like to be a trickster.
Yeah. I don't know how much I identify with being a trickster or not, but I think there are some things I do that put me in that category for sure. My work is spread in a couple of areas, right? One of those areas is how do we think in a new way about non-duality?
Mm-hmm.
One of those ways is developmental theory, like integral theory, metamodernism, that kind of stuff. How do the operating systems we use inside ourselves and in society evolve to new levels? And then how do we merge that with the mechanisms that traditionally make spiritual and existential transformation work in people? So one of the things I do is around metamodern spirituality. We run these labs. We're trying to bring people together who share like a new cognitive and social sensibility and have them really explore the principles that are traditionally associated with spiritual practice. Um, I do a lot of writing as well. I do a lot of work around what I call meta shamanics, which is like how do we create a kind of shamanism for the global village in a way that really honors and makes use of traditional ethnic based shamanism, but actually is much bigger than that and looks at how human beings generate shamanic type forms of practice in general, like spirituality that's organized around accessing entities, around states of consciousness that are unusual, around the use of the subconscious intelligence in human beings, about spirituality as service to the biosphere, about spirituality as part of building culture and tribe, and things like that. So I've got a lot of interest in those areas, as well as a lot of arcane philosophical stuff, you post metaphysics, and what's the intersection of spirituality and developmental theory and like Lacanian psychoanalysis and a lot of that weird stuff. But it all has something in common, which is a desire to be fluid, a desire to challenge myself and challenge others, a desire to be as wide and diverse as possible. And I think that's one of the things that makes a person seem trickstery is that they're covering more territory than you expect them to be covered. So they like come in and out of your expectations.
How wonderful. I have um yeah, I think growing up, spirituality was either religion for me or um and once I sort of like didn't connect with religion so much, it became very distant to me, like just the concept of spirituality, until I came across theater and movement and clown eventually. Um, Especially this one thing that I once did called clown through mask, which I think is the closest I've felt to spirituality in my life. Like theater is now, or clowning it is now, like someone else also once mentioned, is my sort of spiritual practice. Um, so I'm very curious about how you reached here, because what you're saying sounds wonderful, but I have no idea how one reaches to doing what you do.
Yeah, well, it's easy to tell stories where you show up in this world with a special mission or something like that. Like I have scenes in my head that are like that, but really, it's partly the circumstance where I was raised. Right, I lived in a house where everybody was smart and everybody was safe and healthy, and you were allowed to explore and talk about anything you were interested in. So that already is a step in the right direction. That you were allowed to be spiritual and religious. You were also allowed to criticize it, right? There was no limits on that. And I found myself really intellectually interested in things that were at the edge of my ability to think. So early on, I was fascinated by, the fourth dimension and all these sort of little, mind games we play that make our mind seem like it gets outside of itself. And there was something in that space that I thought shows up in some spiritual figures and some developmental systems and not others. And I really wanted to be a part of that. I wanted a system where everything about my body and my physical health, including fun and play and, all the drives and energies of a human being, where that was all taken care of. Emotionally, you could have all of your emotions, and mentally, you could play in areas that were as complex and transformative and challenging as possible. And all of that coming together seemed very natural to me. So I was on the lookout for versions of spirituality and philosophy that allowed me to do all of that. So I ended up moving in and out of various religious communities, certain kinds of Christianity. I lived in Buddhist communities for a while, but usually there was a point in those communities where you still really love those people and what they're doing, but somehow they're just not being as fun or colorful or as kaleidoscopic as I wanted them to be. I had this beautiful, very wise, very competent Buddhist master, and you would take him gifts on the special meditation days we had on Sunday. And one day I took him 2 loaded water guns. And at the end of the day, I thought, he didn't squirt anyone with those water guns. Maybe this is not the teacher for me. So I had that kind of a sensibility, and I got involved in certain kinds. I had some inner experiences which led me to be really hungry for what I was thinking of as postmodernism. And I was looking for philosophies that satisfied that, and there were only a handful, right? Heidegger and Nietzsche have some interesting things to say, but basically I found Ken Wilber and these communities of people that were trying to talk about that. So I got involved in those communities, became a little bit prominent in those communities, and then it turns out, well, there's a whole bunch of other communities that are saying some similar things. So I got involved in like a social role of overlapping between those communities. And in my role as a podcast host over the last 3 or 4 years, just trying to conversationally map people from all the different sectors of the new culture and the new thought space, and running events around that. And I think one of the big things is, and this probably goes right back to that early childhood stuff, I want to unfold my own thoughts, the strangeness, the jungle that's inside me. When I write, when I like ideas, when I like a certain spiritual approach, I want it to reflect the beauty and the joy of the complications that I find in myself that I love. So I'm partly because I was given the space and the support to fall in love with myself early on, I can use that as a standard to evaluate the areas of developmental thinking and developmental exercise that I'm most engaged in. And of course, humor. Just grew up absolutely in love with comedy, movies, stand-up comedians, all that kind of stuff. And the formal similarity between the structure of a joke and the structure of a Zen koan and the structure of how mathematicians try to think about hyperspaces. To me, that all seems like differently valenced versions of the same kind of thinking.
Wow. You're leaving me really inspired right now. Like, what are some of your favorite comedians? Could you recommend me some?
Well, when I was a kid, my absolute favorite was Stephen Wright. He was a really droll comedian. He would do these short one-liners that like broke your brain. I remember he said, "I'm gonna get a tattoo over my whole body of me, but taller." So it was always like that. It was just these little like mimetic nuggets of absurdity.
Yeah.
So he was really good. I loved Louis C.K., when he was huge a few years ago because his comedy was really based on perspectives, right? I remember one joke he said, "Do you think sharks know that we can see their fins?" Right? I'm like, in order to get that joke, you have to like switch perspectives, right? And
Yeah.
there's something about perspective switching that is the essence of cognitive development, but also the essence of learning to empathize in a spiritual sense with other people and other beings.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. There's so much that you've spoken about that I resonate with, but from a clown perspective, which is why I believe like that's the reason why you're here. Do I see a Ganesha behind you?
Yes.
Oh, is there some sort of connection you have to that figure?
Yes and no. I mean, on the one hand, it's just you make wall coverings out of whatever you have. On the other hand, it's a figure that I've been in love with all my life. I had some dreams as a child that elephants would come through my walls. And then later, when I got older, I read that one of the attributes of Ganesh is that he's known as the opener of the way or the opener of worlds. I'm like, well, he was opening the wall into my room. I also always thought when I was a kid, I thought he looked like an alien, that the trunk was like the breathing tube, right? That maybe an alien had landed in ancient India, and then they just like recorded what he kind of looked like. Uh, but I think just there's a beauty to elephants. There's a majesty and a wisdom and a solidity. Um, and the sheer absurdity of the story where like his father Shiva cuts his head off and then gives him an elephant head, it's so perverse that you can't help but enjoy it.
Okay. And thank you so much. There's one quickly before time runs out. I'm curious to know more about the book that you've recently released, and if you could also tell us a bit about what you'd be speaking at the Clownvergence.
Sure. So the talk I proposed giving, I wanted to call it "Trick or Treat: The Future History of Heterodox Transrational Wisdom Culture," and it's kind of like who is the clown as an educator, particularly as a spiritual or an existential development educator, right? And so we have traditional images of the spiritual trickster. There's this whole lore around crazy wise masters. Where does that come from? Right? How do the ancient versions of that tell us something that could be useful for the future? But also, what are the ethics that we need in order to make tricksters useful for us? Because there's a lot of ways to just be a jerk to people and think that you're helping them by confusing them or distressing them. So I want to get into the principles that make the trickster more of a treat rather than less of a treat. As for the book I wrote, I wrote this book on Gurdjieff last year because his teachings have been a huge part of my own journey and my thinking around kind of reverse engineering the principles that are found in spiritual practices in general. My notion of spirituality and then also religion as the creation of a surplus coherence out of the integration of different subsystems within us. But I think Gurdjieff is a really human, a really fun, a really imaginative, a really challenging spiritual figure. He writes very strange avant-garde material. He gives us a different way of thinking about the spiritual structures than most of the teachers give us. And he really helps you to lean into friction, chaos, change, angst, and suffering, but also in a multi-body way, right? So heart, mind, and body. He was a teacher of dancing. And
Okay.
so the dancing and the clowning and the need for spirituality to be embodied in an ongoing, exploratory, and unfolding way, that's a big part of the Gurdjieff process. And anybody who's going to come to my session should buy 2 or 3 copies of my book.
Done. I'm gonna buy 5 tonight.
Fantastic.
And lastly, do you have anything going on that you'd like to invite people for, or would you like to plug in your podcast? Or once again,
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
it.
I host most of the episodes of the Integral Stage podcast. If people are on the lookout for that on audio podcast or our YouTube channel, I'm going to be hosting a liminal comedy roast of complexity theorist and founder of the Game B movement, Jim Rutt, on the 28th. Obviously, this is coming up. We've got the spring version of the Metamodern Spirituality Lab will be in Vermont in May, and people can just go to laymanpascal.com and find out what's going on for me and coming up next.
Great. Thank you so much, Layman. It's a wonderful conversation right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I've learned a
Thanks.
lot. I've listened to words that I've never really heard before, and I just realized I have so much more to learn. Thank you.
Thanks, Manish. That's all you need from me?
Yes, that's all.
Okay. Thanks
Yes.
very much.
Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. I'm just gonna read out some comments. Curious to see how Ken Wilber influences your performance. Layman Pascal. Yes. Okay, now next up we have Sukhmani, who I have spoken to very recently as part of an audio interview series that I've been conducting. So just for everyone else here who isn't familiar with me, I am part of the Clown Spirit Fellowship, and I'm based in Mumbai, and I am someone who learned clowning or came across clowning a couple of years ago in Berlin. I'm still quite new to this form, but as I mentioned in the conversation with Layman, um, I've absolutely fallen in love with it, and in some ways, it's become um, a very spiritual practice. I also heard DeCastro talk about how it's something that you get in, but you can't really get out of, and that's somewhat my situation right now. Um, so even though I'm not in Berlin or in Europe anymore, I can't exactly get out of clowning, and and what my current research is is how does a clown exist in Mumbai? Because we don't have so many clowns here. Clowning isn't a very popular um, thing that happens here, and it's also a fairly difficult city to be a clown in. It's a city where there's a lot happening, and there's a constant chaos. In some ways, the city is the clown, um, which which yeah. So that's where I am right now, and to sort of further that research, um, of course, I'm creating my own work with the help of this Clown Spirit Fellowship. I'm also planning to give a workshop in the coming month, but I'm also doing this audio interview series with clowns from parts of the world where clowning isn't so popular and isn't so well known. So, of course, a lot of us have learned in the the US or Europe. I'm trying to reach out to people in India and in other countries in South Asia, Southeast Asia, South America. As part of this interview series, I've spoken to Mary Meguez from Argentina, and have had a lovely conversation with her. This conversation should be out um, mostly next month. Um, there's also another conversation that will be out with Sukhmani Kohli, who is a fellow clown from India. And she'll be here in some time to talk about her work. But I'm going to put out a request if anyone here knows of clowns in the global south. Please reach out to me, or please reach out to Barnaby and give us their names so that I could interview them. I'm also going to speak to Sabine, who is one of the first speakers in today's Clown-A-Thon. I'm also going to speak to Clown Gentilisa from Brazil. I'm going to speak to Amrita from Mumbai. So it's going to be a wonderful lineup of interviews of clowns who are sustaining this wonderful practice in places where it's not so popular. So they're sort of holding a flag. Okay, and yeah, I'm just gonna quickly mention for anyone else who's joined recently. I'm gonna mention some of the people. I'll mention it in Eastern time. At 12 o'clock, we have Ivan Richter from Hot Clown Company. At 12:15, we have Patrick van der Boom. We have Peter Sweet. Hello, Peter. We've met before. We have Peter Sweet coming in. We have Esther Kroon, Val Ross, Alex Sternick, Joanna Bassi, Sue Proctor, Daniel Levsky, Denise Payne, Roger Spiller, Shannan Calcutt, David Langdon, Mitch Michelson, Rihanna Tajpar, Christina Lewis, Caroline Dream, Iva Peter-Dragan, Vanessa Rigaux, and lastly, we have Moshe Cohen, who'll be doing some inner clown work with us. And yeah, I have a question here of who did I do my... hello, Peter. Hi, so nice to see you. So nice to hear from you. In Berlin, I studied in a school called Art House Berlin. This is in response to Peter's shop. I studied in the school called Art House Berlin. I studied with this wonderful, wonderful teacher. His name is Thomas Pratke. Then I also went on to study with Michelle Madsen. Robyn Hambrook is someone I did a really nice Buffon workshop with once. And there's another teacher of mine called Rachel Karafistan. So Berlin is a place filled with clowns. Yeah, and I've also done Clown Through Mask with Jonathan Young, who I believe is doing another workshop in the south of France soon. And yes, I know Amrita Mapuskar, Amanda. Oh, lovely. Yeah, Amrita lives like 30 minutes away from me, and she'll be part of this interview series that we're doing. It's really wonderful that we're all in such different parts of the world, and the community is still so wonderfully small. Which clown teacher was reported in the clown world? Which the city? Thank you. Yes, Thomas from the Lecoq School. Yes, he's moved to the Netherlands now, if I'm not wrong. Yes. Okay, so now we have Sukhmani who's here. I'm gonna let her in. Hello. Hi, Sukhmani, can you hear me? Hello.
Hi,
Hi.
can you hear
Hi,
me?
how are you? Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm good. Yes, yes.
Hi, we meet again. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you.
Yeah. Do you want to tell everyone, now that we're doing this in public? The last time we spoke was a bit private. Do you want to tell everyone a bit about what you do?
Yeah. I'm Sukhmani, or Nana the clown. I live in India, in the west of India, in Udaipur, but I work everywhere. I perform as a clown and I teach clowning. Um, I I'm mostly self-taught. As Manish has been saying, there aren't a lot of clown schools here, but I was first introduced to clowning by a Portuguese clown, Madeira. And then I kind of, this was about 20 or yeah, 18, 19 years ago. And then I kind of just kept exploring, kept practicing, kept sharing. The more I shared with people, the more I taught, the more I learned. And yeah, right now I create shows with other fellow clowns. I teach a workshop called Glorious Misfits. Just, I created a space where we celebrate being misfits, standing out, being a sore thumb. And yeah, right now my exploration and what I'm going to be talking about at the panel is deep play. Really looking at what everyone considers serious topics through play and through being ridiculous and exploring vulnerability through clowning. Yeah, that's what my exploration is right now.
Can you,
Go ahead.
okay, yeah, can you talk a bit more about play? Because I remember the last time we spoke, um, you were very passionate about how play is ours, like from India. Like, as people from India, we are really playful, and we really have to like own up to that sense of play. Um,
Yeah.
and yet so much in today's India, maybe, and so much in today's world as well, we don't play. Um, could you talk a bit about that?
Play. It's also it's also a way of decolonizing ourselves and our bodies and our culture, because play has been part of uh, like many other cultures, the clown has been part of our traditional and folk theater and forms since, I don't know, since maybe our cultures originated. There's always been a jester who's had the license to question the king and tell them that they're ridiculous. And so yeah, I think it's a deep part of who we are as a culture in India. And there's but I think I say decolonizing because I think over the years it's become, we're not allowed, or it's not seen like an adult thing to do, to be playful.
Yeah.
And yes, I hear a lot of like alternative education, for example, says, oh, play, learning through play. But it's really, for me, the meaning of play is more like an attitude, it's about jumping in, it's about being okay with vulnerability, it's about being open to possibilities, and really kind of speaking our truth. So yeah, I think that it's in our veins, but we're like, that's why I say misfits, because we're constantly trying to fit in and fit into this colonized idea of who we should be. So yeah, that's that's what I believe about play.
Yeah. Um, And could you also tell us a bit about how this workshop that you've been doing in all over India, actually, Glorious Misfits, how did that come up to be? I know you've named it only recently, um,
Mhm.
but how did you, because there's an entire journey to sort of accepting the misfit side of yourself.
I've always been a misfit. I grew up with the activist artists, and I went to a conventional school. So I was weird for everyone in my school. And I think that at some point I was like, okay, and I kind of lost my voice as a teenager, and constantly felt like, okay, it's okay for me to be invisible just so that no one kind of sees me. And I think that the journey of even though my parents did theater, I don't think I only discovered theater for me as I grew older. And that really kind of gave me the voice that I needed. And when I met my clown, I was 21 probably. There was no turning back. Then I was like, okay, I can be me here. I can be this thing. And I think my own experience of being a misfit, and always kind of I've done a lot of things in my life, and I realize now that most of the things that I initiated, I'm an initiator. I create spaces. So that's why I also call myself a facilitator, because um I realized that I have the gift of creating spaces where people can be their most honest self and connect deeply. And I um yeah, I think that whole journey of you know not letting myself be the misfit to really kind of embracing that, and so that's where the name probably came from. um the name actually came because I was doing a project with some young people from a college, and the idea was about them being misfits in this neighborhood where the college was. The neighborhood was this elderly senior people who lived there in Bangalore, and these young people just kind of stood out as sore thumbs. And the art project was about exploring that, what that meant for them, what their experience was, and to also create a common ground with the neighborhood to invite them to also be misfits. So that's where it kind of grew from. And then I was like, this is great. And I kind of took it forward and named my workshops Glorious Misfits also. Yeah, so I think it just came from my own experience of being a misfit, and then finally discovering this clown that was always there, and just like letting her come out.
What's the name of your clown? You have one name, right?
Nana.
Nana. Oh,
Well, I also say Nana Bacana. The Nana Bacana was the name my teacher gave me. I think in Portuguese, Bacana is cool, so she called me Nana Bacana. So sometimes it's Nana, sometimes Nana Bacana. Whatever I remember.
oh. And this is from the workshop that you did like 20 years ago, if I'm not wrong.
Almost 19 to be precise. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. And
It's kind of fuzzy there. I don't know.
Yeah, but it stays with you. Like the clown really stays, because I'm just 2 years into it, and to sort of see a clown name that you've gotten from your clown teacher stay with you for like almost 2 decades.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Is there something like how do you on a personal level connect with this very strong connection to the name?
Nana is also my nickname. Like, I was called Nana at home. And I think I kind of gravitated towards that because, like how I said about in the school, I was this misfit, but at home, it was an environment of artists and activists. And, it was my home. And so I was called Nana at home. And that was what I connected with when I discovered my clown. And it just was so fitting. And also, it's a very unusual name for an Indian because maternal grandfather is called Nana, and in the South, father is called Nana. And so my name, probably my father named me while speaking in gibberish with me when I was little. And that's how Nana just stayed, because he would just say Nana and I would respond to it. So it's a very unusual name. No, not a lot of people are called Nana. So yeah, it just fit. And it kind of naturally just I started calling me, yeah, it's my clown's name. Someone asked me and I said it's Nana. Nana Bakala. So yeah, I think again it comes from that experience of being a misfit everywhere and just finding my home in this name.
Yeah. You also spoke of how the work that you do deals with social issues, and because also you come from an activist theater background, could you talk about just how have you merged it with clown and with the playfulness that you speak of? Does some issue ever feel like it's too heavy to be played with right now? It's too intense. Does it ever feel like yeah, do you ever feel like I'm not in the space to play with this particular thing right now? Or yeah, does that happen often in your practice?
Yes, but I feel like so part of my work is also, like I said, I'm also a facilitator, which I joke about how I make money as as a facilitator, not so much as a clown. But I think that, you know how you were saying, once you meet your clown, you can't go back, and this at some point the lines kind of blur, right? And I was like, my facilitation, I kept bringing playfulness into facilitation, and I work as a facilitator. I work on gender, and I work on identity, and I work on inclusivity. A lot of these topics are very, because I work with young people, especially social activists, and these are very intense topics because there's so many stories attached. There's so much shame attached to it, and I discovered that play really made it very easy for them to connect with that sense of shame and to kind of play with that and to transform it. And I recently, a few years ago, lost my father in COVID and to COVID. And at that point, it felt like so grief is something I've been carrying and something that I've been working with. And I know for a fact that year, clowning and play, and this practice of interplay that I have, which is a playful practice, which uses body movement and gibberish and silence. These two practices really kind of saved my life and really helped me stay with that grief. And then I was like, this is interesting. Grief is interesting. Grief is not something that I have to run away from. So there have been points, I think, I've been wanting to work with grief and play for these years, but only this year have I started really kind of, I've been saying it because it sounds cool to say it. But this year, I think I'm paying more attention to this calling that's coming for me to play with grief and what it means to play with grief. But till now, it's been a little hard. I've not been kind of engaging with that thought. It's been there and I've been saying it. So I think now I'm finally ready. So yeah, there are times when I feel like, also when I'm working with people, the resistance sometimes comes, and I know that I have to back off and let them have some space. But I think that at the end of the day, I have been able to open a lot of spaces for myself and for people around me through play. And it's been quite like, it's deep. It's also sneaky deep, as they say in interplay. You don't even realize it, and you're kind of there somewhere where you've never been, in that part of vulnerability. So I've learned over the years that with patience and just kind of taking small steps towards trouble, I can get there. So yeah, it's a slow process. But it's been very interesting, and it's been also very heartening. Just a lot of deep connections and play. Yeah, has it's opened up a whole new world for me as a facilitator, and also for other clowns that I worked with.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm reminded of this this one quote that this Bangalore-based theatre maker Anuja Kosalkar, you might know of her. She once told me when I was working with her, of how profound is not profound, playful is profound. And that has stayed with me and become like I become a really big part of my practice as well. I sort of see so much work happening around, especially in a big city like Bombay, where there's like constant work happening all the time, and everyone's trying to be like only profound, um, without having any kind of playfulness underneath. And when that
Yeah.
happens, the sort of sense of connection, the deep sense of connection that you're speaking of, is missing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that it's also about being in the head and being in the body. I think what the sense I'm getting from what you're saying is that a lot of time the profound that people talk about is very heady, it's very intellectual. It's like, yeah, that makes sense, but it still doesn't come, it's not a lived thing. And I think when it comes to the body, which is what play does, my whole being is involved when I'm playing. And that wholesomeness, that whole body experience, lived experience of play is what really opens up a lot of possibilities and can touch, a part that a lot of times I'm not ready to touch. I'm not ready to go there because it just feels too heavy. And with play, it just somehow happens. And I think that's because the head blocks me. And when I'm in my body, I'm being more present and being more aware. So yeah, it's about that whole lived experience that play brings. And laughter. When I was grieving dad, I realized there was a lot of laughter. And there was a moment I was like, I shouldn't be laughing. But then it also happened because he was such a playful person. And laughter was natural. And when I laughed, a lot of my energy, of my anxiety, of so many things that I was facing at that time was released, which brought me back to the moment, to the experience I was having. So yeah, it's we laugh with our body. We don't laugh, just the head actually comes in my way of really laughing because I'm like, oh, and we're in India especially, we're told a lot of times not to be too loud, not to stand out too much. You don't. My grandmother used to say, girls who laugh too much never get married. So that we grow up with that. So I think it's a form of resistance to laugh and to play.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
these are deeply colonial thoughts. Like
Yeah.
because we are like, I know my family is only loud, and like I know sort of growing up I would be like embarrassed if everyone's loud. But it's only like after I've done so much work with play and clown and all, I realize like I can't, like, it's not okay that I suppress it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So how do we spread this? How do we spread this in India? Because what you're speaking of right now and what the last 20 minutes have been, feels so incredibly important to like share it. But like we're a country of like 1.4 billion people, like
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. That's a very good question. I've been trying to crack that code for a few years now. I've tried to say not use the word clown, because also in India, the first image that people get of a clown is a circus clown, or Mera Naam Joker wala. So it's a good question, but I think you just have to be at it and just um keep being. I realized at some point I just have to be me and just kind of wherever I go, creating that space that I need to keep creating. But yeah, I'm very bad. I don't know. Marketing is, if someone here can help, it'd be great. Yeah.
Please, yes, we in India need some marketing so that we can continue staying clowns. Um,
Yeah. Till then, one by one, my master plan is to convert everyone into a clown. So, or not convert, they're already clowns. Just
yeah,
bring it all out.
it would be quite cool to even go around converting people in India. It's not the first time it would be happening. It
Yeah.
would be
Yeah, I used to just tell my dad, because he eventually, after I started clowning, my father started clowning too, and he had a white beard, and he would wear a nose and go to hospitals, and many times people would think that he's some god man. And one woman once came to him because he was, white beard and turban. So she came and said, "Please bless my child." She thought he was a god man with a nose on. So I used to say he should become a god man, a clown god man. But yeah, I have to look for the next. I think being a man is easier. I could do it, but we can, yeah. So find someone to convert into a clown god man, and
clown
all
god.
will be
Oh,
well.
that's a project. I'm gonna reach out to you outside of this and work on this project with you, the clown godman.
Yes, that'll be
Yes.
great.
Ah, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lastly, is there anything that you want to add for the ones who are listening, about what, just again, maybe about what your Clownvergence session is going to be like? And if there's anything that's coming up for you that you want to invite people for, yeah, any performances,
Um,
online thing, anything, yeah.
no, I don't really have anything coming up online. I am planning a few Glorious Misfits workshop in India, in our different cities. But Clownvergence, I think this is basically what I'm talking about. I've named it delicious, ridiculous vulnerability, and I'll be talking about playful vulnerability and just kind of talking about things that um are taboo, or things can talking about things that feel heavy through not talking, but like moving and playing around such things. So yeah, that's it.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Also,
you.
just where in India are your upcoming workshops? Well, I'm sure there are listeners who travel to India for this.
I don't have fixed dates yet, but there's I'm planning one in Delhi, either Gurgaon or Delhi, and Jaipur.
Okay.
For now, yeah. So in the
And we
north
can
mostly.
check this out on your website, correct?
On my website, and I'm active on Instagram. I'm called Nana Bakana. So yeah, on that.
And your website is?
Purplemangoes.com.
Amazing. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course. See you
Bye.
soon. Bye. Okay. Hi, everyone. I am coming back to the chat. Robyn is great. Robyn is great. Yes. I'm so sorry, Peter. Peter Sharp, I did not see your question while Sukhmani was here. Maybe if she's still in the chat, she could answer. Your question being, when you meet your clown, you can't go back. Can you say more on this idea? I think it's, yeah, I don't know, at least from my perspective, um, it's it's just this idea of like, I think when you meet yourself in that deep manner, um, it often feels like you've reached somewhere, and like, um, you can't go back to doing earlier things that you used to do. Um, like even when Sukhmani speaks of feeling like she's a misfit, and then creating a clown out of it, finding her clown in it. Um, yeah, I think that's a journey that you've taken, which doesn't have um any sort of going back. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm also still figuring it out. I came across clown a couple of years ago, and I honestly cannot think of doing any other kind of theater, even though I do it for money. Uh, but in an ideal world, I would just want to be a clown all the time. Um, yes. Okay. And lastly, it's almost time for me to leave, but I think I can just put out another request for anyone watching. Um, I am conducting an interview series with clowns from all over the world, but mainly people um, in countries where clowning isn't very popular, um, where even maybe theater is not very popular, and I'm trying to reach out to people who are being clowns, who are sort of taking on this practice, even though the system doesn't really support it. If you know any such people, if you know people in India, in South Asia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, if you know people in South America, if you know people in West Asia, please, Southeast Asia, please reach out to me. Um, please connect them with me. I would love to speak to them. Um, I would, yeah. The goal is to keep spreading this community, and yeah, sounds like a clown name. Misfit. It is funny. Misfit. Okay.
Hi, Manish.
Hello, hello.
I'm here.
Yes, I also see a couple of people waiting for you next.
Yeah, we have Evan coming up next. That was so much fun. A really profound couple of people you spoke to there. Layman and then Sukhmani. Really cool
Yeah,
conversations.
yeah. I'm honestly like feeling quite like I took in a lot, and yeah, I think I'm gonna have to wake up tomorrow morning and see this again and make notes for myself. Um, yeah, it was really beautiful. Thank you for having me here.
Oh man, thank you so much for doing this, Manish. And uh, it's just great to have your perspective, and it's beautiful to hear how clowning is kind of in this interesting phase in India, and it's very specific. It's cool listening to you and Sukhmani talking about the cultural significance and relevance of clowning and the background culture and how it's sort of um, allowing for some very in some ways political activism or political statements to be made by people who are not necessarily given a voice or allowed to behave in certain ways.
Yeah, yeah. I live in the city, Mumbai, where every minute feels like um a struggle for survival, and and I know I am, and I know some other people who are in the city who sort of working towards bringing that clown spirit here because it's fresh. And yeah, it's yeah. I think India needs clowns more than ever right now, and yeah, I would invite clowns from all over the world to come to India and share with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, well, yes.
All right, Manish, I will see you when I see you. Thank you so much. Have an awesome rest of your day.
Yes, I've made you host, and I will exit now. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. I'm back, and thank you for sticking around. Welcome if you've just joined. There's some cool people tuning in. I just saw a message from Hillary Chaplin in the comments on the Facebook stream there, and asking about various people in India. And we've got Peter Shub watching on the YouTube stream. Nino Jane Berg just tuned in. I'm from South Africa and know awesome clowns. Would that be cool? Yes, please, Nino. Nino Jane Berg. Please do just put it into the chat right there. If there's time later on, we'll even have you on. I'd love to. If anybody's out there and they just want to kind of jump on for a couple minutes, I can give you the Zoom link and we can have a chat and you can talk about your clown life and promote stuff that you're doing. That would be beautiful. And if you don't want to do that, just put it in the chat. And while I'm talking about that, I just want to encourage everyone to give us a thumbs up in the YouTube stream and the Facebook. Give us some reactions. Let's create a little bit of noise out there right now. That would be beautiful. It would help me keep going, because I've got like another, I don't even want to calculate it right now, but I've got another lot of hours to stay here and keep being the person who's asking the questions. I'm not going to be the whole time because Dan's going to be here some of the time, and we're going to have the Clown Spirit Fellowship fellows, Robyn and Riley, coming in at some point to relieve me. But it's going to be a long day. Thank you for that love, people. I'm seeing that love coming in. Mwah, mwah. That is helping so much. It's so funny. I mean, I wish you were here and then I could just give you a hug and we could all just like give each other that embodied energy. But this is what we've got to work with, these virtual hugs and hearts and so on. So keep it coming. Really, really appreciate it. Also, folks, would really appreciate it if you could just, take the URL, the top of that YouTube feed, and just share it with your friends on your Facebook page or whatever. Get some more people who maybe don't know about clowning yet, right? That's the goal here. It's not just keeping it within our four walls of our community of clowning. It's helping to get the word out there, because there's so many people who discover clowning for the first time and they're like, what is this thing that I've thought was something else my whole life? And suddenly I realize it's this doorway to a more fulfilling life. And they didn't know about it. And the cool thing is that you can discover that at any point in your life, and you can still get so much joy and pleasure out of it, whatever age you are. So let's spread the word, people. Now I'm going to transition into my next interview, which is with a wonderful clown who is very active, proactive, taking lots of initiative in the Chicago clown scene, Mr. Evan Richter.
What's up, Barnaby? Happy Monday.
Hey, man. How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. Excited to be here.
Yay, from the Hot Clown Company.
Yes, indeed. How's the day? How's the stream going? Good on you for doing this all day.
Oh, it's so much fun. I'm enjoying it a lot. I kind of, I'm really an exhibitionist at heart. I just love to be out there and
I love it.
So, Evan, tell us and tell the folks watching about you, about hot clowns and all the stuff.
Yeah, happy to. For all those people watching right now, my name is Evan Richter. I am based in Chicago, and currently I am the executive director of the Hot Clown Company. But Barnaby, I must say, not for long. We are nearing our end as a company, actually. I'll get to that a little bit later. But yes, I've been clowning for over a decade now. Got introduced to it in college. Been traveling the world, learning different styles. Went to France for 2 weeks. I did the whole Philippe Goyer moment, so like a lot of us do. And now, yeah, now I teach here in Chicago and produce shows, and I'm a big proponent of clown community building and things like that. So, and we've met once before at the Zagreb Clown Festival, which is one of my favorite places on planet Earth. If you're watching, highly recommend checking them out. They're amazing. So yeah.
Yeah, and you were doing your beautiful hot clown sex show, which was like boisterous and irreverent and hilarious.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, so yeah, I guess we should talk more about that. Hot Clown Company, yeah, we've been around for 5 years, and we have, our main show is called Hot Clown Sex, where we use clown as an avenue to explore sex, love, and relationships, kind of the things that we all experience as human beings, but don't necessarily love to put on display. We were like, let's find all the things that are probably ridiculous in action, but maybe we don't talk about it like that. So that's what we've been doing. But as I said, yeah, we're nearing our end. Our final show is actually this weekend, Valentine's Day weekend. We have 2 more. We're breaking up. Hot Clown Breakup Sex is happening on
I mean, you're a
14th and
big
15th.
group. It must be hard for you to keep together. You're a big group.
8 people. Yeah, it's like one of the members, his name is Tyler. He always says we're more like a band than a theater company, and I think there's a lot of truth to that. It was challenging. 5 years is a long time to do something. I think we've kind of explored a lot of the different things we wanted to explore, and it just got a little, once you start feeling yourself getting a little stale in the content, you kind of have to take a step back and reassess. So loved the journey. We're so thankful, all of us, to have been together for as long as we have been. But I think we're ready to explore other avenues for sure.
So that's great. Evolution.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear it. So, Evan, tell us about what you and Danielle are going to be doing at Clownvergence, and why should people come see it?
Yeah, so Danielle Letsky is a friend of mine. She lived in Chicago for a little while as well. Now she lives in Philly, and we both are really excited about how to build community around clown. In my professional life, I work for a nonprofit that specializes in community building, and Danielle also has a little bit of that background. So, I find that people come together usually around an activity or a concept or an idea, and I think clowning is a beautiful magnet for people. And everyone I've met in my experience doing classes and taking classes have been just so interesting and exciting, and like real people, right? People that I love to get to know. So Danielle and I are having a conversation, a back and forth about what it takes to build said community. How to, if you're in a city that you do clown, but there isn't a lot of people around you that do it, how do you find those other people, or how do you galvanize people coming together to do clown, watch clown, make clown, clown art and things like that. So yeah, it's going to be like a back and forth, just kind of how we both do it, our different approaches, and what we found successful, what we have found isn't as successful, and things like that.
So specifically, you're interested in how to build community around the practice of clowning. So people who are interested in clowning, how can they feel more like a community, function more like a community, as opposed to using clowning to build community in a broader sense? Or is it both?
It's a little bit of both. I think something I discovered organically is that, like, you never know when you start teaching or you do clown shows or whatever, who's going to come see it, right? Especially in Chicago, when we started Hot Clown Sex back in 2019, there was a lull in the clown scene in the city. There hadn't really been anything happening since 2013, 2015. So we had no idea how people would react to this form. Improv is really popular here. Sketch comedy is super popular here. So clowning is, as you know, it's a different beast of an art form. So we were nervous that people wouldn't really relate to it or connect with it, but luckily we were wrong in our fears, and a lot of people really connected to the form, and that kind of evolved to people approaching us and being like, how do I do this? Or like, how do I make this work? Or how do I meet other people doing this as well? And that kind of got us motivated. We're lucky enough where we're partnered with a wonderful theater here in Chicago. If you're listening to this and you live in Chicago, the Newport Theater is, I think, one of the best storefront theaters in the city, and they've been super necessary in helping us build this community, because they've given us a space to kind of be the hub of clown community for our classes and for our shows and things like that. So it's both. I'm a big believer that like creating shows is great, but also something as simple as just doing clown jams, gathering together, exploring the art form is also just as good, if not, more important than the doing it for an audience, which is, I love, it's one of my favorite things as well. But there's definitely worlds for both, for sure.
So we're at the panel or the conversation you're going to have at Clownvergence, to give people a flavor of it. What's it going to look like? Are you guys going to be presenting, or do you think it's going to be more interactive? Is it going to be a space where people can come and talk about their experience?
Yeah, I think Danielle and I are actually meeting next week to really finalize the frame. But I think, yeah, absolutely, questions and getting people's perspectives, and getting hearing what other people are doing and seeing if that's working. Also, just like really deep diving what Danielle has done and what I've done, and because I think, like I said, we have different approaches. Both extremely valid and both applicable to different communities. And I'm excited to learn more about what she's done, because from right now I kind of see it on the peripheral, on social media and on all that wonderful things that are being advertised, but not necessarily how it's being produced or the origin stories of these different avenues. So I'm really excited to hear from her and get her insight. And she's also, Danielle, she's a community builder at her core. So I think she'll have great insight into what motivates people to get out the door.
Beautiful. Well, thanks for your time today, Evan. It's been really great having you on, and really excited about your panel with Danielle.
Yeah.
And it's good to hear about,
Likewise.
Even though it's sad that you guys are ending, I think it's beautiful, right? You've had a great time and now you're moving on to new exciting projects.
Exactly. When we kind of came to this conclusion as a group, we immediately were like, we have to have one more show where we explore this, right? Like Clown is the perfect avenue to unpack what it means to break up as a group and like, really be authentic and honest about how we're all feeling about this. So it was a no-brainer. But thank you for bringing me on and putting this all together, Barnaby. You are one of the people in this world who are really bringing clown to the forefront, and I think it's super important. And I love everything you're doing. So are you popping up at Zagreb this year?
No, not this year. No.
I'm volunteering. I'm really excited. I'm going to be
cool.
seeing the shows. Yeah. So sad you won't be there, but excited nonetheless.
Have a beautiful time, and look forward to seeing you again in April.
Yeah. Have a great rest of your day. Good luck with the stream. I'll be popping in later, checking out what's going on.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Evan.
Thanks, Barnaby. Bye.
All right. That was Evan Richter from the Hot Clown Company, but in Chicago, but not for much longer. We're about to have Patrick Vandenboom come on, everybody. I always love talking to Patrick. It's going to be a joy. But before I do that, I really just want to share something with you, because we've got a couple of minutes before he comes on. I just want to run through some of the wonderful things we've got going on at Clownvergence. You can see these faces. These are just some of the faces of the people who are going to be presenting at Clownvergence. And Caroline Dream is going to be giving a workshop, everybody. Yes. Isn't that exciting? Clown Solutions. I'm just going to run through these really quickly. I'm not going to say very much because I just want you to get a sense of the breadth of stuff that we have going on. We have Christina Lewis doing clown as a vehicle for releasing emotions. I feel like I should be playing some cool music while I'm doing this, but I haven't got that lined up, so oh well. We've got a panel of Clownvergence. These are Clown Spirit Village members who are going to be giving you a flavor of what it's like to be in Clown Spirit Village and talking about clown virginity and what that means. We've got Olivier Hugtero, Danise, Payne, Chris Lynham, and Joanna Bassi talking about tradition and innovation. 4 really all wonderful clowns coming from very different perspectives. So I'm really excited about that one, actually. That's going to be pretty rad. We've got, where am I? We've got The Sacred Schmuck with Danielle Levsky, exploring Jewish fool archetypes in digital diaspora. And Danielle's also going to be helping Evan with that session on clown community that we just talked about. We've got David Langdon with a session called The Servant's Heart, Clowning as Service. There's Evan's session that's going to be with Danielle on building clown community. 4 Arrows. Now, I just did a podcast conversation with him a couple of days ago. It hasn't been published yet, but this guy is really extraordinary. And what he does at Clownvergence is going to be interesting. So be there for that. It's a Heyoka-inspired satirical take on social justice and authoritarianism using humor, paradox to reveal indigenous sacred practice for transformational healing. Jeff Johnson is going to be doing a provocation. Julia Marcelis, who I spoke to earlier, is doing a session on microaggressions in circus spaces. Layman Pascal, who we had on earlier, doing a session called Trick or Treat. We need to get a better picture of him up here because he looked very different in his interview just now and kind of more interesting. We've got Moshe Cohen doing a session on centering for clowns. Wonderful. Oh, Moshe is going to be on here on the Clown-A-Thon very soon. A bit later on, rather. Patrick! Oh, maybe this is a good moment to bring Patrick on since we've arrived at his poster here. Patrick is going to be doing a session for Clownvergence called Virtual Vocal Play, blending clowning and interactive singing using playful tools to make singing safe, joyful, and accessible to everyone. I'm going to leave the rest of those flyers for later to spread out the joy there because there is so much information to take in, but hopefully that gave you a little flavor. And I'm going to welcome onto this Clown-A-Thon, Mr. Patrick van den Boom.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Good evening, morning, or afternoon, or yeah. What is it? You're in the morning?
I don't know. I've lost track. I have no idea what time. It could be 2 o'clock in the morning for all I know, or 11 o'clock at night. I think there is some light coming in through the windows, so maybe it's daytime.
Here it's getting dark, or here it is dark. Yeah.
Patrick, we spoke a few days ago, but it's so lovely to see your face again.
Yeah, likewise.
You got a nice cap.
I put a cap on me.
Put a cap on that man. Put a cap on a beard.
Cap and a beard.
So what's going on? Let's talk a bit about you first, because I mean, I assume people know Patrick van den Boom, but maybe not. If people don't know you, what do they need to know about you?
What do they need to know? Well, that I love to clown, that I can be very serious about it, and I can be very unserious about it. I really love this mix of like it's both. It's the whole package, and it's much more than that. So I'm a clown. I work in healthcare and especially a lot in hospitals and senior homes. And I love to teach. I have a clown school and I have an open podium. And yeah, that's.
I love how you say, "I have an open podium." Here it is. It's over here. Look, here's my open podium.
Over here. It's just open, you know. So it's yeah. Actually, it's next week. Next week. Yeah.
Explain the concept of open podium.
The concept of open podium is so it's also on Zoom like this, and yeah, so people from really all over the world perform there, and I really love that. That is really something born from the COVID time where we're really from all over the world people can join, and I think it's so playful and so connecting, and so people perform live. So if they want to use music, then they have to check if it's free of rights, and so there's still actually place for also for next week. And it's you know, we really love to see performing live, and the fun thing is that people have the sound on, so when you're performing, it's not just, of course you see yourself, but it's also really it's really playful and light, and really, how to say, like low task. Like there's no one I mean, it's really all kind of levels, but it's also, how do you say that in good proper English, where you don't have to feel like, oh shit, I have to do it so well. How do you call that? Like,
I don't know. Maybe people can help me out and put it in the chat. I don't know what's the English phrase for that. I mean, I
it
want to
is
say
something like when you go over a door, when you step into a door, there's this thing on the floor where you have to step over, and that's why it's not too high.
the low threshold.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. So that's where we want, and that's also what the audience, what the performers love. That it's really like it's not so the pressure is not so high, and at the same time, it's people get max 5 minutes, and some people perform just 1 minute, and that's also fun. You know, like people who've been on the stage for 5,000 times, or people who've done it for 50 times or 10 times, and so it's really. I really love that it's open for all levels, and so people perform and people can watch. So it's a great mix of. And we've been doing this for now 3 years or so. You've been on it for 3-4 times also with your family, and so it's really I really love it, and I still believe in the concept. And we do it now in the winters, and we expand it also. But it's live and kicking, and yeah.
Beautiful. And something about your own work is that you specialize in the healthcare and clowning and working with people living with dementia, and you do workshops on that. And then, but you also, and I think you're really well known for that, but the other part of your work, which is connected, of course, but is also its own thing, is the vocal work.
Yeah.
And that's what you're going to be bringing to Clownvergence. So tell us a little bit more about what that hour-long session will be like, and why, what will people get out of that?
Well, singing is the first way to connect, so that's why. And in a way, it's a bit sounds a bit like being smart or something, but it's research on it, and I can see it. Also today, I was in hospital, and we had such a great meetings and some procedures where the nurses, the doctors, the child, and the mother all were singing during a procedure what the child really hated. So it's like if you would film that. That's why. So it's really to both. I mean, like for example, Jacob Collier is one of my favorite artists. I'm following since over 10 years now, and he's now getting big around the world, and he just won a Grammy. So he does all this beautiful singing with the audience and he says also like that the whole audience can join, and when you make it safe, and when you're clear in your wish, people can join, and people can feel interactive. So I can see that also today. So I'm just mixing a bit like some of my people who I admire, and at the same time my own experience. So it will be a great mix of getting tools how to do that. We will do some online singing, and it's like, is it possible? Yes, it's possible, because in the COVID time I was teaching more than ever, and then I did a lot of online stuff, and so to connect, but also like for example to really listen, like what is this person singing? So what's the color? What's the intention? What does it give me? And what is my response? And before you respond, to really receive what you have just been given. So it's really this dialogue. So for example, call responses on Zoom can work super well. Not everybody, because then it will crash, but I have found some ways how to make that happen. So very interactive and very playful, and very joyful, because singing is also, it's something like, at least for myself, I feel so happy. Like I remember the last talk we had, we were just all the time singing, and we couldn't stop, because sometimes when that starts, also like today, in the hospital. We were just starting in the morning already with the warming up, and then the whole day we were singing, and you can see it just wants to grow. It's like it's such a nice energy, and it's such a nice like happy virus. What spreads and what I always see like the more I am safe with it, and the more I'm kind of in it, and kind of wanting others to join without pushing. So it's very like it's not pushing, but it's very like, oh, I wish he would join. That's what I have inside me. And sometimes I almost give like the parents or the father or like or in the audience when we do that also, you kind of give the audience what you want them to do. And then they feel like, oh, I can do this. So you're kind of already you're clearly giving them the recipe. And that's that's some of the ideas of what we're going to do.
Wow, that was a beautiful advert. I think everyone's going to want to be there.
There's room for 100 max, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Have you ever done a singing workshop with 100 people?
Yeah. Well, when I was with Bobby McFerrin, we were almost 200. So that experience live, wow. I mean, I'm going to do it in Poland in May, like a 3 days singing workshop with a great French teacher. So we're going to collaborate there. But yeah, it's amazing because what I love is like, for example, if I'm the one who doing the call, or I'm kind of facilitating or in the middle and initiating a song, and then by hearing it back with 50 or 100 voices, it's like it's like what? Because everybody, especially when everybody really tries to do what you want them to do with the best intention of the best of their abilities, really like trying to catch, oh, what does this guy or what does this woman want me to sing? And then hearing that back in all these other voices, it's like, it's really like literally mind blowing. Really so, it's so pure and so, I mean, there's a lot of, it's very old also, this way of singing, like so many cultures that do that, like all over the world. So
like a call and response.
Yeah, for example, yeah.
Peter Shub is asking, why or how is singing the first way to connect?
Because it's like a meeting with tones, and it's with energy, and it's like for example with other things like volleyball or whatever, you have to maybe first get the balls out of the net and you have to warm up, but of course with the voice. But it's, if you don't have any opinion about how it sounds, what that it sounds, and that's the way how I like to sing, then you're just instantly you're connected, and it's also some neuroscience on that. Is like it's another part of the brain singing, so it's and that's what I really love also, for example, in the relationship with people with dementia. It's the non-sick part, so it's like ding, we just meet with a joyful connection with this with the voice. So yeah, it's just it's something what happens, and it's such a delicate instant click. And of course, there's if you produce a song and you're really like in a solo, but when you're open and really like, hey, let's sing together, let's connect, then it's like the first way.
Bart says Patrick is a great invitator to sing and be yourself. You've made up a new word there, Bart. Invitator. I love it. Bonnie says, how do you spell Jacob correct? Oh, it's Jacob Collier. That's the person.
Yeah, Jacob Collier. Yeah.
Collier.
Yeah, check him out. He just recently won another Grammy. This guy, he's like, he's the new Mozart.
Bonnie, I think it's spelt Collier. If you want to look him up. Patrick, thank you so much for coming on. And really, if people listening haven't been to the open podium, you should check it out. It's coming up next weekend.
Yeah.
Make sure maybe after we finish talking, Patrick, you can put the link for that into the chat or something so that
Yeah, great. Yeah, I will. Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, beautiful to talk to you. Have an awesome rest of your day.
Thank you. Yeah.
We'll see you in April, if not before.
Ciao, Barnaby.
Bye, Patrick.
Bye-bye.
All right, my friends. We're just warming up because we're about to have another wonderful clown. I think he's probably in Berlin right now, but he might be away traveling. Peter Sweet. Here he comes. And after that, we've got, I think, Caroline Dream. Peter, can you hear me? Hello, Peter Sweet.
Might be away traveling.
Hello.
Peter Sweet. Here he comes. And after that, we've got.
I can hear myself coming back at me, Peter, because you're playing the YouTube stream.
So should I quit the YouTube stream?
Yeah, quit that, because otherwise we're just going to hear ourselves coming back at ourselves forever.
Okay, all right. I think I'm there. And is my video on?
No, your video is off.
Ah.
Now it's on.
Ah.
Hello.
Great. I can't see myself. I hope. Can you see me?
Yeah, you look a little strange, Peter. What's happened to you? You're upside down and back to front and.
Oh no! Well, I just look like you to me.
We look equally beautiful.
Fantastic.
Where are you today? Are you in Berlin?
I am indeed. Yes, I'm in my home.
And how is Berlin today?
Gray.
Yeah.
But we warm it with our hearts.
Oh, that's nice. What, you warm up the whole of Berlin?
Well, we do our best. No, it's good actually. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to be here and be home. And
do you have workshops going on at the moment? What's immediate?
In a couple of weeks, I have an advanced clowning workshop for returning students, and then a neutral mask workshop, both in March, and next big clown workshops in August.
Oh, wonderful. How can people find out more about that?
The best way would be to go to my website, to petersweet.com/workshops. Is there somewhere I can put that? Should I put that? If I put that in this chat, you put it in that chat?
Yeah, that would work.
How that works?
Yeah. And while you're doing that, folks, please do jump into the chat in both, whether you're watching on Facebook or on the YouTube, and let us know your questions. I really want to, I'm curious what all you'd like to know from Peter and what experiences sort of resonate with you from Peter or any of the other people we've had here. And we will incorporate that. I'm keeping an eye on that. Beautiful. Peter, for people who don't know you, I know I hate doing this for myself, but do you mind just doing a little who is Peter Sweet and what is he all about?
Right on. I am from California originally and started performing in 2000. First, just thrown out on the street, trying to make a buck and wanting to travel around the world. And then I started doing it traveled for about a year, street performing, and went, wow, this is interesting. And then started to make circus for theater in California with the Dusk Beat Circus and the Flynn Creek Circus. And then discovered clown, first with Avner the Eccentric, Avner Eisenberg, great man, and then with Giovanni Fusetti. And did a lot of clown workshops and also 3-year theater school, and performing all the while. So my street performance show became my laboratory for clowning, and I could just do hundreds and thousands of shows with the audience and play, and that led me to festivals and theater shows and variety and circus and teaching and directing, and here I am in Berlin.
You seem to be one of the people I know most successful at just sort of doing all the things and making it work, you know, as a job. You're very proficient, it seems to me, not just at clowning, but like, you know, managing yourself as a professional in the field. Has that taken a lot of trial and error, training, work, or did it just come naturally to you?
First of all, thank you. I'm glad it looks like it's working. Yeah, it's taken a lot of work. Actually, one of my great mentors, Matteo Destro, says the art is the life that makes the art. And I definitely would say that I've done my best to live that way. So I've, you know, spent a lot of time training and did 10 years of school in the arts and dance and theater and circus and all that to deepen my knowledge. And I keep practicing. And then I also have to send emails and write invoices and make websites. So it's a professional side of it that I've had to cultivate alongside my natural chaos in order to be able to hold space for workshops and, you know, book tours and successfully show up on time. So yeah, there's always a work on myself to be able to pull it all together. But what else am I gonna do?
Right. Well, that's the theme of today. Like, what else would we do? Right.
I guess lots of things would be possible. You know, I fell in love with this, and now I'm, you know, 25 years in, and it feels very rich to be practicing both as a teacher, as a director, and as a performer in all three of those areas. I find a lot of joy and a lot of connection with the people I'm working with, and I love to see the art blossom in people and in the faces of the audience, and so I keep going for it.
We have some people, big fans of yours in the chat. Francis Adney says, Peter Sweet, your clowning surprises and enchants. And
that's my mother.
Hi,
Mom.
Thanks, Peter's mom. Nino says, hi, Peter, your work is so important to me. You are such a positive and honest force. I hope you are well.
Oh, wonderful.
So that would be your dad. Anyway, I just before we get on to the workshop you're doing for Clownvergence, I just want to say, do you know, that professional expertise? I love that quote. The art is the life that makes the art?
Yes.
Beautiful. Are you finding ways to pass that knowledge on or to mentor people who are kind of coming, you know, 10 or 20 years behind you in the process?
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. Whenever I'm working with students and people that I direct, I direct a lot and I teach a lot, I guess is the answer. So,
but not just clowning. I mean, like those professional skills, like how do you book a tour? How do you like present yourself professionally? Because that's a whole different field of like skills.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, I don't have any formalized way that I'm transmitting that. I'm always happy to share with people in conversation. And obviously when I'm directing people, then we talk more about that side of things. But it is something that comes up that I speak with people about it. But I don't have any. I haven't made a class or a program for that kind of thing. Maybe I will one day.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's something I'd love to talk to you about at some point. Tell us about this cool session you offered to do for Clownvergence, which is called Spring Cleaning Your Body Mind.
Yes. So this will be a warm up that I do very frequently, a version of it when I teach. And I'm going to start with a Taoist quote. How's that?
Beautiful.
There's a Taoist quote that I bring with me every day that I teach and every day that I live, which is, if there's a tiger sleeping in your house, before you wake him up, make sure to open the doors and the windows.
That's nice.
So with the implication being that we all have a tiger sleeping in our house, a source of great power that we may be afraid of, but that when we open up, I just almost knocked the lamp off my desk.
There's the tiger.
That's the tiger. So when I want to go and play clown or be on stage, or when I'm bringing a group of people into the clowning process, I help them to ground, to open their eyes, to open their body, and to wake up sensation inside of them that will give them energy to express the core themes that reside in their body at that time. And that can be very powerful, because there's a lot of things going on that we don't necessarily have conscious awareness of every day when we're going through our normal life. And when we go on stage to play clown, I seek to bring people into a heightened state of awareness, a heightened state of connection to their own sensation, so that they can share that with their audience, with the space. So before even going into the clown's body and into the work of going into a clown form and going on stage, I work with students to ground and open and awaken their own sensation, so that they're primed to walk into the work. So that's what I'll be doing.
Beautiful. Well, I mean, I think you just advertised it very nicely. I'm sure everyone will be wanting to come right now. They're like,
great,
let's do it.
Sounds good.
And I love that image of like opening the windows and doors. That's a great. You know, it kind of conjures this feeling of like, yeah, airy lightness and airiness and space and safety as well.
Yeah. Yeah, great.
Yeah, beautiful, Peter. Well, thank you so much for coming on and sharing a little bit and helping me along on this arduous 12-hour marathon, Clown-A-Thon.
Yes, sounds good. So, Barnaby, can I tell people about my workshop?
Oh, of course.
You asked me already, but I was talking about workshops that are happening, which are already full.
Yeah. Talk about one where there's actually space.
Yes. Well, I'm launching this week my August summer intensive, which will be a 3-week workshop in Berlin, in a beautiful place called Circus Schatzinsel. And we have a lovely studio for 3 weeks, from the 9th of August to the 31st of August. And it'll be a full clown journey of developing your clown and improvising, creating material, and then performing for an audience together with your newly formed clown troupe.
Wow. That sounds absolutely amazing and magical. It's not very often that people get to do a full 3 weeks, you know, to invest that amount of time. So what a valuable thing you're offering.
Yeah. I've found that that's the time that it takes, using the process that I use, to bring people to a place where they can really do a show for the audience. I mean, it's still a showing of work, but we'll create a cabaret with a clown host and clown people that sweep the floor and acts, and it's a great time.
Peter Shub says 25 years in, must have started at age 5.
Oh, shucks, Peter. You know how to do that.
It's the Peters. It's the mutual Peter flattery show, everybody. All right. Thank you, Peter, for sharing with us. We really look forward to having you in April.
Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of your great day in Berlin.
Nice one. Thanks, Barnaby, and thanks for all your work bringing us together. I really appreciate it.
Yay. Thank you. Bye for now.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. What a lovely guy. Are you all ready? Are you all ready for the next guest? This is a big one. It's one of my heroes, a very important person in this world of clowning, especially in the online world of clowning. She is multilingual, multi-talented, multi-clowned. She is Caroline Dream! And I'm being attacked by a cat.
Oh, it looks like a rabbit.
Shh, don't let it.
All right.
Oh, he's disappearing now. No, I'm disappearing.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Your head's disappearing completely.
Hi, Caroline.
Hey, it's great to see you, Barnaby, again. Wow. It's been a while, but we do meet up every now and then, don't we?
Yeah, we do. We've done I think you're one of the only people that I did 2 Clownversations with.
Yeah.
And I haven't managed to entice you to do a masterclass yet, but I do ask you every month or so. So maybe one day eventually.
Yes.
Because you're so busy doing your own online stuff. How's it going?
Well, with that. Yeah, I mean it's going really well. I'm amazed. It's been a wonderful 2.5 years, really. I don't know, some stars have aligned for my work, and it's just going crazy, amazing.
Yeah, that's so cool. I know that a lot of people listening will know who you are and everything, but could you do like the little thumbnail sketch of Caroline Dream, and what is your sort of background? What is it that characterizes you or makes you distinctive in your mind as a clown teacher or artist?
Yes. Well, I think it's I've got 2 cultures. I spent half my life in England and half my life here in Spain. And I think, the British humor I absorbed throughout my childhood, and I took that with me to Spain. And in Spain, I've just been surrounded by the most wonderful clowns you could ever want to be surrounded by, like super talent, and also a really supportive culture for clowns here in Spain. And I think that's allowed me to flourish. It's allowed me to thrive. It's allowed me to investigate and just constantly have groups with which I can play with and have fun with here in Spain. And it's just a complete gift, that. So yeah, I've spent 30 years in the clown world, and I've come at it on all sorts of different angles. I was a performer myself for 30 years, from the age of 22 up until maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I'm a clown teacher. I've been directing for the last few years as well. And of course, I'm also an author. So I also did a huge, long investigation into the whats and whys and wherefores of clowning through my books, which also was just amazing in terms of being able to understand a lot of things that I was teaching that I hadn't really mentally understood,
Yeah, I remember you saying, so it was a really good process for you to kind of have to formulate all that and sort of put it into some kind of order and structure in when writing the books was useful for you.
It was. But obviously it's also been a kick up the arse for me, because I put everything I knew into those books. And so since they've been published, I've kind of not wanted to go over that same material.
Oh, interesting.
And so keeping on opening doors within the clowning world to discover new elements. And that's fantastic. I've got an ongoing clown lab here near Barcelona with a group of clowns, and it's just wonderful to be able to explore.
Wow.
Keep on exploring and keep on, inventing new exercises constantly, because they're people who've been with me for years. So I have to keep on pushing myself to come up with new material, which is fantastic.
What's at the cutting edge of Caroline Dream's clown investigation right now? Like what's something that you're interested that you're sort of exploring?
Well, I think if I was to say anything, it would be the directing that I've been doing online, which it's just been like mind-blowing how quick and easy you can do it online. Like I meet with people like 1 hour a week and can get shows together in 2 months.
Wow.
So, obviously they do a lot of work as well on their own, but in terms of like creating scripts and creating material, it just seems like such a delightful process, rather than, those months of being, suffering, squeezing your brain out in a theatre.
Right, and hours of just being in a studio with one other person. And trying to find that spark. And it's like, so many hours of wasted time, which they're paying for, or somebody's paying for, or you're at least paying for the studio. And instead you've got a scenario where you're there, I guess, as giving artistic feedback, but also just that sense of like an accountability, right? If you're like a teacher, if you're meeting them next week for a session, you've got to have something to show.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've got to make that hour absolutely useful for them. And so I come in with ideas, they come in with ideas, and we just get down to it and start creating the script. It's quite incredible. I've kind of found my niche here in a way, in that I rejected directing for so many years because I just thought, oh, I hate it. And I found that actually I love it in this format. I've been able to do it. I kind of think it's almost in a feminine way, because it's so soft and gentle and a loving process, rather than that, the difficulty of doing it all at once, all together, 10 days, got to get this show out, can't do it that way.
I love that. So tell us about Clown Solutions. This is the session that you're going to be teaching for Clownvergence, which thank you so much for doing it. Really appreciate it so much.
I wouldn't not be a part of this, Barnaby.
Oh, wow. That's wonderful.
You're amazing. You're really doing such a great job for the community.
Thank you. Well, why should people take this session? What is it going to be all about?
Oh, well, Clown Solutions, it's something that I kind of came across recently, which was this tiny little corner of the art of clowning, which is how to give the best, solution to the problem that you encounter. And so I did a workshop on it online, and I was mind blown in how clowns really need to be pushed to find more creative, more innovative ways to resolve their problems, because they'll go for the sellotape just as a normal human being will go for the sellotape if something gets broken. And I've realized that there's much more comic ways of resolving problems. So this workshop's all about, it's a mini taster really, but it's all about looking at how we can up level our ability to find more surprising ways of solving our problems when they arise as clowns, which they arise a lot, obviously.
That's very cool. I was just this is just brought up in my head a book. Gosh, I hope I'm going to be able to remember the name of it, but I'm probably not. It has to do with the power of the unconscious and how we can tap into, for creative purposes, asking questions that we then framing a question which you then don't think about for a while. So you sort of just go
I
into
know that.
you just do something else, but you
Yeah.
have to frame the question right, and then at some point the most surprising answer will come to you that you wouldn't have thought of, if you tried to logic it out. And it made me think about, oh yeah, finding clown solutions, that those delightful, surprising solutions are what gives the audience that sense of delight and fun in a clown piece. It's like, oh, I couldn't have, it's so obvious somehow, and yet I didn't think about it until it popped out.
Yeah, because there's a logic to the solution, obviously, but it's the clown's logic.
Yeah.
And which means that it's absurd or kind of strange in some way, but the audience does see the connection to how like, for instance, the clown can be thirsty, and so they reach for their glass and there's just a drop of water left. And so logically they think, well, I just need liquid. So that, they look around and they find a pen and they just kind of open that up and start sucking on that. And so they've caused this extra problem because now they've got a blue mouth and a completely disgusting taste in their mouth. And so they look around and there's a plant's got liquid, So they're continuing to think on this logical level of liquid, but they end up destroying the house plants and everything else in the search of water, or liquid.
Yeah.
So it's fun. I mean, it's real fun to play with.
Beautiful. And as you said, it's going to be very short. It's really just a taster. But I think the value of this, and maybe in Clownvergence in general, is that, it's a great way to get introduced to different teachers that you might not have come into contact with before. And then if you love that approach, then, oh, it's worth investing, in taking a longer workshop with you.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Unfortunately, I won't have another English online course until probably November.
That's okay.
But I will be doing this Clown Solutions in November.
Cool. The full version.
The full version.
And speaking of things coming up, is there anything else that you'd like to mention? Maybe even a Spanish language thing, or what have you got?
Well, yeah, I mean, if there are any Spanish language listeners, I am traveling around the world in terms of like giving workshops these days. But for the next few months, I will be traveling around Spain, which is one of my favorite occupations. So I'll be going to lots of different cities. I've almost got a tour lined up. I've done lots of different Spanish cities.
Nice.
But all the workshops will be in Spanish.
Nice. I'm a little envious of you, I have to say, right now, touring around Spain. It sounds...
Yeah, exactly. Gorgeous.
All right, Caroline. Well, thank you so much for joining me today and talking about your workshop. It's so nice always to chat.
Absolute pleasure, Barnaby. We'll be in touch. Yeah.
Sounds good.
And I hope you've got a lot of matcha tea or green tea around to drink to keep you awake.
I've got a cat on my lap here that's keeping me awake by swatting me in the face with his tail. All right. Bye for now, Caroline.
Bye. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. That was Caroline. I think that we must be about halfway through by now, but I have no idea. All right. Please jump into the chat. Do you have questions? I'm sorry if I have been ignoring that lately. Peter says, read her book and absolutely loved it. I also participated in her online workshops, which were fantastic, enriching experiences. Well, that's high praise coming from a wonderful, one of the best clowns. Thank you, Peter. And thank you, Caroline. Jump into the chat, folks. What are you enjoying here? What's resonating? What is inspiring you? I love that quote that we heard earlier from Peter Sweet. The art is the life that makes the art. How cool is that? And speaking of cool, one of the coolest people I know is Dan Rudolph.
Aha.
Did he see that timing, Dan? Did he see that?
Incredible. You're a master. You are a master.
It's been a while since I've seen you. I feel like it was yesterday, but
It might have been.
Yeah, somewhere it might have been.
Right.
We were in Australia. It probably would be yesterday. What has I'm going to hand over to you in a second, but I'm curious. Did you catch some of those last couple of conversations?
Yeah, I was eating lunch and we were listening as we were eating. Yeah, really, really beautiful. I love the tiger, the tiger that Peter brought in. That really touched me, and I could see it and feel it, and open the doors and windows before waking the tiger up. I really like that.
Yeah, totally. And I was really I'm really interested in this efficiency that Caroline is talking about with online directing. How we can this tool, we can use this tool to help us in our creative work, and it actually is better in many ways in terms of that relationship between the director and performer, and the amount of time it takes to make a show when you're and cutting out some of that sort of hard labor of just being in the studio together.
Yeah. I like thinking of like in person in Zoom, not as better or worse, but as different. Like different countries offer different foods and activity and things you can do. I feel like Zoom or online workshops and offerings offer different possibilities than the in-person. Which is, I think, a beautiful perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. Who have we got coming up? Let's have a look at the list here, because I'm losing track. I know I'm gonna hand over to you in a minute, but who have we got coming up? We've got Esther. Esther's coming up in just a moment.
We've got Val doing some breath work and clowning.
That's gonna be cool. And then I'm back with Alex Sternick and Joanna Bassi for that half hour. And then Sue Proctor, Danielle Levsky. Then you're back, and you're going to be talking to Danise Payne, who is an amazing performer. He was with Ringling Circus for many years and has a fantastic book called Elbow in My Ear. Very much worth reading. Then Roger Spiller from New Zealand. Gosh, I almost got it wrong there. That was embarrassing. I've lost my list. Who's after that?
Then we have Shannan Calcutt and David Langdon.
Great. Is David going to be with us? I heard that maybe he wasn't.
Said he hopes to be.
Okay.
He had a health emergency, but he hopes to be back.
Awesome.
But there's a chance he won't. And then Mitch Mitchelson and the lovely, beautiful Rehana Tejpar.
Cool.
Yes.
And then we have Christina and Christina Lewis. We have Eva Peter-Dragan talking about the Zagreb Clown Festival. Vanessa Rigaux, who is also Clown Festival producer from Montreal Clown Festival. And I'm excited because there are two. We're going to have a panel of clown festival directors at Clownvergence, and we've got four or five clown festival directors who are going to be talking with each other and with us about the sort of possibility, the potential, the opportunities, and the challenges of running a clown festival. And then we're going to finish with Moshe.
Woo!
We're doing pretty well.
All right, we're rolling. We're rolling.
Yeah, I'm gonna hand over to you now, and have a wonderful half hour, and I'll be back very soon.
Yeah, and I hope you have a wonderful half hour too. Getting food or water or whatever.
I'm gonna energize myself.
Good. Okay.
All right. See you later.
See you, Barnaby. And welcoming Esther Kroon. Welcome, Esther. There you are. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, how are you doing? How are you showing up?
I'm fine. I'm watching you for a few hours. Not
Ah.
last, but
Any highlights or anything that like really struck you?
yeah, I also like the tiger.
Mm.
And of course, Patrick van den Boom with the music.
Mm.
And I liked, yeah, I saw a lot of teachers, clown teachers of me, like Holly Stoppit and Robyn Hambrook.
Mm.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Oh, lovely. And what is your background, or what is your, general or clown or both, or yeah, where are you coming from?
Yeah, I'm really an everlasting clown student.
Mm.
I mean, I don't earn money with it. I only pay money for to do clown trainings with really inspiring teachers.
Mm.
Yeah, and I'm doing that for more than 25 years.
Wow, you're a professional student.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, as a kid, I really loved to play, and I didn't want to grow up because the grown-ups, they have such a dull lives and they have to work in offices and yeah, so I thought I don't want to grow up. But yeah, when I was a teenager, I discovered theater courses where we can play, and I thought, yes, it's possible. Yeah.
And I'm curious, I know you're part of the Clown Spirit Village. I'm curious how the Clown Spirit Village has played into your everlasting clown student journey.
Now, of course, the master classes every month. So it's really nice to meet all the big clowns in the world and to really work with them. I mean, online, and it's really, yeah, it's also possible to do it online. I mean, we are talking now a lot, but during a masterclass, we are really playing. We are really walking around the room, taking objects, getting feedback from the master clown teachers. So it's really inspiring, and they are also different. So every time after a masterclass, I think, wow, oh yeah, it's also clowning, and it's different again. Yeah, and of course, so that's one part, the master classes, every month a master class. But during the week, Barnaby offers most of the time 2 coaching sessions of an hour, and it's really a meet up with other clowns. I mean, it's called coaching, but we are also coaching each other. We are also exchanging, exchanging ideas, showing parts of a clown ideas, or chatting about a theme. Yeah, it's so inspiring, and really that there are more people who really can talk 12 hours. I wish you are halfway, but yeah, it's really, yeah, it's nice that there are more people who are so crazy like us.
Yes, it's always nice to find crazy people, especially as a crazy person. And I will say too, the Clownvergence, the conference, will have a mix of interactive workshops where people are up and moving and clowning, like the master classes you described, and panels, and hearing people share practical tips like organizing a festival, as Barnaby mentioned. But I just want to share a small story. I remember Barnaby came after one of the coaching sessions, and he was like, "Oh no, we might have to change the name of the Clownvergence, because some people are hearing it as Clownvergence." And he was like, "Oh my gosh, I don't know. Is this going to be a commonly?" So we had to, in the on the poster, we moved the L and the W to really make the convergence in the Clownvergence pop. But I just remember that moment and laughing like, oh my gosh. And that actually inspired the name of the panel that you are organizing and hosting. And I'd love to hear a bit about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's my fault because I'm from Holland, so English is not my mother language. And when Barnaby pronounced Clownvergence, I cannot pronounce it the way he does. Suddenly I heard Clownvergence, like a virgin, and I thought of Madonna like a virgin. So then my mind wandered off like, okay, I lost my clown virginity more than 25 years ago, and it was in a coaching session. We started a kind of discussion or joking around that, and also what is a clown virgin, or is it more the mythical virgin, so it gave such a lot of creativity. But so we talked about what is a clown virgin, and now we are more in the workshop on the Clownvergence. It's about how to stay to keep the wonder and to keep the innocence. Also, when you are doing for many years, you do the clown, but you still want to have this innocence and this wonder. Also, when you are in theater and doing a show for 25 years or I don't know, very long, you still have to be fresh. I'm wondering how Peter Schaap does that. I mean, he has those acts. He does it very often, but every time you have to stay fresh and innocent, and as if it's the first time.
Mm. Yeah, I'm hearing the Madonna song. For the very first time. And I see some comments here from Holly. Stop it. Hi, Esther. And Bonnie
Hi,
Burkham. Yeah, Esther, I'm a fan. And Caroline. So a lot of hellos
also did
coming.
Caroline with workshops with Caroline Dream. She's also fantastic online teacher. It's amazing.
Yeah, and I'm curious if there's anything else that's really alive or exciting that you'd want to share about maybe recent clown learnings or things that are on your edge of exploration.
Yeah, now I'm really curious. Dan, when was your clown? When did you lost your clown virginity?
I love it. I lost my clown virginity in India, and it was
where?
It was in at a place called Swaraj University, and it was interesting. It was like I had lost it before, but then it was somebody saw it in me. At that moment, I approached a teacher wanting to study meditation and more contemplative practice. And I said, hey, can I study at your ashram? And he thought about it, and then he left, and the next day came back and he's like, I think you should join the circus and practice flow arts. And I was totally like shocked, like, oh, what? It wasn't on my in my mind or in my imagination at all. And from the end of that time there, I decided to quit my job. I was at a 10-day like little workshop at this ashram and made plans to go to Brazil actually to join circus. And from that moment, really started studying and practicing juggling more and studying clown, and stumbled across Barnaby and Clown Spirit. And the Clown Connection was a big gateway for me into history and some of the deeper realms of clowning and how different people are using it. Studied with Avner and did online courses with Moshe, and Mary Miguez, another beautiful teacher from Argentina. So yeah, but I think of that moment though, when Manish is his name, kind of encouraged me to follow clowning in circus. That's what I think of as losing my virginity. What a great question! What a great question.
Yeah, that's what for me is also clown. I mean, I do also clown in theater with a costume and so on, but I also like this kind of clownish conversations, and also a little bit on the edge, like also this little sexual touch in it. And so, but it's more the curiosity and to ask a strange question, and then this happens. What
Mm.
you are, it's a beautiful story, and I really get pictures in my head, you in India and in ashram, and yeah, this is really a journey. So
Mm.
for me, that's also clowning in normal life, to have yeah, playing around, ask different questions, or react in a bigger way than normal, or yeah, to get attention to a beautiful flower or whatever. So the real spectrum of the really lovely poetic clown, but also more buffoon, more like teasing, and yeah.
I love it. So we're about time, and we've been playing with exits. So I don't know if you feel
Yeah, I saw
called
the
to.
door, so I thought, oh, I have also a door.
Okay, would you like to use the door as an exit?
Yes, I will.
And before you depart, just want to say Esther will be, yeah, as I mentioned, moderating a panel with 4 other Clown Spirit Village members, exploring clown virginity, and also sharing what it looks like behind the scenes, being in the Clown Spirit Village. So if anybody's curious and maybe would want to talk or hear about the village before joining, this would be a good panel to check out at the conference. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Esther.
Join the Clown Spirit Village.
Yes.
Come on, let's go to the village.
There she goes.
Maybe there are more Clownvergence out there.
You guys gonna go with Esther? Bye, Esther. She's going to the village. She's going to the village. Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much, Esther. And wow, I'm laughing and sweating a little bit as well. That's wonderful. And from here, we're gonna welcome Valerie Ross, who, there you are, is also a part of the Clown Spirit Fellowship, and has a beautiful offering which she's going to share with us. Hello, Val. There you are.
Dan, good to see you.
Good to see you too. How's it going?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, I've been watching, been enjoying since I've got back from work. Really inspiring.
Yes, I feel inspired too. And I was just going to share about your offering, but thought maybe better for you to share. And you were going to guide us through a little practice as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the intersections between clown and breath work, really, and how it can help, and then do a little practice.
Beautiful. Yeah, and I'll say before you do that, how much I've enjoyed the breath work that you shared to start meetings and to, help us ground. Just simple practices that make a profound difference. So yeah, thank you. So yeah, over to you, Val.
Okay, right. So I thought I might just start with a really simple breath work that we can all do. And this is recent studies have shown this is the strongest sort of breath work you can do just to calm down your autonomic nervous system. And it's called summit size. I think we might have done this before, Dan, together. So basically, the way it works is you just take a nice deep breath through the nose, then you top up, then you just hold for a couple of seconds, then see if you can top up a tiny bit more, and then just let it out through your mouth. So we'll try that again. So in through the nose, top up, and tiny little more sip of air, and relax. We'll try one last one. This time, Dan, just close down your eyes and enjoy it. I'll talk you through it. So taking a nice deep breath right into your belly. When your lungs feel full, just hold. But then just add a little sip of air. And if you can, just keep nice and relaxed in the shoulders, just another little sip of air. And just let it go. Can you describe how you feel?
Yeah, I noticed my arms and my whole body just softened. I noticed my heart rate has slowed down.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a slowness and a softness in my face. More relaxed generally. I think all these things I'm describing kind of are signs of relaxation. I noticed a smile just when there's a little space.
So that, I mean, that took what, a minute, 2 minutes, and that's something that you can do very easily throughout your day, you know, to mitigate the stress that we all have. So that I just wanted to share that little practice with everyone. It's really easy to do. There's no contraindications as long as you don't hold your breath for too long. Just keep it a couple of seconds. Yeah. So basically, there's three ways we can breathe. So we can breathe as humans. We can breathe. But we usually take between 12 and 20 breaths a minute. So we can either slow that right down or we can speed it right up. So if we slow our breath down, then that makes us feel incredibly relaxed. It can be quite euphoric. It can help us sleep. So those are things like oxygen advantage, the take-home method, the 5-5 method. If we breathe faster, then that's like Wim Hof, rebirth breath, conscious connected breath work. That can really take us to another place. It can take us to an altered state. And I've found that state to be, I found both states really helpful. I found slowing down the breath is just great for everyday life, great for stage fright, just great for calming myself down. But the conscious connected breath work really helps my clown. So it really helps just to come up with these absurd ideas, you know, and really think, yes, I can do it. So yeah, I'm very fascinated in the correlation between clown and breath work.
And I just want to uplift some of the comments in the chat. Alex shared that was some instantly relaxing breath work. And Robyn shared, wow, thank you so much for this practice, and Elena as well. Yeah, so really impactful. And have you noticed, since you started your breathwork journey, an impact on your clown?
They kind of happen simultaneously. So I think probably doing breath work made me braver to try things like clown, because I'm a relatively new clown. I only lost my clown virginity to Holly Stop It and Robyn during lockdown. Yeah, so yeah, I think that the two things just complement each other so well.
Yeah, I agree. And similar to what Peter was talking about, like the emptying out and connecting to the senses more. I feel like for me, in that practice you did, it brought me right into my body and out of my head. It lowered the energy.
Yes, and that's another similarity with clown, isn't it? That the more you get into your body, the more you get out of your head. I find these two things make so much sense logically together.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And Val, we've mentioned the fellowship a few times, the Clown Spirit Fellowship, and I'd love to hear how it's been for you, or if you have any things for somebody that might be curious about what is the Clown Spirit Fellowship,
Oh,
or what happens, if you'd have anything to share.
it's just been absolutely fantastic. It's really helped me just to prioritize getting this clown and breathwork, really helped me realize that it can actually happen. And the more, I was talking to Eleanor, who was on earlier, who's also in the Clown Fellowship, and she was saying how helpful it would be to clown doctors, to help them regulate. And there's all sorts of breath works that could really help all aspects of clown, whether it's creativity or just sorting out your autonomic nervous system.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, and so supporting you with your personal vision, or like the personal goal, your clown related goal that you're trying to achieve. Yeah, it's so beautiful, and that's the intention for bringing this to life, is to support people to bring their visions, or we frame it in leadership too, like people that want to make positive impact through clown, to support people to achieve that, as well as the Clown Spirit, to be a part of a team, and really the experiential learning of actually like do it, like you're doing video editing stuff, and like other people, Len is doing the blog and hosting events. So also that experiential learning of doing practical things on a team, connected to the vision. And that's been so exciting for me to hear people reflect on, the work project is actually supporting my vision project, and to start to see these things come together. It's super exciting.
It's just and it's been wonderful meeting all the other clowns on the fellowship, but it's really cool that 3 of us are Geordies.
Are what?
Geordies. People from Newcastle are called Geordies. So there's 3 of us, which is pretty incredible, from Newcastle in the UK.
Yeah, that is it. Why are they called Geordies, or what?
Oh, it's a long story. I'll tell you some other time. Something to do with King George. I think we were actually the baddies in the story, so I don't really want to share it.
Okay.
Have I got time to do a really quick another
Let's do it.
practice? Okay. So this one, like I said before, most people breathe between 12 and 20 breaths per minute. So what we're going to try here is to slow our breath down just for 2 minutes to 5 breaths per minute. And the way we're going to do that is when I just want to check you can hear this, Dan. Can you hear? You can't hear anything. It's a shame.
Oh, you have a bell. I think you can change your audio settings.
Don't worry. I'll just do it verbally.
Okay.
I'll do it verbally. It's nicer with sound, than my Geordie voice, but we'll just try it.
The good old imaginary bell. Ding.
Yes. So let's just again just settle down our bodies, relax your shoulders, close your eyes. And we're breathing through the nose, and I'm going to count you in. So in, 2, 3, 4, 5, out, 2, 3, 4, 5, in, 2, 3, 4, 5, out, 2, 3, 4, 5, in, and out. In and out. In, noticing the cool air entering, and out, noticing the slightly warmer air exiting. In and out. And now just do 5 yummy breaths through the nose, going just as slowly as you can. And when you're done, just blink your eyes open. And I just want to share with you that there's been some research that if you do that breath work for 20 minutes a day for 6 months, it can reduce your virtual heart age by 10 years. It's really good for you, really lovely, healthy breath, but it feels lush as well. So there's some nice, if you look at aria breath on YouTube, there's some nice piano music. Aria spelled A-R-I-A. There's some beautiful piano music that will talk you through it.
How beautiful. Oh, here's Barnaby. Hey, Barnaby. Oh, you're muted, Barnaby. Thank you so much, Val. I feel so much
Val, that
lighter.
was beautiful. That was so awesome. Thank you, Val.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye.
See you.
Bye, Val.
Oh, wow. I feel so much more relaxed now.
I'm curious how many folks tried that at home, and if you did, how was it? You can share in the chat if you felt anything specific, or just to share the reflection. It's a good reset, right? Because we're sort of, are we halfway through?
We gotta be exactly halfway through.
No, we're not, because well, anyway, best not to think about it.
Almost. We're approaching halfway. I think we're just under.
You know what it was making me think, listening to you and Val, was about these crossovers that are so rich between clowning and other fields. And I think that's where it's at right now for me, is and that's what's informing this new a lot of these podcasts that I've been doing. And again, this is really your fault. In a good way. Because, you know, Dan, you have a lot of your work connects with a lot of other fields. And so actually you've been suggesting a lot of these people who you now have access to in the podcast that I've been doing. So, you know, talking to Wangui Wakamonji about the wisdom of African indigenous lifeways is the latest podcast in relationship to clown. And John Wolfstone, who's just made this movie called The Village of Lovers, and we talked about Eros and the sacred clown. Rayhana Tejpal, who's coming on in a little bit, Bryony Greenhill, Manish Jain, all these people are in the podcasts, and all those conversations are in this sort of field. And in fact, our next guest, Alex Sternick, is kind of also connected to that, particularly with the breath work. So look at that. What a cool segue. I didn't even plan that one.
And I'll say Manish, who you just named, was the person who supported me to lose my clown virginity. He's the teacher that guided me in the story I told Esther. So yeah, it's beautiful to see these worlds bridging.
Yeah.
But cool. So I'll leave you for now and see you in about an hour, eh?
Perfect. All right, Dan. See you later.
Ciao.
There's
Dan.
Dan.
I've got to make you host. I've got to make you host.
Oh yeah,
first.
do that. Do that.
That's important.
And I'm going to introduce my next guest, who is Alex Sternick, and he is master of all trades, really. He does Wim Hof breath work. positive stress work. He's the master, or the professor, I should say, of gibberish. Wonderful clown teacher. I don't know where he's joining us from because he travels a lot and he's always somewhere different. So welcome to this Clown-A-Thon, Mr. Alex Sternick.
Oh,
we can't see you. We'd love to see you.
Yeah, you have to wait. Patience. Why it doesn't give me? Zoom is unable to detect the camera.
Oh dear. Rakjush, Islam, the Poco is Ram, the Kururi.
Is Rampori video the first to change?
Ara.
Maybe I did something with the camera. Wait, camera.
Camera to like
camera.
George is gang le global. Slang le globlo. The globlo. The globlo. Alex, the globlo.
I bruflo. Make sure that your camera is powered on. Did it frusted? Wait. Camera. Make my audio. Power. Lega. Test. Okay. Done.
So it looks like Barnaby had a technical difficulty. Hi, Joanna.
Hello.
You're going to be coming on after Alex.
I know.
So maybe. No, you're good though. Maybe I'll.
You can.
So it looks like Barnaby had. I've got to pause the live stream. I'm hearing myself double.
Hello.
You're going to be coming on after Alex.
I know.
So maybe. No, you're good though. Okay. So actually, how about Alex? If we have Joanna pause the live stream, I'm hearing myself double. Oh, I'm hearing myself on your screen too,
Want me to
Joanna.
come after?
Yeah, maybe if you want to. Okay. So actually, how about
I don't
Alex?
know. This camera doesn't give me to
Joanna.
connect.
The camera's not.
Maybe disconnect again the Zoom and then.
Okay. To try it out. And this is, common in this.
We are in
stream
absurd
has stopped. Oh, apparently the stream. Is the stream going? We lost Barnaby somewhere. I don't know what's happening, but what I was gonna say is this happens from time to time in my life and especially online, where there's beautiful imperfections such as this.
Beautiful imperfection. Imperfect is I am perfect.
That's right. So maybe we just flow with it. And yeah, we have Joanna and Alex here together. So maybe we can do it together, the three of us.
Hello, Alex.
Hello, Joanna.
Yeah, where are you calling in from, Joanna, and how are you doing today?
Oh, where I'm coming from, I just clicked on something and suddenly I was there. I'm in Berlin. I'm doing well. And you?
I'm here in Montreal. Here in Montreal. Also doing well.
Yeah.
Barnaby said his internet went down. That's what happened.
Right. Do you want me to disappear or what's happening here?
I think we can flow with the three of us since you're both on,
Okay.
and we can just
Why
work
not?
through it.
Sure.
Is that okay with you, Alex?
Yeah, say yes and approach.
Okay, so yeah, let's do it.
Does Alex have I can't see Alex. I can see a picture.
Yes, because something with my camera is not. Zoom is unable to detect a camera. Maybe we connect and disconnect. Let me go out. I will come back again.
Okay.
You will let me in again.
Yes. Thank you, Alex,
Let's
for
meet
working
again,
with it. And yeah, so Joanna, welcome. Welcome.
So hello.
Hello, nice to meet. We've been emailing, so it's nice to meet
nice
face
to
to
see.
face now.
Exactly. You have a face now. That's right. Yes.
Yes.
Me too, I suppose. Can you see me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Oh.
Well,
yeah.
Happy to be here. Do you want me to kind of say who I am?
Sure. That was my question. I was gonna ask, like, what's your background,
Well,
relationship
I'm
to
put you a bit
clown?
louder here. I'm putting you a bit
Okay.
louder. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm a clown and been doing that quite a while or so, Trust the white hair.
It's still no camera.
Still no camera.
Who cares?
Who cares?
We can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joanna was just sharing a little bit about her clown journey.
Very little bit, yes. Well, I come from my background is like circus. I come from a traditional circus family, circus and variety, and learned everything I had to learn as a child, and then made my way through a different branch, going out in the street, doing street theater and theater, and applying clowning there, all those years back. And then carried on because it was a thing in itself to do clowning and to direct other funny people and then suddenly have to give workshops. It was a very strange thing because the first time an organizer came to me and said, "Hey, what you're doing there is really funny. We have a circus school, but we have no clown teacher. Could you come and do a workshop?" And I didn't even know what the word was. I didn't know what he meant. I had never heard of workshops because in the tradition, you don't do workshops. You just hang about clowns and I suppose just you're brought up with having to be funny or clever or whatever is part of the education. So I thought, well, what's a workshop? And he said, well, you'll have a lot of pupils and you have to show them tricks and they have to do exercises to become clowns. And I said, well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to show anybody. And then I thought about it and I thought, yes, after all, why not, But how do you do that? And I had to start thinking about what made people laugh and why was it funny and so on, and went from there, inventing exercises and stuff. And then, of course, it developed,
Wow, that's beautiful. And what it's developed, and it's such a funny thing. Like, what is a workshop? Like, what? Like,
yeah. Well, because, I didn't know that you could teach clowning. I thought that because of my surroundings, I thought, well, either you're in it or you're not, And I was surrounded by clowns, of course. And a lot of members of my family were actually clowns also, you know. And so you learned without learning. It's like when you speak two languages from the start, you know, it was like a language, let's say, or an attitude, a mood. And it was so much of a mood that it was almost a duty to be funny. I mean, even as children, you know, it was expected from the rest of the family that you've come up with some funny ideas almost every day. So that was the training, really, you know. And me and my brother, we kind of used to cook up shows for my grandparents and make them laugh. And then the thing was, well, you have to go and do that on stage now, you know. So that was another difficulty, you know, to say, well, no, the only people who love you laugh at what you do. So I couldn't believe that people out there would laugh, you know. And my grandfather, who was a great comic, he said, listen, the only way about this is you go out there and you think that everybody out there is your friend. Everybody in the public loves you. And then you feel well enough to, you know, to let yourself go and be in the right mood. And yeah, and then of course you have to think of, then you have to invent a story, you have to invent sketches, you have to invent gags. And it's you know, it's a lifelong research, really. I'm still trying to invent gags and finding new situations and doing much less workshops actually at the moment. I'm giving much less because I think there's plenty out there. There's enough. If you really want to learn, there's enough people doing workshops and they do it very, very well. And in a selfish way, I kind of turned towards myself again and thought, well, now I want to go back out on stage and see if I can still make them laugh, you know. And also because as the workshops were going on, I mean, it was up and down. There was times where I was touring a lot and playing a lot, and times where I was doing more workshops and I wasn't, like Paul Morocco told me one day, you don't get your feet wet. So I thought, yeah, that's true. Let's see if what I'm teaching is really what makes people laugh, you know. And so in order to not lose touch with the public, I started going out on stage again and doing clown acts and clown shows. And because it's one thing to direct and teach, and it's another thing to go out there yourself and, you know, and actually stand behind what you're teaching. So yeah, so, you know, realized I could still make people laugh and I enjoyed it.
Beautiful. And are there any shows you're working on now? Or anything that you're performing?
Yes, I'm doing a kind of lecture conference on the history of clowns, but I'm presenting it as a clown.
Oh, cool.
So, because I realized also that quite a few newcomers in the field were detached from the history of clowns and didn't really know much, or were coming from a place where they totally excluded circus clowns. I beg pardon? What?
It's the background. Barnaby had come in. But yeah.
And so I realized that what I had inherited really was something that I wanted people to know about. And fact is, clowns out there now, there's still a lot of new clowns in circus, of course, and in new circus, in modern circus. But there's also a whole new whole new and several categories of clowns who are not meant for circus, and you know, and so, but nevertheless, a lot of them are still wearing a red nose. So, you know, I wanted to talk about the red nose and where it came from and why and this and that and the other. So I kind of concocted this lecture performance, and I'm very happy with it.
That's beautiful. Where can people check it out? Or how can
Well,
people?
I'll be doing it in Berlin. I'm in Berlin, you know.
Okay.
I'll be doing it in Berlin on a kind of regular base. Because as you see, and as has been said, I think already during your Clown-A-Thon there, that there's quite a good scene for clowns in Berlin. There's quite a lot of clowns out here. And yes, and there's a place here called the Villa Curiosum, Villa of Curiosities, and they program very nice, you know, very original things. It goes from lecture performances to direct, I'd say, street shows and, you know, and circus and experimental stuff. And so they're quite open to a very large range of performance. Yeah, and so the next one will be on the 2nd of March. It's coming up soon, actually.
Oh, it's lovely. I wish I was in Berlin to be able to see it. I said I wish I was in Berlin to be able to come and check it out.
Well, maybe you will. Maybe you can. You can come over.
And yeah, if you have a link, yeah.
A link. Well, on my Facebook page, there's a kind of a poster there.
Excellent.
Which was drawn by a very, very nice, also clown. He's very special. He draws. He's called Ernesto O. Lucas, and he draws and performs at the same time, and he does beautiful posters. Yeah, that's one aspect of the work, and then I have also a few different clown numbers which I do in cabaret or on festivals. You know, I actually a diversity of things, yeah.
And I've dropped a link to your Facebook in the feed so people can check it out.
Yes,
I did it on YouTube, and I'll also do it on the Facebook feed. And before we get back to Alex,
yes,
I would love to hear, what will you be offering at the Clownvergence? If you could just share with folks what you're...
Yes. Well, it will be, let's say, my thoughts. I've been thinking a lot and actually had a number, did a clown act about the AI clown, which, I mean, it doesn't really exist, the AI clown, apart from imagery. And so that was my thoughts. Like, I thought, okay, so we've got to go further than just, you know, producing these very strange pictures of AI clowns, you know. And so I will be sharing my thoughts about the importance of the human in humor. And I'm not quite sure that AI is very funny. Actually, today in Paris, there's a very big meeting about AI, and I went to check online because you can see it online, and I was listening to what they were saying there, and I find it all extremely boring. So, yeah, so the thing is that people are afraid of this technology, and also they are very, how can I say, afraid but fascinated at the same time. And I want to talk about where I think this is going, and from the eyes of a clown, you know, from my point of view, the view of a clown, and it will probably shape a lot of things, in not only in the aesthetic but in the way of thinking of jokes and stuff. So that's where I'm
Beautiful.
going.
I'm so excited for that. The AI
Oh,
clown. It's
yeah,
so timely with AI everywhere.
that's it. And yes,
Cool.
and it's the more interesting is that because you need humans to have clowns. So if we're going to end up laughing at robots and robots laughing at us, we probably have to think about it a little bit.
Yes, most definitely. Well, thank you so much for bringing that conversation to the Clownvergence, and thank you for being with us here at the Clown-A-Thon.
And thank you both for organizing this, you and Barnaby. I mean, it's very important and very interesting, and also wonderful seeing all these people from all over the world. And well, I hope you can have a lot of coffee and keep going.
Yes, I'm gonna go make a cup of tea after this.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, then I'll leave the floor to Alex if he's found a camera somewhere.
Here he is. Awesome.
All
Thank
right,
you
then.
so much, Joanna.
Bye-bye. Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much. Bye.
Yes, see you. And oh, but yeah, Barnaby and Alex back in. There's Barnaby.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, Alex.
Hi, namaste, sir. How are you?
Oh, very good. Very good. I'm having some internet problems. You're having camera problems.
I think that I need to install the Zoom again. That's what I checked. Meanwhile, I was
Well,
off.
let's just talk.
Huh?
Let's just talk.
Let's just talk. Walk the dog. Walk the talk.
Talk the dog. Let's talk the dog.
The dog. Talk to the dog. Talk to the God.
Talk to the God of the dogs.
Yes.
Where are you right now? What country? What part of the world?
I'm at my home. I'm at my home in Israel. But you know, last week, somebody told me, hey, let's come and give some very short workshop in Athens. I said yes, and I just booked a ticket for this weekend to give some energizer and come back. I'm very improvisational, work with my intuition, so...
So you went, or you're about to go?
I'm going. But it's just happened like that, too, so fast.
Unplanned. Oh, I love it. I love it.
Very crazy, very clownish.
So for
Psychonautics without drugs.
So for people who don't know Alex Sternick, can you give a little background of yourself?
Yeah, so actually, my background. So first of all, I was the co-founder of the laughter yoga movement in Israel back in 2004. I needed to start with something and then to go deeper than that. I actually, in my work, I merge or blend non-conformist or anarchist psychotherapy based on the teachings of Dr. Viktor Frankl, anarchist psychotherapy, or what is called humor, drama, paradoxical coaching, or paradoxical interventions, clownish interventions. I blend that kind of psychotherapy, which is a reverse psychology, actually, and I merge it with clown work. So instead of making people laugh, like usually clowns do, in performances, in my trainings, people come on stage and together we make peace with their inner struggling pieces or shadows, or we actually meeting and befriending, acting out and dramatizing, clowning different shadows that we have and we carry, like shame, guilt, pain, self-sabotaging, rejections, violence, and even revenge. We take all these shadows that we hate in ourselves and we make it very, very ridiculous on stage so a person can develop self-humor, distance, and self-acceptance. This work, I have 21 years of experience as a laughter coach and laughter therapist. And humor drama came to my life since 2014, but already in 2004-5, I developed and dedicated my life also to the word of gibberish improvisation. So many people touch gibberish a little bit here and a little bit there in the theater school or in the improv school, whatever. For me, gibberish is the anchor of my life. It's my center of my life, and it's like I develop it very, very seriously and very, very, very deeply. So in my work, instead of running away from our discomfort and our seriousness, actually we go and through the gibberish, we make peace with our seriousness. We are touching our discomfort. We stay next to our discomfort and we start to laugh and laugh at our discomfort. So we do actually very paradoxical work where this gibberish helps us actually, okay, to come closer and be friend with any kind of discomfort and any kind of shadows. So beautiful, beautiful work. And I have to tell you that through my career for these 21 years, I took many, many good trainings with this very good teacher in this zone of clowning and laughter. And one of my greatest teacher was, I wanted to show you her book, but this lady was Dr. Annette Goodhart. And I think she was the only laughter therapist that I know in person that really stressed the fact that a person not only need to laugh, but in order to do that, he should take his pain, he should take his sadness, he should take his rage, his anger, and play with that and not cover it up or mask it. And I really, really thankful for her that she let me to understand that laughter yoga was only a gateway for me. So after Goodhart, I did trainings with Keith Johnson, who also was a great, great teacher for me for improv, and Philip Goulier as well, and Wim Hof, who was my recent guide. Through him, I understood better how works positive stress, because I will tell later, but also in our training, we will little bit deal with a beautiful concept called positive stress. So yeah, and as we have had before a German clown talking, I have a very, very strong heart connection with Germany. And my first gibberish workshop did happen in Wiesbaden in Germany. And whenever I fly to Germany, I start to cry because my spirit is very, very, I don't know why, connected with Germany. Germany is actually the place where all this anarchist movement in arts and philosophy called Dada, and then later on Neo-Dada or Fluxus movement, it all started in Germany. People don't know that.
Yeah.
And my first workshop actually happened in a place called the Humor Kirche, okay, the Humor Church, owned by this Michael Berger, a big art collector and Dadaist that hosted my gibberish workshop at his premise. So I'm very, very thankful for him.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So this is a little bit about me. At this moment, I just give training all over the world where we combine gibberish improvisation, very, very deep gibberish and nonsense, and then improv with humor, drama, paradoxical coaching. People come one-to-one. We work a lot on anger, on violence. We are not afraid from violence and revenge. We go there, but playfully, give it a full room so the person can say goodbye to that shadow also. I'm not afraid of that. The more we go to our shadows of our discomfort, the more we become more resilient and more strong, okay? And our stamina towards it is building up. This is for my background.
And Alex, in 1 minute, can you tell us what is your session going to be? I think you've described it mostly, but why should people come to your session? What will they get out of it at Clownvergence?
Great. So we are going actually to focus on how to embrace our discomfort using a very discomfortable tool of gibberish improvisation. Because usually when we meet the discomfort, we want to kill the fire. We want to extinguish this fire. We don't want to stay next to discomfort. but I want to let people to build up their own immunity, resilience, stamina, and endurance when they feel discomfort. Gibberish by itself is a very discomfortable thing. People are running away from something that has no meaning and is very, very not linear and is absurdic, you know, and is people don't want to be there. So for this workshop, we are going to meet different aspects in us where there is some discomfort, like shame, like guilt, like rejection, etc. And caricaturize it and play with that and give it a full room. And we will use gibberish as a great tool to make a big sorting out between the thinking or the chattering brain and the emotions, and only to play with that emotion. Note thyself, play and give a full room to that emotion, whatever it may be, voluntarily. The more we go to the things voluntarily, the more it loses its negative power upon us. So we're going to play with our emotions through gibberish, embracing the discomfort, okay? And make this discomfort as comfort, and give a full room to all emotions and play with them courageously. This is going to be in that quite short workshop I will give.
Yeah, beautiful, Alex. Thank you so much, and thanks for joining us.
I need to tell also something about the future.
Yeah. Events. What do you have coming up?
So except this very short improvised workshop in Athens this Saturday, we will have a 4 days masterclass in April 12 to 15 in Burgundy, in France, 4 days, from Friday to Monday, 32, 34 hours. And then one is coming up again in the north of Italy, not far from Treviso in Veneto. And I guess we will have more courses this year.
Beautiful.
So 2 courses this year, one in France and one in Italy, 4 days certification, very deep work.
Awesome. Okay, thanks, Alex. Hopefully we'll be able to talk again soon, and good luck getting your camera working. And thanks for being part of this. We'll see you again very soon, probably in April for the Clownvergence, if not before.
Just do it. Yeah, we will meet soon. Great.
All right.
Abundance, my dear. Thank you so much. And bruti vorokshari vidi interfoxas istote
daga.
Sexy voritar xiforoshe. Yever sexy.
Easy go be Alex. All right. That was Alex Sternick. He's always a lot of fun to have around. I'd love to hear your reactions. What's happening? How is this hitting you? What new things are you learning about? I saw one reaction from another Alex Hewitt, saying, this is fascinating. It is. People know so much, and just listening to them talking can be really, really insightful. My next guest is Sue Proctor, who is also presenting at Clownvergence, and she's going to tell us all about what she's going to be presenting right now. Sue, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We can't see you yet, but you can, oh, there you are. Hello.
All right, here we are.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Sue. I know you're in the middle of an academic project right now, writing a thesis. Tell us more about that.
Well, I'm exploring how clowning affects my teaching drama, and particularly with adults with intellectual disabilities, because there's a lot of aspects of clowning that make teaching more fun, more playful, more accessible. And that's what I'm trying to figure out in my thesis. What it is about the clown that transfers over.
Yeah. That's a complicated question. What is there any little tidbit of like what have you found, or what is your hypothesis around that? What carries over?
Well, what I've learned is that commedia dell'arte, and I'm a sort of a commedia type clown. I did the Pierrot for a long time, and it's nonverbal. But in the commedia is mask, puppetry, improvisation, play, presentation, creating a scenario among all different types. And that's a very accessible kind of theater. People can create their own characters. They can play from the character. We can create the scenario around the characters. It involves all different status of people. And it can be a heck of a lot of fun. And there's never lines to learn. There's sort of a trajectory, a scenario, a story, and then you trip along that in whatever way you can. And so what I find with people with diagnosed with intellectual disabilities is that once they relax and are having fun and are moving in a way that's easy for them, they just become more and more able. It's quite wonderful to play and create theater.
Is this this sounds like it's feeding into what you're going to present at Clownvergence, which is a workshop called Mime as Nonverbal Communication.
Well, I performed as Pierrot the mime clown for a long time before I worked with adults with intellectual disabilities. And then I discovered that the language of mime is very accessible. There's lots of technique and stuff if you're going to be a performer, but there's also just communication. A lot of our communication anyway is 80% nonverbal, I think. So to create, just open that door for people so that if they're clowning, if they're performing, if they're teaching, no matter what they're doing, that they can call on mime and communicate through mime. It's great for props. You just pull them out of the air.
So I know it's like makes everything so much simpler. Traveling is a lot easier as well.
Exactly. Yes. And very good for people of different languages or whatever the reason is that you might need augmented verbal communication. Mime can be a wonderful language of its own.
And I think even for clowns who talk, having that sort of purely physical skill, that ability to communicate purely with the body is so essential anyway.
Yes, and also to read your audience, to read their nonverbal presence and play to that in whatever way you need to.
Yeah, good point. So in the workshop, it's just an hour. What are you going to sort of be working on? What are people going to get from the session?
Hopefully a way into their own nonverbal language, like we all are in bodies and we all have the capacity to communicate with our bodies. So in an hour, I would hope to help people find their own way into their own magic of mind, of nonverbal expression.
Wow. That's a big promise. I'm excited. I'm coming. I'll be there.
Oh, great. All right. Yeah. I've taught lots of workshops and it is just wonderful to open that aspect of the self up.
Have you found, how have you found teaching online versus in person?
Well, it's certainly different. What I like about online is that you're face to face. You're not across a table. You're not distracted by everybody in the restaurant or whatever. Like you're right there and you're focused. And so that's exciting. Particularly with adults. Teens tend to be on their devices at the same time.
Different, generationally different.
Yes.
Beautiful. Thank you, Sue. So is there anything you have coming up that you'd like to advertise or tell people about?
Mostly, I'm really interested in establishing more programs in the arts for people with intellectual disabilities. So if anybody would like to talk to me about that, I would be delighted. The other thing I have is on Substack. It's called Foolish Peacock. And I did a year of archiving all my pictures and clown philosophy and the rest of it. So if anybody wants to check that out, it's free.
Yeah. Can we post that? Is it Foolish? What's the actual website?
Foolish Peacock.
Just that?
On Substack.
Oh, on Substack, right.
Yeah,
okay.
So you go to Substack and put in Foolish Peacock, it will all come up. And it's free.
We like that. All right, let's put it on them. Let's put it in the chat and so that people can go check it out. Awesome. All right, Sue, I'm going to say goodbye and move on. I think Danielle's in the waiting room. It's lovely talking to you. Have a great day and see you soon.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Bye, Sue.
Bye.
All right, everybody. That was Sue Proctor. And in a moment, we're going to have Danielle Levski, who is going to be not only giving a presentation at Clownvergence, but also giving a masterclass very soon. Hi, Danielle.
Hey there, Barnaby. How's it going?
Very good. You've got your down as Danny in your name there. So is it okay to call you Danny?
Yeah, Danny and Danielle are both great.
Beautiful. How's your day going?
It's busy, but it's good. Lots of freelance work, but I'm just making the day as clownful as possible.
That's good. You're in demand. I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for making space for us.
Oh, of course. I'm so happy to make space for this. I've been tuning in and out throughout the day into the Clown-A-Thon, and it's so cool to get everybody's perspectives and hear about what they're sharing and their backgrounds. It's really, really amazing.
Yeah, just to get everyone in one day is like pretty incredible. I mean, not everyone, but you know.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about yourself, just for the people who don't know you, your clown background.
Yeah, totally. So as Barnaby mentioned, I'm Danny or Danielle. My pronouns are they, she. I'm coming to you live from West Philadelphia. In terms of my clown background, I do a lot of clown performance, physical theater, clown teaching, and also community organizing around clown. A lot of my work is reflective of my background as a post-Soviet Jewish person. And I like to think about how clowning can transform collective trauma and collective healing through shared vulnerability and play. My back in the day deep dive into clown began with a Clown 1 intensive through the Clown School, where I now teach and work. I've also trained with some really incredible teachers at the Clown School as well, but also Theater Unspeakable, the Chicago Neo-Futurists, some folks from Cirque du Soleil, and then also study with some individual teachers that have really informed my approach, both as a performer and as a teacher. So I'm just really grateful for everything that clown has brought to my life and excited to keep passing down all the tomfoolery and wisdom that it's brought to me.
So beautiful. I'd love to talk about the Clownvergence session first, and then maybe we can talk a little bit about the masterclass, because I'm excited about that as well. Tell us about your session at Clownvergence.
Yes. So my session will be on Friday, April 11th. I'm going to be offering a workshop that is called The Sacred Schmuck, Exploring Jewish Fool Archetypes. We are going to dive into the rich tradition of Jewish clowning, which a lot of people don't know exists. But if you look closely and deeply at Jewish liturgical texts like the Torah and the Talmud, and also just Jewish history and culture, you will find examples of the fool, the jester, the clown all throughout. So we're going to talk about all that, starting from the Torah to talking about the Shlemiel and Shlemazel of the Yiddish world. And I think the thing that's most exciting to me about this workshop is thinking about how all these archetypal figures in Jewish background and history speak to this moment. How do we carry all these ancient traditions that use humor to process pain, to build resilience, to create community in our own world today. One thing I want to highlight that's going to be in the session is we're going to talk about the baton, which is the wedding gesture that was very, very common in the Yiddish world, but still exists now. But my favorite thing about this figure is that they hold space for both celebration and sorrow. One of the traditions of the baton is that they do a dance of death with the bride. And if you're thinking to yourself, like, why is death even being brought up at a wedding? That doesn't make any sense. The baton is trying to bring this balance of like, yes, we're celebrating. Yes, everything is joyful, but also we're all going to die one day. And so it's this like gorgeous mixture of celebration, but also sorrow all at the same time, which I think is just so indicative of the full archetype. So that's what I'm going to be teaching. I'm really excited to offer this for the
Very
clown.
cool. Bacan, did you say? B-A-C-A-N?
Badkan.
Badkan.
B-A-C-H-A-N. It's a transliteration, so I don't think there's like an exact English spelling. Yeah.
I thought it was Bacan, like the Bacchanalia, but maybe it's not.
No.
That's just a
Different, but very cool. Other different clowny things. Yes.
Cool. I mean, it sounds amazing, Daniel and Danny, and I'm just like, I'm really fascinated by the cultural references there, the specificity, and looking at clown archetypes in specific cultural histories and texts. And just the possibility that we can all learn more about that. And also, I think you're going to bring this in, but, you know, also the kind of how that becomes relevant to us today, like how we can reinvent that sort of clown archetype now and use it in really productive, healing ways.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I think we can learn a lot from the past. Oh, I have a little dog joining me. I'm gonna show the world my dog.
Yay!
This is Goldie. This is the ultimate sad clown in our world. But yes, I think it'll be really interesting to examine and also hear from people what connections they make that I might not even have thought of. I think the beauty of teaching this class to people from all sorts of backgrounds is that we can all connect to these archetypes and figures because we have them present in our own cultures, no matter where we come from. So yeah, thinking about how we acknowledge the joy and the sorrow, how we think of like just completely crazy solutions to problems that already feel insurmountable. It's very much in line with the kinds of figures I'm finding in Jewish text and history that surround the fool, the gesture, the clown.
Yeah, awesome. And let's switch to talking a little bit about your masterclass, because you're going to do a session on yoga and clown.
Yes.
Which is something you've really specialized in and you've been developing. And that's going to be in June.
Yes.
So can you give us a little outline of that, a little taster?
Totally. I love to start explaining the Fool's Yoga, which is what I'll be offering in June, by talking about how it even came to be. During the pandemic, I was very sad and anxious, like a lot of us were. And I leaned very heavily on both my practices of clown and yoga to cultivate a sense of presence, of joy, of acceptance with the current moment. And in both those practices, I noticed that after a particularly great yoga class or a particularly great clown class, even if it was online, I felt an immense sense of connection with my mind and body in a way that felt very similar between clown and yoga. And so I'm thinking, I'm like, you know, I see a lot of spiritual crossover. I had started studying the histories and roots of yoga more deeply. I was learning a lot about the history of clown, and the spiritual connection and overlap felt very profound. And I wondered, I'm like, is there a way to connect these two practices together? So I brought this up to my yoga mentor in Chicago, and he was like, that's amazing. That's brilliant. His name is Wade Gottwalls. He has a bit of like a theater and performing background, so he had never done clown extensively, but he had taken clown classes here and there. And he's like, I definitely hear what you're saying, and I see it. Come do a yoga teacher training with me. I'd already started my clown teacher training with the clown school at the time, so when I was done with both, I was like, all right, let's see if I can put these two things together. And that was what, 2021. So since then, I have been developing and sharing this practice. When I brought it to Philadelphia, I connected with Studio 34 here in West Philly, and they have been such a wonderful supporter of all things clown in the city, which is so great. In particular, this class has been really resonating with that community. So it's now a weekly class at Studio 34 on Thursday nights. And I've really wanted to bring it to more people around the world. So it's really nice to have an opportunity to share it in the masterclass format with Clown Spirit. We are going to stretch. We are going to breathe. We are going to play. We're going to do some laughter yoga. We're going to do a combination of asana and clown exercises. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I hope it becomes a practice that people will want to engage in themselves in the future too.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you so much, Dani, for being here and sharing with us for these few minutes here, and also for your session at Clownvergence and masterclass. Is there anything you have coming up that you'd like people to know about, that just like a workshop or anything like that?
Yes, for those that are local to Philadelphia or nearby, there's monthly clown variety shows called Clown Slams that me and a bunch of other clowns host in West Philly. If you're interested in learning about that, it's every month we feature different kinds of clowns around the city performing in different traditions. We have a large contingent of pachinko clowns, but we also have a lot of clowns from the Pig Iron School, so a lot of like Lecoq-based training, but then also folks that have come from a variety of backgrounds. So it's really a great, true blend of variety of clown. And then the other thing I'd love to share is that I'm currently working on a new piece called The Waiting Room, which will preview at Philly Fringe's Scratch Night in March. And then I'll also have an early showing of it during Philly Theater Week in April. This show follows Toska the clown. Toska in Russian means like deep and utter despair. She's my sad clown. And she's a lonely traveler caught between spaces, memory, bureaucracy, and her own personal history. So through physical theater, through clown, the audience and I will create a living map of displacement and bureaucracy and unexpected connection. And my hope is that this piece will illuminate some of the absurdity of bureaucratic systems while also holding space for the liminal space of what it means to be a migrant and means to be a refugee. Yeah.
Wow, beautiful. I just love how people are making, like yourself, are making these just really innovative new connections with the contemporary politics and social situation, what's going on, and bringing clowning into that. So thank you so much. It's really inspiring.
Thank you. Yeah, I think before I was a clown, I was a journalist, and so I feel like it's inevitable that I bring in that part of me, that like everything I make and do, I wanted to have a connection to either history or the current moment and what's happening right now.
Yeah. Well, you're bringing journalism alive, so nice job. All right. Bye for now, and we'll see you again very soon.
See you soon. Everyone have a beautiful day. Bye.
Bye, Dani.
Bye.
Cool. Danielle Levski, everybody. And, until a few months ago, I had never even heard of Danielle. And then suddenly, and she's doing such important work. And I know that there's many people out there. One feels like, oh, I've reached the boundaries of the clown world now. And then suddenly you find this whole bunch of new people that you've never heard of doing incredible work somewhere. So that it just keeps on going on and on. Hi, Dan.
Hey. So my headphones somehow when I joined got disconnected. But yeah, it's like the Clown-A-Thon. It somehow keeps going on and on.
Yeah. And I was having internet problems earlier, and I dropped for a while, and you jumped in and rescued me. We're like, this is great teamwork. So thank you so much for that.
Oh, anytime. Come on, anytime.
All right, you're about to talk to Danise, who I did a conversation with maybe a year or two ago. She has a fascinating life as a clown, including, you could ask her about this if you want to, although it might go on for a while if you do. She had a stint in the UK working in a circus in the UK.
Yeah, I'm putting a link to her website in the chat. I was just checking it out. And yeah, wow, so much.
Yeah. And then you're going to be talking to Roger, who's at the other end of the world. And in some ways, the other end of the spectrum as well. Not a circus clown, but a financial advisor, an ethical investment advisor who is very smart and is also a clown. So have fun talking to Danise and Roger, and I'll be back.
Cool. Thank you, Barnaby.
Yeah.
See you in a bit.
Oh, hang on. I need to make sure
I'll make me host.
Yeah. Here we go.
All right. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Danise Payne. Should be popping up here any second now. Ah, there you are. And I've put the link to Danise's website in the chat.
Hello.
Hello. I can hear you, but I can't see you. I'm not sure if you're...
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, it's okay.
There we go.
There you are. Hello. I was just telling the folks watching that I put the link to your website in the chat.
Oh, nice.
I was reading a bit. It is, wow. I'm so curious to hear in your book, Elbows in My Ears.
Elbows in My Ears. Yep. I show you the picture right here. Let's see if you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And what does that mean, elbows in my ears?
Good question. Everybody always asks me that. Well,
it's a good title. It provokes questions.
Well, when you're on Ringling, when I was on Ringling in 79, 80, for example, you live on the train. And my room on the train as a clown, I was with in the showgirls car, and all of our rooms measured 3 feet wide by 6 feet long by the height of the train. If you put your elbows out, you touch the wall, both walls.
Wow.
In a room that small, you had to learn how to sleep with your elbows in your ears. And that's why I named it that.
I love it. I love it. And how long were you touring with Ringling?
Oh, goodness. Okay, I graduated clown college in 1978, way back in the day. And I toured on the red unit. There's the 2 units, as you probably know. I toured with the red unit for 79 season and 80 season. And then my contract was not renewed, but it was good because I went on to other shows. I did 5 shows. LA Circus, for example. I did George Corona's show. I did Universal Big Top Circus, all Black production for many, many years. And I went over to England and worked on Jerry Cottle's circus. When I worked on that, I became the first Black woman clown to actually work in a circus in Europe. Wow. So, and then after that, came back, and 22 years later, after I had left Ringling, Kenneth Feld asked me to come back to be on the blue unit. So I went back in 2002 and 2003, and then ended my career back on Soul Circus in 2004. At the end of that, then I left the Ralph. So for 25 years, all total, I did good old circus.
What a journey you've been on, Danise. Holy
I'm
moly.
telling you, it's something. Yeah, it's a great life. I love it. Yeah.
Holy moly. And we were talking about clown virginity earlier, and how people lost their clown virginity or their first steps into clowning. And I'm curious what it was for you way back then.
That was my first step. I didn't know a thing about clowning. I never heard of circus, never thought about it. I was going to be a wildlife biologist. That's my major. was going to be a zoology and or I have a strange brain and or drama. But I found out about Clown College after I graduated. Now, okay, now this doesn't make sense either, but after I graduated from the university, I had a major in French. Yeah, okay, it's a long story. But anyway, yeah, I majored in French. And then when I graduated, I thought, what am I going to do with myself? Because I still didn't know. I grew up Air Force, you know, everybody in my family, all my siblings followed the norm. Me, I came along, you know, I did not know what to do. Literally, I didn't know what to do, except I knew that I wanted to perform. And I thought it was to be on the stage, you know, on the Broadway stage or in the movies. I was going to be this big movie star in this movies. When I graduated, I saw a little ad in the paper for this place called Fairy Tale Town in Sacramento. That's where my father retired, in Sacramento. And we put on children's shows there, children's plays. We did a lot of different things during the day. One of the shows that we did was a variety show. I played the dummy to a ventriloquist. So the show went on, and I used my face. I have real vivid facial expressions. So I used my facial expressions. And after the show, there was a knock on the door. This lady came back, and she wanted to speak to me. So, you know, I went up and I spoke to her. She asked me about my background and what I wanted to do. And I told her about Broadway and movies. And she said, well, have you ever thought about being a clown? You've got great facial expressions. Stopped me cold. Because when she said clown, to me, that was an insult. You know, I was going to be the next Cicely Tyson, the next dramatic actress. You know, when she said clown, no, that never entered my mind. I thought, well, no, I hadn't thought about that. She knew she knew where the Clown College auditions were going to be. Again, we were in Sacramento, and she told me that the auditions were going to be in Oakland, but she didn't know what time or what day. She just knew that they were in Oakland at the Oakland Coliseum. And then I looked at her and she said, well, that's all I had to say. And she turned and left, right? And I'm thinking, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Clown, yeah. You know, but that day, and that was like early in the morning. Throughout the whole day, I kept thinking about that, you know, clown, clown. By the end of my work day, I had worked myself up into a frenzy. I thought, this would be fun. Man, this would be fantastic. I get to work around elephants and all these other clowns. This would be great. So I called, and when I got home, I called the Oakland Coliseum, since that's where it was supposed to be. Found out that it was in 2 days that the audition was going to be. You know, and thinking about it, it was good, because if it was like in a month or whatever, I probably would have chickened out. But since it was 2 days, I didn't have time to think or sweat or do nothing, you know. But I said, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Now, I knew how to juggle. I knew how to ride a unicycle. This came out of the blue for no reason, you know, other than the fact that because I didn't know what to do, I always say my steps were ordered by the Lord. He knew what he wanted me to do, you know, and it wasn't to be a wildlife biologist or whatever and stuff. So I put this little bit together. Now we call them gags. I put this gag together using my unicycle and my juggling skills, and got my younger sister. And on that Saturday, went down to the Oakland Coliseum, stepped into a world that I had never thought about, the smells including, you know, never thought about. And it was with that, after I auditioned, I found out that I auditioned 1 week too late. I auditioned in 1977, but I auditioned 1 week too late to actually go with that class. So with that, it was a blessing, because I grew up in that year. I moved out. I said, well, if I don't make it, I'm going to go be a movie star. So I moved out of home, away from home, went down to Los Angeles, and then, you know, was going to start my little foyer into, you know, being an actress down there. So 1 year to the date, I got a call from Ringling, and they told me that I had made it to the 1978 class. And that was a long answer to your question, but that's how I started in clowning. Yeah.
A beautiful answer. Thank you so much. It's just like, wow, like you don't know what's going to come next. And, you know,
man, you really don't.
It gave me goosebumps. And I saw somebody in the stream say, Mama Clown. Oh my God. it tears up in Baby Black Clown. So people are hearing you and feeling you. So thank you.
Good.
And I would love for you to share about what you're going to share at the Clownvergence, and what if to give people a little taste of what you're going to be offering there.
Okay. After 25 years as a circus clown, changing my character several times and inventing new ones for me down through time that worked. I started out with Baby D as Baby D. I was a baby clown. And then as I got a little older, I changed it to a lady clown, all with makeup. The regular, I'm an Auguste. So I had my Auguste makeup. And then as I got even later on into my career, I decided, I want a character that's going to grow old with me. So I ended up with Granny Clown. And that's the one that I ended up using the most. This is the picture, if you guys can see it. Whoop. The picture.
That's Granny Clown.
And she's based on my grandmother and my 94 at the time, 94-year-old aunt. Now, having used that character all that time and relating to kids all that time down through time, kids responding to her and hugging her and saying all these beautiful things, time started to change. Now people have a tendency not to like clowns, is what we are saying now. We don't know why and how and when that actually started. And what I would like to speak about at the Clownvergence is touches on that. Why? And it's on the survival of the traditional. Now I use that word traditional, not just clown, but the traditional clown. And that's what I'd like to speak on. And when I do, everybody's more than welcome to, to pipe in and give their own input as well, instead of me just blah, blah, because I can go forever. Pipe in with their input also. But that's what I'm going to speak about.
Beautiful. And with the invitation, inviting anybody that's watching now to please pipe in with questions or comments or anything, and I can share back with Danise. And when you say traditional clown, why do you feel that's so important to emphasize now?
Because of the fact that a lot of the shows now do not want the clown makeup. They don't want the white face, the Auguste, the hobo. They don't want, and to me, I use that now as, instead of just the general term clown, I use that as, I say it's a traditional clown, because that's way, here in this country, that's way clowns were recognized, by our face, by the makeup. And so I use that, the traditional clown, as opposed to a comedic person, because now they have a tendency, you can still be born a clown, born the clown, but circuses and shows, basically circuses now, are starting to use a lot, instead of the traditional clown, they're using comedic performers without the makeup. They'll have stage makeup. That's happened to a lot of my friends. They've gotten contracts and on different shows, but we're told specifically no clown makeup. So they have to do, like the clown persona with their body, but they use no makeup, really. It's a comedic person instead. But that's why I use the word traditional clown, because that separates the two, but they're the same, but it separates them.
Yeah, thank you for sharing it and expounding. I'm just going to check the chat here to see. Okay, good. Barnaby shared a link to your book in the chat, which is wonderful. Yeah, in the closing minutes before I invite our next guest on, are there any links or upcoming invitations that you'd like to share, or anything that you want people to check out?
Well, I've done a lot of different work with kids in the different communities, trying to get them to show that they can do anything that they want to do, as long as it's legal. They can do anything they want to do. But basically, I've been working on promoting my book, and The Elbows in My Ears, My Life with Little People, Tigers, and Wardrobe Trunks. And basically, if you don't mind, through Amazon.com or through BarnesandNoble.com, for example. And over in Europe, it's through Waterstone in the UK. But those are the links, that if they wanted to purchase the book and see what I'm all about and what I think about clowning, because it covers everything, my beginning all the way from being the daughter of a tradition of a original Tuskegee Airman, and includes that, and all the way I left the ring in 2004.
Beautiful. Yeah, I imagine it's quite a full, fascinating book. And I read some excerpts. Are those excerpts from your book on your website under the writings
That's
tab?
right. Yeah, yeah.
I just love the Catch the Butterfly. And I'm
those
curious to close, if you'd want to read a short excerpt from your book to give
Yeah.
people a little taste.
Okay, I can read just a little bit of the final, or well, it's short actually, of the poem that ends the book. First sawdust and elephant to come along, I'm back on the tan bark trail, gone. All slapstick props, memories, and clothes I'll pack away in an elephant's nose. Take that trunk, Billy, grab your horn, leave monotony behind, we're circus born. The song is a gallop, extra work, cherry pie. See you down the road, our way for goodbye. I leave this life of townie behind, travel around for a time and a time. A Donaker's toilet, to disappear, pull a creep. With your elbows in your ears is the only way to sleep. Miss it? You bet. Love it? Sure do. Popcorn's on the midway, they yell, ballyhoo. Load up the wagon, boys, we move out tonight, lower down the cupola and pack it up real tight. One behind the other, the jump won't be too long. We'll disappear tomorrow on the wings of a calliope song. Gone, gone, gone.
With that, I'd like to thank you for being with us, Danise. And yeah, I would love the audiobook and just to hear your voice. I feel like I feel the transmission from your energy and your voice and your enthusiasm. Thank you so much for being with us here today, and also for coming and sharing at the Clownvergence.
Oh, thank you for asking. This is going to be cool. It's great.
Yeah.
Alive.
Keeping it alive.
Okay.
Cool. Well, goodbye for now. Thank you so much,
bye-bye,
Danise.
Dan. Okay, bye, you guys.
See you. And for everybody in the chat, please share some love for Danise and any hearts or emojis that you feel you want to send to Danise. And wow, I feel energized from that, and excited to welcome our next guest, who Barnaby mentioned a bit earlier, Roger Spiller, who's going to be joining us any second now. Oh, there he is. Hi, Roger. I think he's there. And we see a little image. Roger, can you hear me? Hello, hello. There you are. Hi, Roger.
Heidi, hi, how are you?
Hi. And there you are. I was going to say we can hear you, but we can't see you. There. Wow.
Welcome to Auckland.
Oh, beautiful.
Should get my screen unfaded, shouldn't I?
And you are on a ferry right now. Is that right?
That's the plan. Unfortunately, the ferry hasn't arrived, so it's even more interesting.
So you're on the dock by the...
On the docks.
On the
I'm
docks.
by the Hilton, so I was thinking about breaking into song. Here I am, but it's not the Las Vegas Hilton, it's the Auckland Hilton. Guess where I'm calling from? The Auckland Hilton. It's an Australian band song.
Oh, beautiful. It looks beautiful too where you are.
Yeah, no, it's lovely. We've got going out in the harbour, and this is the downtown here. Not so beautiful. That's my office.
Okay. And what do you do in that office? Or yeah, could you share a little bit more about your background?
Yes, well, my glasses are a little bit of a giveaway, but I'm sort of into love, light, peace, and ice cream. But in essence, my background is exploring how we can, as a collective, make more of a difference in terms of environmental and social responsibility, and looking to do that through the world of money and finance. And I do that through investment advice, specializing in ethical and socially responsible investment. My business is called Money Matters, so we help people, make their money matter. And with my wife, Professor Shelley Spiller, we offer leadership development training for businesses particularly, and she's got a strong background in Maori culture, and we weave that in as a sort of distinct offering. So today I've got some visitors from the USA and Australia, and they're exploring our country, including Waiheke Island out here in the Gulf, and looking at creating leadership development tours for bringing people down from North America and elsewhere. But we're of course wanting to infuse all that with some lightness and joy and fun and play, because the business of business can be quite a humorless endeavor, and there's lots of research that shows that when you lighten up, you can be more effective. So the name of the game is to weave clown into business and make the world a more sustainable place, and that's kind of my passion and calling, and what I've been engaged in for quite a long time.
And how did clown come into the story? At what point did clown enter in?
Well, I attribute that originally to my father, who came out to New Zealand shortly after World War II in Britain, and they had a pretty bleak time with the bombing of London. They called it the Blitz, and there's a Netflix movie on about that at the moment, and they had to kind of lighten themselves up and discover ways to be more joyful and playful in the midst of all of that. And when I was growing up, he had a pretty senior role, which had a lot of stress associated with it, but it seemed to me that he really came to life on a Saturday night after a few drinks, and he would put on my mother's shower cap, not unlike this one, but a shower cap, and get the mop and dance around the house singing a British song, which is Sadie, the cleaning lady. As a little guy, I thought, wow, that's the kind of cool thing I like to see in my dad. And then my mother grew up within the context of the Salvation Army, which is a sort of very socially orientated group, and her 4 sisters were taken in by the Salvation Army and taken on tours all around New Zealand, and she would perform on the stage and do skits and elocution and various funny things. So she encouraged me to study drama at school, whilst my father encouraged me to study business. So I had accounting and art and drama all in the mix, and became not only a chartered accountant, but a chartered creative accountant. And we don't use the big C word too often in business because it can freak people out. So we've got a few code words for that, but nevertheless, it's comes down to that same basic idea of how can we lighten up and loosen up in what can otherwise be a big challenge of changing the world, dealing with environmental and social problems, obviously getting bigger by the day. And in the context of all of that, how can we sort of speak truth to power, so to speak, with the power of the clown? How can we sort of show things like greenwashing and highlight the challenges there, but also in terms of making a case for all of us being more environmentally and socially orientated, rather than being on the pulpit and lecturing or giving all sorts of doom and gloom. We can sort of lighten up and show that there's this way that we can approach all of that with the fresh perspective, namely the perspective of the clown.
I love it. And we've been talking a lot today about fusion, like yoga and clown, and different threads that connect with clown. But this is an especially unique one: business and money and clown. And I'm curious if you could paint a picture of what does this look like in practice, or how does this show up? Like and I like that you named. We don't use the C word. There you have code words that you have to kind of use subtlety to weave it in. I'm hearing. But yeah, how does this look in your day to day?
For my sins, back in the 90s, the boats arrived. I studied for a PhD and looked at one of my case studies as Ben & Jerry's ice cream. So I went up and spent quite a fair bit of time with them in Vermont and elsewhere, and they really, I guess, epitomized the ethic of ethical, socially responsible business, but also by doing all of that with joy and fun and laughter. They had a T-shirt with their motto, "If it's not fun, why do it?" And they had a joy gang whose responsibility was to make sure the company culture was infused with joy and fun. And they'd do things like have an Elvis day where everyone had to look, sound, and sneer alike. And the CEO came to work in a white stretch limo dressed as Las Vegas Elvis in a jumpsuit and all the rest of it. So there's lots of fun ways that businesses can explore that. It's oftentimes used in a leadership development context. So I know there are great speakers coming to the gathering who specialize in taking business people and really challenging them to look on the light side, or as Monty Python would say, the bright side as well of life. So oftentimes we have these groups of accountants who come along expecting a normal say and spray PowerPoint presentation, boring, yawn, lots of coffee, and they walk into the room at about 9 o'clock in the morning and get told that at 4 o'clock they're going to be doing a clown performance for their colleagues, their family, their friends, and they all turn shade of white, completely freak out, but the doors are locked, and not really, but a few of them run. But in essence, they have a day of team building at a whole new level beyond what they would have ever experienced, and can take from that a lot of learnings and lessons that you wouldn't get in a traditional, conventional context. So I think the folks that are speaking about how they do that globally, including our friend in Barcelona, she's got an amazing way of doing all of that. But in the ethical investment world, believe it or not, we also have some great examples. And in the UK, there's a charity called Make My Money Matter. Encourage people to look that up, because they have amazing skits with people like Olivia Colman, the actress, and she stars as Oblivion Coal Mine in these great skits where she's highlighting greenwashing and how business and investment as usual is unsustainable. So she thanks everyone for investing their pensions and their superannuation and their savings into the coal mining companies, and how they're making record profits, and how they've given a little bit of money to Greta to keep her and her chums happy. And then as the piece finishes, only about 1 minute 30, she spills her red wine, and it's oh fracking hell. But there's some great videos on there. We created some humor and business awards through my Business Money Matters. So on our website, you can hear more about that example. There's some links to Make My Money Matter and to a New Zealand example called Circability that worked with a whole range of people, from youth to business people, obviously using the business people to make some money to help fund the activities for the youth, and looking at how everyone can lighten up and have more fun. And so there are applications from leadership development through to investment, and getting the message across as to why it's a smart thing to invest in an environmentally and socially responsible way.
Yeah, thank you. That's so beautiful. And I threw a couple of the links you mentioned there in the chat so people can check them out. And yeah, in the closing minutes, is there anything you want to signpost people to, or any offerings or workshops or other events or anything that you'd like to shout out?
Well, it's getting a little hot here and the sun's coming out, so I just better put my sunglasses on. And in essence, really encouraging, inviting people to come along to my session. I'll give you a little bit of background as I do it. It's called Investing in Fundamentals, and we're going to be exploring how sustainable business and ethical business and investment can be more lightened and more enlightened through the genius and playfulness of clown. So I've got a little spiel here that says, together we'll draw on the collective wisdom of the wonderful clown spirit village to reimagine how the hidden genius of clowning at work can inspire deeper environmental and social impact from business and investors. Your creativity and brilliance are warmly invited to this exploration as our community of clowns seek to find keys to unlock the magical door to discover the joy of transformational catalyst leadership development. But I've got a couple of blogs on my investment website, believe it or not, things like Walk on Your Wild Side Day, which is the 12th of April, had those from last year, or Time for a Humor Audit. Good humor creates wealth and well-being. So at moneymatters.co.nz, you can see those and our Humor Business Award winners. So there's lots of rich material. As an accountant, I can give you a big session on the business case and the why for doing it. I think the bigger challenge is the how, and I don't think we've got all the answers to that question. So it's more an inquiry and open exploration, which we're looking to our friends in the clown community, clown spirit, to really help discover and explore what might be possible. I know there's great things already happening, but I'm sure we can do more, and tapping into the collective genius.
Yeah, beautiful. And what a synchronicity that Walk on the Wild Side Day happens to coincide with the Clownvergence. Clownvergence will be April 10th to the 13th, and I know you have a ferry arriving, and I thought what a beautiful, we've been doing creative exits, and this seems like a very good exit, you having to catch your ferry.
It's 2 minutes and counting. It would be just like a clown. I can show you the ferry down here.
Beautiful.
Well, I can't see anything, but Anyway, it's
Beautiful.
exciting day ahead for us as we head to Waiheke Island and the wineries and a few other things. So hopefully my colleagues from the USA will be suitably impressed. They love what they've seen so far as we've toured up the north and then gone down to Rotorua. And with my wife's connections in the Maori world, we've sort of had VIP access to marae and culture and rainforests and everything. And everywhere we've gone, we've found Maori with a brilliant sense of humor and lots of clowning going on in that context too. So that's a whole nother story, Indigenous people and what they bring to the clown. But that'll be available for another day. So thanks very much for your time, Dan. I really appreciate the invitation. I'm really excited about what lies ahead. And
yes, thank you so much.
Spirit and also getting on the ferry.
Yes, you kind of. We don't want to have you miss your ride, but okay, thank you so much for being with us, Roger. And
yes, see you
more soon. Ciao.
Bye bye.
And welcome back, Barnaby.
Go crazy, Joe. Okay, they had 2 euros.
Goodbye, Roger, and hello, Dan.
Hello, Barnaby.
Wow,
there we are.
That was a very cool 2 interviews there.
Yeah, nice balance, and both had so much energy. Like just like wow, I feel like lit up from both Danise and Roger.
Yeah, I mean Danise is just such a great storyteller, isn't she?
Incredible, just like right off the vroom, like I don't even need coffee or tea anymore. I feel like completely filled up.
Yeah, and then Roger's like unexpected location just kind of like added a nice element of interest and color.
Yes. Good. And who do we have coming up next?
We have the amazing Shannan Calcutt, who is just one of the superstars of clowning. And then after that, I'm going to be talking to, well, we don't have David. He had to drop out, unfortunately. So I think I'm going to share something else with you during that 15 minutes. And then I'm going to be talking to Mitch Mitchelson and Rehana Tejpar.
Beautiful.
So that is very cool. And then we're going to be inviting Riley, who's one of the Clown Spirit Fellows, to come and take over for a little while. So you're on break now, Dan. You can go and hang out and
cool.
have a rest.
I'll continue watching the Clown-A-Thon.
Yeah, hang out and watch us. All right. Bye for now.
See you.
All right. It's always a pleasure talking to my next guest. I had not met Shannan until, in fact, you know what? I'm not sure that we've ever actually met in person. I don't think we have, but I feel like I know her really well because she was one of the first people to do a masterclass for us. We also know each other through the Sue Morrison Clown Through Mask pachinko worlds of clowning. And I was introduced to the legend that is Shannan Calcutt long before I met her. Before she comes on, while we're just waiting, I also want to share that, remind you that I put into the chat the link for Clownvergence. There is a very simple, easy registration form. There have been people registering even as we're here talking on the Clown-A-Thon, which is really, really cool. There is a completely voluntary donation there. The conference is being run on a gift culture basis, and it's up to you whether you are able to donate at this time. Hey, Shannan! Hey! So beautiful to see you. You're looking amazing today.
Oh my goodness, so are you. Great to see you. Thank you for bringing this big community of clowns together.
It's so much fun, and just going like from one cool person to another. And I've been looking forward because it's been a little while since we talked.
Yeah, it has been. Happy New Year.
Let's just catch up, you know. We don't need to like
This is a great time to just hang out and catch up, I think.
Totally. Yeah, how's life? You're busy. My goodness.
Yeah, it's great. Everything's great.
What are you doing at the moment? What's your biggest?
Right now I'm performing in Mad Apple with Cirque du Soleil. So yeah, so I perform as a cocktail waitress who crashes the show. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, what's the sort of concept? I don't know much about the show. I've seen pictures, but tell us about the show.
Oh, the show is kind of a celebration of New York City. There's four singers, an extraordinary orchestra, and familiar songs, do you know, of New York. There's basketball players that do really cool tricks. There's a hair hang artist, extraordinary dancers, a carrion, all different kinds of, circus acts. And then there's a variety spot that rotates. Right now it's Nick DeFont doing magic. And Ken Gar is doing the stand-up spot. There's a stand-up comedian. And so they sort of rotate depending on their availability. They might do a 3-week contract or a 3-month contract. Yeah, so there's sort of something for everyone in this show. It's kind of a variety show.
How is it being back with Cirque again?
Oh, it's great fun. Never expected it. And it's the same theater I played in with Zumanity. So it's kind of a wild trip. When I first got there, you're sort of turning a corner and expecting to see people that aren't there anymore. And, all of a sudden you turn left and there's a big taxi cab that's part of the show. And you're thinking, what's this car doing here? And so
You're like, whoa, wait a minute. What show? Because you've got that hardwired.
Absolutely. It took a minute to go, okay, right. New show, new people, new set. Everyone is wonderful. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be back.
And what about teaching? Are you getting to do that, or are you just totally performing at the moment?
I'm performing. My contract goes until the end of May, so I'm performing full time right now, 10 shows a week. But I'm also teaching. I'm off to the clown school. I always have to look at my calendar on the 21st to 23rd. I'm doing a clown fool, clown warrior workshop at the clown school in LA. And then this summer, I'm doing Play the Part at Celebration Barn from, I think it's August 3rd to 9th. And then the first week of September, I'm doing Make a Show with Shannan, which is a writing residency for 5 artists to work on creating a solo show.
Oh, that is awesome. That sounds like such a great workshop.
It's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. If you're listening to this and you're thinking about you're curious or itching to make a show and you don't know how to get started, go take that workshop with Shannan.
Yeah, it's so fun. It's creating in community, which is wonderful because when you think solo show, you think alone, and that you've got to make a show, or you might work with the director. So there's 2 of you, but here there's myself in the room with you and 4 other writer performers. So you get instant feedback. And if you want to bring up audience members in your show, you have people to call on and your director can still observe and guide, So it's a really special workshop because there's such a collective involved.
Because making a show can be a real slog.
Yeah, particularly a solo show, right? And we all go through the crisis of, I have a great idea and it's going great. And then, oh, this idea isn't any good. And then, oh, I'm not a good writer. Oh, I'm a terrible performer. I'm a terrible wife. I'm a terrible person. I should not be in this industry, right? It's like you sort of hit your rock bottom. And then, oh, actually, this is working. Hey, this is fun. Oh my God, I'm brilliant. So you go from having a chance to no chance to having a chance again.
Gosh, what a roller coaster.
So it's great to do that in community. So you're not in your shame spiral by yourself, which is never a good time.
Yeah, you can just be in it with other people and you can all be in your shame spiral together. You can just
100%. Absolutely. One summer we all blew our self-doubt into a balloon, everything we were afraid of, and then popped it. And sometimes we just put it somewhere else. So if we missed our insecurities and our doubts, we could visit them, but we knew that we didn't have to carry them with us.
I love it. I remember when you did the masterclass for us a while back, there was this clown pledge or something. You had everyone say it out loud, like, I am a fantastic idiot. I am gloriously flawed. There were these.
Yeah, the oath. Absolutely. We do that in every workshop, whether it's writing or clown or anything, it's just this sense of community. We're here to make each other look good. We're here to say yes to each other's dumb ideas, and we've got each other's backs.
I love that. Say yes to each other's dumb ideas.
Yeah, that's my favorite one.
Well, I appreciate you saying yes to my dumb idea, which was to have a 12-hour conversation with clowns.
Absolutely. I think it's fantastic.
So the workshop you're doing for Clownvergence is called Play the Part, also like the one at the barn. So I'm imagining it's like almost a little taster for that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I've done the workshop in its entirety only virtually. In person, I've done certain plays, but I've not done like a full week, which is the barn. It's 5 days, in the morning, well into the evening. But yeah, virtually, I mean, what it'll look like is we'll get together, we'll play some games as an ensemble, get running around the house and warmed up, and then you'll get a script, a short script, which I'll give it to you in advance, but probably only 2 or 3 days before the workshop. And the idea is to play and to be present in the moment and to pretend to be this character rather than doing all of the research and the time commitment and breaking it down into beats and what's my intention, rather than following an intention like an actor. In clown, we follow our impulse. So it's all about bringing spontaneity and physicality and joy back to playing these parts. Rather than I've got to get it right. I've got to play Juliet the right way. I've got to play Romeo the right way. Do you know? So it's just fun. And one play I love to do is The Funeral Parlor, which Christopher Durang wrote as a sketch actually for a Carol Burnett television special. And it's got my two favorite clowns did it for the special, Carol Burnett and Robin Williams. And it's so fun because the first time they do it to the script, and the second time Robin just goes off book and plays outrageously as he always does. And so it's a great way to see what happens when we absolutely follow our impulses and have absolute joy and abandon everything, which then, you also see the absolute validity of following the script. And so you get to see the example of both of them, which for me, the magic would be to find your way to meet in the middle, because you always want to honor the playwright and the words, but you also want to deliver them with great joy and presence and spontaneity, as if it's the first time you're ever doing it. So it's just a real fun one to play with, to see how far people can go in order to just sort of land back into their truth,
Do you wear contact lenses when you perform?
Yes, I'm wearing contact lenses right now.
Oh, wow. Check it out.
I'm in menopause, Barnaby.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, I'm on the journey. So I've got these all over the house now.
Wow. So are those reading glasses then?
They are reading glasses, yes.
And the screen is close up, so you need. I have this problem, of course. But you, although I'm not in menopause, but I have some. We have some problems in common.
Fantastic. More commonalities.
We won't talk about the other ones. Just
right. Aging, I'm guessing, is what
hot
you're
flushes, that kind of thing.
Oh, I've got them all. That's just the beginning.
So yeah, because you have to be able to see, your audience, right? So I'm.
Oh yeah. So when I'm on stage, I'm in my contacts.
Yeah.
And then when I'm very close to the audience, I'm right up close and personal. So
I skipped off this topic there, but yes, this sounds like a wonderful workshop. I love the kind of playfulness or the possibility of working with a script, and that both things are valid.
Yeah.
There's no one choice that's better than another, but we get to explore both choices and be able to do what's best in the moment.
And as in clown, it's a real celebration of who you are, and that, there's not the right way or the wrong way, there's your way. And so you're bringing yourself to the play, which is great. Yeah.
That's so awesome. Somebody was just asking in the chat about the solo clown workshop, which is at the Celebration Barn. Let's put at some point a link into there so people can sign up for that if they want to.
Okay, I will try to find the link.
And meanwhile, I also want to flag for people that Shannan's workshop at Clownvergence is going to be limited to, I can't remember how many people, but you're limiting it.
I think I said 12.
Yeah.
Does that
So,
sound right?
yeah. So that's important to know because if you can't get your name down on that workshop until you register for the conference. So, the quicker you the sooner you register for the conference, the quicker you'll be able to sign up for that workshop if you want to take it. And once those 12 places are gone, they'll be gone. I'd love to have you back, Shannan, and do this same workshop as a masterclass down the road, maybe, but we can
Oh,
do
yeah, it'd be
another.
great. Yeah, and if you sign up for Play the Part, you don't have to panic. You'll get the script in advance, but you prep it as much as you fancy. You don't need to read the play. It's just familiarizing yourself with the script. And it would probably be 2 pages at most, right? And you can have the script in hand if you wish. So the prep is up to you.
Yeah, and when you're online, you can do sort of clever things with having scripts on screens and having it right
Yeah,
next to the camera, and it's like, I don't know.
absolutely.
I've done things like that where it takes a lot of the pressure off. Like I don't have to memorize this shit.
Oh, yeah. I'm just sorry if I seem distracted. I'm just looking to put the solo show workshop in the chat. I think I found it.
Yeah.
There we go. And
Okay, great. I'll copy and paste that and put it in the live stream.
okay, perfect. And I think Play the Part is here as well, so I can do that. If people want to do a 5-day,
Yeah,
those are coming up.
very cool. Shannan, thank you so much for sharing and being here.
Oh,
Giving up
thank you
your
for
time.
having me. It's so wonderful to see you. And I just love this idea. It's so wonderful bringing everyone together.
Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. There's a beautiful positive energy. Do you have a show today?
No, I'm back tomorrow night.
Mondays
Our
off.
dark days right now are Sundays and Mondays.
That's nice. So
Yeah.
you have a little rest and then you have 10 shows a week, did you say? So that's pretty
Yeah,
intense.
10 shows a week. But I'm not the whole show. I'm doing 10 minutes.
Okay. Oh, that's good.
So it sounds a lot, but it's actually very simple.
Is it going to be is it touring a tour? Is it like in that theater? And
No, it's a resident show. So yeah, it was
Yeah.
built for the New York casino. Yeah.
Okay. So you're based, the New York casino in Vegas, which is where you,
In Vegas, absolutely. So
Yeah.
it's in Las Vegas, as everything is, Paris is
Yeah.
here and the
New
pyramids.
York. New York
So
is now in Vegas.
exactly. It's New York Hotel, and the show
Right.
takes place, a celebration of New York.
It's a clever business idea somebody had there.
Someone was thinking, Barnaby.
Yes. That hotel, they need a show. They're called New York. What should we make the show about?
Exactly. It was a very
Why didn't I come up with that idea?
I know.
I'm so
I
mad.
know. We'll
I'm
come
going to
up
throw
with
this red
something.
nose at the camera.
Oh, nice.
All right, Shannan. Beautiful. Thank you for talking to us, and we'll see you again in April.
Thanks for having me. Sounds good, Barnaby.
Yay.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Bye. Why is it we always do that high-pitched thing when we say goodbye? I don't know if everyone does it, but I do. Bye. All right, everybody, this is going great. I'm feeling euphoric and excited about Clownvergence. I would love to know how you're feeling. Please jump into the chat. Share your thoughts. Who have you enjoyed and why? Tell me now. And also, what do you have to share? You there. Yes, you sitting at home watching this, being entertained. I'm sure that you have something to share too. Something wonderful going on in your clown life that everyone else would really like to know about. Maybe it's a show, maybe it's a workshop, maybe it's just a piece and a open mic that you're going to do, or it's just something that's still gestating in your head that you'd like to share. Let's do it. Let's talk. Hillary says, I did it online. Did what? Oh, I think you're talking about the workshop with Shannan, I'm guessing. It was fantastic. So much unexpected magic. Oh, maybe she's talking about the Play the Part workshop. I think she must be talking about that. English do that. Hillary, what are you talking about? English do what? See, the problem is when you go back over the chat and it's like the moment has passed, the thing doesn't make sense anymore. Shannan's class. Okay, Shannon's class. But what about the English do that comment? What is that all about? Now, we were going to have the awesome David Langdon up next, but he's not well, and really sorry to hear that he's not doing well. So he's fine, though. He's okay. He's just not able to attend his interview. So we'll hopefully reschedule that and talk to David at some point. David is going to be presenting a beautiful thing at Clownvergence, which is why he was going to be interviewed today. And I'm just looking for the thing he's going to be doing. It has to do with healthcare clowning. It's called The Servant's Heart, Clowning as Service. And it's an open discussion at Clownvergence. At Clownvergence, we have various different kinds of things going on. We have workshops. We also have panel discussions with multiple speakers. And then we also have these kind of more open discussions where somebody has proposed a topic or a question, and it's really just that person facilitating, but you can go along and talk and contribute to that conversation. And then we also have these butterfly talks, which are kind of like panels, but they're more like 10-minute individual talks by different people on a topic, with then time for Q&A at the end. We also have provocations and sort of opening rituals and warm-ups going on at the start of each day. It's going to be a cornucopia of clown, a clown-utopia. I just made that up. I'm on a roll, everybody. Hillary says, yes, play the part. Great energy with Shannan. Going up in your voice when you say goodbye. Oh, the English do that. That's what Hillary was talking about. The English do that. Bye. Okay. It's good to know. It's good to know our cultural peculiarities, which we can only often find out when we are, I don't know, when we're in other places and we get to see them or people reflect them back to us. So thanks, everybody, for chiming into the chat there. I would like to just use this extra little bit of time to play you a video and give myself a little short break. Some of you may be familiar with the Clown Spirit YouTube channel. It's full of videos. There's hundreds of videos there. Reaction videos to clown routines. There's over 100 clownversations. And also a couple of videos I made a year or two ago, which are kind of like explainers around clowning for people. And you may have seen this one before, or you may not have, but I'm going to put it up. If I can figure that out, just give me a moment to find the right controls here. It is a video called The True Meaning of Clown. It is about 12 minutes, and that is going to take us nicely into our next segment. So I'm going to make sure that sound is shared. And there we go. Okay, here we go. What's the first thing you think of when I say the word clown? Is it a ghoulish painted-on smile, or maybe the floppy shoes and the garish red wig, or maybe squirty flowers and balloon animals, or horror movies and Halloween costumes? Or maybe you're thinking of a certain fast food restaurant. Well, maybe you don't think of clowns this way, but a lot of people do. We seem to have a kind of love-hate relationship with clowns. We even use the word to talk about politicians that we don't trust, right? So it really seems as though being a clown is not something to be proud of. On the other hand, there are parts of the world where clowns are respected and admired. For example, in Eastern Europe and South America, a lot of clowns are treated as gods. In France, for example, clown is associated with the high art of mime and people like Marcelis. In the UK and the US, some clowns like Charlie Chaplin and more recently Rowan Atkinson have risen to become household names. And of course, these days it's pretty common to see clowns in hospitals and care homes looking after the sick and elderly. So why do we have this love-hate relationship with clowns? Well, as usual, it has a lot to do with our ignorance, our lack of understanding about the true meaning and essence of clown. And this has led to a lot of confusion. In this video, I'd like to set the record straight about the true meaning and essence of clown. Hi, my name is Barnaby, and I'm the founder of Clown Spirit, where we use the power of clowning to bring joy, lightness, and connection to your life and the lives of everybody around you. If you're new to the Clown Spirit family, welcome. Our mission is to unleash as many clowns as possible into the world. So why not help us achieve our mission by subscribing to this YouTube channel and sharing and liking this video. If you go to clown-spirit.com or the Way of the Clown Facebook group, there's tons of free resources to help get you well on your way on your clown journey. So, to really understand what clowning is all about, we're going to have to go beneath the makeup, beneath the crazy costume, and even, yes, under the nose. For millennia, clowns have been roaming the planet, bringing their very particular perspective on things to cultures all over the world. The native people of North America have some of the most potent clown traditions that we know of today. For example, the Kwakwaka'wakw people of the west coast of Canada have a sacred clown known as the Noonlamala. The Lakota Sioux people have a clown called the Heyoka. The Zuni Pueblo have the Koyemshi clown, sometimes known as the Mudhead. And the Hopi people have the Koshari and the Kachinas. In all these communities, clowns are considered to have a special knowledge and to be crucial to the health and well-being of their community. In fact, in many of these cultures, they are actually referred to as sacred clowns, and they're thought of as having shamanic healing powers. So how do they actually bring healing? Well, we don't have to believe in magic to see how this might be possible. They use their comic skills to bring relief from suffering. They bring balance to society by challenging authority and questioning the rules. As I'll show, the real healing brought by clowns comes from us being able to accept and celebrate the whole of ourselves. And this is a power that doesn't require years of training because we all have access to it. So I'd like to take each of these elements, the comic relief, the challenging authority, and learning to accept ourselves, and just go a little bit deeper to explain what I really mean by each of those things.
I'm a professional entrepreneur and I'm a professional investor. I have no stocks, I have no bonds, I have no mutual funds.
Life can be hard. We get anxious, we get stressed, we worry about things all the time, right? Even in relatively safe and affluent parts of the world. And in order to try and relieve some of this stress, we get addicted to all kinds of escapist activities, right? TV, social media, work, drinking, the list goes on. These are things that are supposed to help us have fun, but actually they make things worse because we get dependent on them and because they're not really allowing us to confront the darkness, the thing that's actually troubling us in the first place. They're just means of avoidance, and they have this effect of disconnecting us from our loved ones, from our world, and from ourselves. So what do clowns have to do with all these problems? Well, ironically, clowning also brings a kind of relief from suffering, but it's a different kind of relief than avoidance. Clowns make us laugh, but it's a very specific kind of laughter. Comedians make us laugh, right? But they make us laugh by telling jokes. We laugh at the joke. Clowns, on the other hand, are the joke. We laugh at them. You know, we laugh at them because they're different, because they're silly, because they get things wrong and they're inappropriate. This is what the clown does. This is the great gift that the clown brings. They actually embody the joke themselves. And this is a crucial difference. Let me give you an example. The Koshari clown from the Hopi people, they huddle together on rooftops overlooking the Kachina dance, which is a very serious sacred ritual with the whole village all gathered round. And they huddle up there and watch, and then they decide they want to join in. So they half clamber, half fall down ladders, and then they try to join in. But of course they fall over, they do the dance backwards, they get in the way of the Kachinas, and the village finds this hilarious, right? Because they're getting it wrong. It's not that different from when a bumbling clown doctor comes into a child's room and starts to take the temperature or listen to the heartbeat of the parents instead of the child. The child finds this hilarious because it's so obviously wrong, right? It's inappropriate. And they can see, and everyone else can see that what's wrong, but the clown for some reason is in their own world and can't see this. In both these cases, we're laughing at failure. Failure is funny, partly because it's unexpected and surprising, but it goes deeper than that. There's actually something familiar about failure, right? We all recognize that feeling, either from our own past experience or just our imaginations. And what the clown does is brings that out into the open and allows us to laugh at it in a way which lightens it, right? And brings relief. And we realize that, oh, we're not going to die from our fear of failure. So clowning is not a temporary release from suffering. It's a deeper relief that comes from connection with another human being. We realize we're not alone in our stupidity and our fear. This brings me to the second aspect of the clown's meaning. Clowns always have something serious to say underneath the crazy antics, right? But they use a backwards language to tell us this thing, which is often why clowns are who is the sacred clown of the Lakota Sioux, a little bit like the court jesters of medieval Europe, have permission to break rules. They have license to enact things that are forbidden. So for example, they can eat and drink things that are prohibited. They can ridicule respected members of society. They can openly criticize a chief for making a bad decision. In this way, they make us question assumptions that are really deeply rooted in our society. Something really similar can be seen in the clandestine insurgent rebel clown army, otherwise known as Circa, a group of activists who use what they call rebel clowning as a form of political activism.
Liberty. Liberty Mutual is all she talks about since we saved hundreds by bundling our home and auto insurance. Liberty.
One of their goals is to use the carnival spirit and the absurdity of clown to undermine authority and draw attention to injustice. In 2007, the clandestine insurgent rebel clown army went to Rostock as part of the G8 summit to join the protesters. And they carried water pistols and they stood alongside the riot police, actually pretending to help them and face the protesters and kind of defending the police from the protesters. So they were turning everything on its head, as clowns love to do. And in so doing, they really kind of threw the whole thing into confusion, and the police didn't know what to do with this. As with the Heyoka making fun of an authoritarian kind of chief, threw the whole thing into confusion, something and the police didn't know what to do with it to say. And they put their bodies on the line in order to do that, even to the point of being arrested. But imagine the transformative potential of this. A photograph in the newspaper of clowns being bundled into a police van. This can transform people's awareness of the way they think about the G8 summit or about the police. Clowns possess great power because of the backwards language they speak, because they put their bodies on the line, and because they make us laugh. They're granted permission to say the unsayable, to speak truth to power, and to correct many imbalances that have crept into society. But just as much as clowning is about healing and critiquing the other, it's even more so about learning to accept and laugh at oneself. This is the true heart of clown. As clowns, we must learn to accept and come face to face with those aspects of ourselves that we'd really much rather not acknowledge or reveal. That's why in many cultures you have to go through some kind of initiation or rite of passage to become a clown. For example, one of the signs that you're a Heyoka is that you have a dream of something shameful happening to you. And you have to go out in front of the whole community and act out this shameful thing. By doing this, you have a power over shame. You defeat shame and you become a Heyoka. There is a realization here that shame doesn't kill us. But in order to be the one who does this, the clown must be dealing with their own shame and must be able to laugh at their own stupidity. Now we can see this in many Western examples of clowning. Think about that episode of Mr. Bean, New Year's Eve, right? Where only two friends show up for the New Year's Eve party, and then they pretend it's midnight in order to be able to leave and go to the party on the other side of the corridor. Or think of the famous American comedian George Carl getting all tangled up in the microphone cord and hitting himself on the chin and on the nose with the microphone stand. Or Charlie Chaplin getting swallowed by the machine in the factory because he can't work fast enough. These are all examples of the clown acting out the thing that we are most afraid of: being humiliated, being lonely, failing. These are our deepest fears, things that like these touchstones of shame and guilt and fear for us. And the clown has no fear of them. They just act them out in front of everybody. And so we fall in love with the clown. These clowns are not just acting out silly situations to make us laugh. They are reaching down deep into their own humanity, connecting with the thing that we fear the most: public humiliation, being unloved, being lonely, incapable. And we instantly fall in love with those clowns because we recognize the truth. So, what is the true meaning and essence of clown? The clown exists in mythology as well as in everyday life, in the shape of the trickster, full of mischief and tricks. He's the one who slips the net whenever we try to pin him down. He's so sly, in fact, that he appears to be stupid. The trick of the clown is that he or she doesn't really mean anything at all. It's more of an attitude or a state of being than something concrete you can pin down. In fact, to be a clown, it doesn't really matter what you look like. It's not about the appearance. It's about your state of being. It's a form of consciousness, a way of thinking about the world. Clowns transform reality. They take dark, difficult things and turn them into sources of light and pleasure and joy for everybody to share. They heal by bringing delight, turning reality upside down and reminding us who we really are. We all have a piece of this potential in us, which is why I believe we can all be clowns. This is the work of Clown Spirit, to unlock and unleash the clown power that you have inside you. Because let's face it, you're already great at being stupid. You're already ridiculous. You don't need any practice at that. What you need is the courage and confidence to share that beautiful ridiculousness with the world. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please subscribe to the Clown Spirit channel, like and share this video. And if you're ready to face your demons and unleash the brutal honesty of your clown, why not have a look at our flagship program, The Clown Connection, which will take you from zero to clown in just 8 weeks. Whatever happens, as long as you're willing to laugh at the beauty of your own ridiculousness, then you're already halfway there. You're already on the way to becoming a true clown. Welcome back. Thank you for watching that. That was kind of fun for me. Oops. It's kind of fun for me getting that, seeing that again after a year or two after I made it, and some nice moments and some cringy moments. Mitch, hi.
Hi, Barnaby.
Welcome.
Good. How's the marathon going? Marathon interviewing.
It's going. It's going. Yeah.
I'm sure it is. Yeah, good.
What kind of a crazy idea? I mean, who comes up with a crazy idea like that?
Only somebody versed in, deeply embedded in clowning.
Yeah, like a clown, you mean?
Possibly. Somebody deeply embedded in the foundations of it and the horizontal span of it.
Yeah. I've always felt like I don't really look like a clown naturally, but you kind of have the hair for it.
I do at the moment, yes.
You also have a nice background for it right now, sort of like this feeling of like a little bit of organized chaos.
Yeah, that's kind of what my life feels like at the moment. Yeah.
Hey, how are you? It's good to see you.
I'm fine. I've just started day one of a directing project. So I'm directing a play with drama students. Basically, it's their final year show. There's 3 directors, and
Exciting.
3 of us are adapting literary sources. So I'm doing a play called Kafkaesque, a series of transformations, and it will have a clown scene in it. There will be a clown component. It's 3 stories. It's 2 by Franz Kafka, 1 by Haruki Murakami, Japanese writer.
Oh yeah, Murakami, I love.
And the Murakami and the Kafka stories will mirror each other. And the first Kafka story will sort of set up some themes. Well, that's the theory. It's just day one of rehearsals. But
Nice.
It's 2 months, 4 days a week.
So let's you're kind of in many camps in terms of this sort of interview, and I'm interested in talking a little bit about your experience in the Clown Spirit Village, because you've been a member for a little while and coming along. But maybe for folks listening, it would be really interesting for them to first hear about, your background in clowning and sort of all that you've done. We don't have a ton of time, but can you say sort of the key elements that you think are important?
Yeah, edited moments. I suppose, like after college, I joined a community arts organization, and I was fueled with the idea of change through the arts. And there was a performative side to that, and I was doing site-specific work, and then young people's theatre. And then a friend of mine we were at the same time thinking of learning circus skills. We'd worked with a guy called Reg Bolton, who did this suitcase circus movement, again, very social orientation. And we thought we'd set up a company which would be Clown Inc., so the original mixture clowning theatre, which we set up, and for about 25 years was relatively successful. I mean, we toured the world. We were at festivals, where that's how I met Avner and various other people who you've had as your speakers. So there was that side for 25 years, performative, and then occasionally be spin-offs, like I played Trinculo in a production of Tempest, and odd bits of TV work and film work. Then I trained as a drama therapist, so I used clown in that, working with psychiatric patients, working with trickster stories. That was the therapy side. Educational side, going into drama colleges and teaching students, directing. I did a ecological clown show, which I taught to Glastonbury with drama students. I devised a show based on a film that Charlie Chaplin never actually got to make. He died before he could do it, which had clown. There was basically 6 lines of text that I used as a basis for it. And so that was the kind of educational side of things. Then I got various jobs. I was the clown choreographer for Daniel Radcliffe, the actor, in the film. What was it? Victor Frankenstein. Because I worked for 5 years. I was head of performance at the Circus Space in London. So I ran a drama faculty, performance faculty. I had people like Mick Barnfather working with me and so forth. And then, I got the job to work with Daniel, and then I worked with him again at the Old Vic on Beckett's Endgame. So I worked on all the ladder business, and because the Endgame's, the opening of Endgame is all clown. I mean, it's moving a ladder and forgetting you've moved the ladder, then going back to move it again. And I had to teach to fall off the ladder safely. Then the pandemic arrived, so that sort of interrupted things a bit. But since then, I mean, there's some international summer schools I worked on in Luxembourg and Ireland, and so that's that's my background really. I've been at it for a while in different forms.
You have. And you're a clown aficionado and intellectual as well as a practitioner. Every week or so, Mitch will send me an email, like this last one was excellent podcast from Ronlin, and it reminds me of this clown story in a manner of Artaud's Theatre of Cruelty exercise, and he makes a link between Artaud being a fan of the Marx Brothers and writing reviews of their films. Sort of, I feel like you just have an archive of knowledge about the relationship between, film and theatre and clowning, and just a broad span of, eclectic interest in culture. And you're always kind of making these connections and sharing them.
It's the connections that are kind of interesting, Again, it was like in the other podcast with this reminded me of the film that Red Skelton had done, inspired by Buster Keaton. It's always interesting when something is a catalyst for something else. When you were talking about the 4 directions in your clown training, then I thought of the Buster Keaton routine, and it's a mad, mad world where he runs in 4 directions quickly because he's confused. So it's that these fusions just enrich the world of clown, really.
It's so beautiful.
It's fun to do.
Yeah. One of the things that I'm hoping that will happen in Clownvergence and today is that people can get to know a little bit more about the village, Clown Spirit Village, and what we do here. And you've been attending coaching sessions for a time. What is it for you what is the value for you in those sessions, or coming to, or being part of that Crown Spirit Village?
It's basically kind of getting the stimulus of new ideas and going back to your own vulnerabilities when you first went into classes, and realizing that it's a never-ending journey, and there are times when you want to feel that vulnerability again yourself. I mean, when you teach it and you direct it, it's good, I think, sometimes to get back to square one and to mess up and fail and try and learn, and that sort of sense of being a bit humble about the medium, really, as well, and being stimulated by new ideas from other practitioners, that sort of cross-fertilization of ideas, you know. I think that a lot of the classes, the master classes, have been, you know, they've just got stimulating material. So as an artist, whatever your function is, whether you're directing something or performing or teaching, then you know, it doesn't stop, and you have an opportunity through, you know, what you've been providing with the village to kind of challenge yourself again, you know, not in a sort of negative way, but in a positive way of challenging yourself and trying out new material and thinking, oh, that's, I mean, with the Kafka show that I'm doing, I'm definitely going to have this clown scene. And I was thinking about what Moshe was doing with the Buto clown. And there's that move where, which is a Buto move, and it's also a Kyogen move, where somebody walks tentatively and then sort of walks fast. And for me, that's about a clown losing balance. And I'm working on a scene where somebody becomes a human being for the first time. So they learn to walk, they learn to try and move around, and that's going to be like a clown, because they're going to stumble in the process. So it's going to be a clown. So that, I mean, that's an example of that.
Yeah.
An idea creatively to work on this play that I'm directing at the moment.
It's so great to hear that, you know, somebody as experienced as you've been, who's been in clowning for a while, you know, can come into the Clown Spirit Village and find that there's this kind of value there. And I want to sort of highlight that, because maybe people have the sense that it's for you know, for newcomers or beginners or for people with less experience. But there's one of the richnesses, I think, is that there's a real broad spectrum.
It's diversity that you've got. And sometimes, you know, I mean, I did a master class with Lecoq. This was years ago. And a lot of people we had to be selected for it. So there's a lot of people with a lot of experience doing it. And what was really interesting, I remember one of the people saying to me, isn't it amazing how many ways there are of failing? And to be honest, there was a lot of experienced people there, and we were hopeless in terms of the, we messed up, we failed, you know, every exercise, oh my God. So there was something about, okay, highly experienced group of people failing and messing up, and it felt like a great leveler. And I think sometimes that feeling of, you know, obviously if you're trying to put a show together, you want to try and get everything as professional as possible. But I think a laboratory is an opportunity to play and fail and learn and maybe achieve and then get something wrong, and you know, and I think that's a constant learning process. So I think that's what you offer there. And I think with the exercises, you'll see people who are totally new to the clowning world doing something really great, you know, and then it might be somebody who's much more experienced and gets lost, you know. That's the beauty.
Right.
As long as you learn from whatever's happening, then it's great.
Sort of an interesting happenstance, synchronicity. Somebody wrote in the chat, I'm also working on Kafka and clowning. Oh my God, what a coincidence. It's obviously in the air, something.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Mitch, thanks so much for coming on. Before I move to my next guest, is there anything that you'd like to flag that you have coming up? Anything at all that you'd just like to?
No, I mean, I'm going to be all absorbed in this play, really. That's going to be, that's going to take my life over for about 6 weeks or whatever, or maybe a bit longer, a couple of months. You know, once out there, it's a great privilege to be able to do that and to be able to play and create, and you know, good luck to everybody with the creativity. Let's keep the creativity going and the openness and the connecting. That's what the world needs now.
Mitch, thank you so much for coming on, and I'll see you at a coaching session soon.
Take it easy.
Bye for now. All right, everybody. Up next, we have the awesome Rayhana Tejbar, who I actually interviewed for a podcast a few months ago, and it was a fascinating one because of the work she does around conflict and facilitation. And she is extremely playful and fun. And I'm hoping that she's going to pop up on your screens any moment now.
Hi, Barnaby.
Hi, Rayhana. That's
How's
a
it
spectacular
going?
crown. Love your crown.
Thank you. It came from my play session with Dan this morning, and I
Yeah.
just put it on, and then I thought I'll just keep it on for our call or our talk.
Sure, why not? It's kind of like your green goddess.
That's it. Hey, Barnaby, you've been on so many of these calls. Do you want to, or conversations in the Clown-A-Thon? Do you want to have a little dance with me before
Oh
we?
yeah, that would be great. But do you have
Would that be
music?
good? I do.
Okay, let's do it.
Let me request you to let me play.
Go for it.
All right, here we go.
And this is an invitation for everyone at home to dance as well, right?
That's right, of course, all the time.
Who wants to dance, friends?
Bring it.
We did it.
Came back. I wasn't sure I was gonna see you again after you went down the hole. I wasn't sure, but you came back.
I got to take my jacket off.
Yeah, I have to go back to the doctor. I had a procedure on my foot, and I almost forgot about it in that dance. I was like, oh, it's still there. Okay, it's okay. I think my second toe is still on my foot.
Wow, I needed that. I really needed that.
Me too.
I'm curious. I wish we could have had cameras on all the people dancing wherever they were. Let us know in the chat though. Did you dance? Or was it just me and Rayhana just making fools of ourselves?
Or was the dance on the inside or on the outside? Yeah.
Well, you're making me think now. Was I really dancing, or was it just like an internal sensation I had and I thought I was dancing?
Oh. Oof. I saw it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it was real. Rayhana, it was so nice talking to you a few months ago, whenever it was, on our podcast. You talked about many beautiful things, including the power of playfulness in the work that you do with businesses. And I'm curious if anything, I don't know, did that conversation have any impact at all for you?
Oh yeah. It was such, I feel like I know actually that it crystallized some unconscious knowing I've had from my experiences that almost came into more clear form in conversation with you. That like your clowniness and our space for reflection and curiosity made visible some of the more subtle ways that I bring playfulness into organizations of all kinds that I hadn't really put my finger on before. Things like the subtlety of like the smile or the smirk of like, the little twinkle in my eye of like, does it have to be that way? You know, when I'm talking about planning something, you know, is that the only way? What if it was different? Like, what if we envisioned what we'd prefer it to look like? And just that the spirit of the clown that's always sort of curious and open to reinvention. That subtle quality was really one of the things I took away from our conversation that I bring and that I hadn't seen as clearly before. Thank you, Barnaby. Barnaby, you're a good interviewer.
Oh yeah, thank you. Appreciate that a lot. That's all I was fishing for. I just wanted you to tell me I was good. You could have just said that right away. You didn't.
You're great. Everybody should listen to the Clown Spirit podcast if you haven't already. It's delightful.
Yeah, and Rayhana is delightful in it. And one of the most physically playful interviews that I think I've had, definitely, in fact, you know, because most people just sit and they talk, but you were just like constantly moving around during a whole hour, expressing with your body. And you can't see that on the audio podcast, but have put the video up on my YouTube channel of the whole conversation. So you can actually watch that sort of more visual side. Now, I'm sure I was supposed to talk to you about something, but my problem is that I often forget, maybe consciously, maybe unconsciously, forget what I'm supposed to talk about.
It sounds like you've been in a Clown-A-Thon since 5 a.m. or something, and you're kind of starting to not know which phone call you're on, and
a bit like that. But this is also just what I do. I tend to follow my interest rather than what I'm supposed to talk about. But I think that we're supposed to talk about Clownvergence and what you're contributing. So you're going to be doing a butterfly talk in a panel, which is specifically a panel for people not really from the clown world. So we're really interested in a lot of those guests that I've had on my podcast, for example, like yourself, and Manish Jain, I think, is going to be in this panel as well. And maybe Corinne Bell, who I've also interviewed. That one hasn't been published yet. But so you guys are going to be giving butterfly talks about other kinds of, world-changing practice, trauma-informed healing type practice, let's say, for example, or the work that you do, and how clowning sort of becomes a part of that practice without necessarily it being called clowning. So can you give us maybe just give us a little taste of what you think you might talk about in your butterfly talk?
Yeah, and now it's my turn to pick up the phone and say, Rahana, in the future, what are you going to talk about? Oh, I don't know. What are you going to talk about? We'll figure it out probably like the day before. Oh, right. Okay. So, did you hear that conversation?
No.
Okay, good. It was one of the things I was trying to do on the inside and not on the outside.
Right.
Well, I think I'm going to talk about dance. That's what I think I'm going to talk about, because dance is one of the most subtle and most fun ways that I shake it up with people, wherever I can. And it can be to start a meeting of, a core team that's trying to, this one group actually, they love to dance, and our work is around like HR and conflict and how to change the HR system to be more, less punitive and less adversarial and more restorative and more relational and understanding. But in HR, that's actually kind of freaky. Like, it's kind of hard and it's difficult, and there's not a lot of maps and models for how to do it. And it comes with a lot of risk. And so I often dance with those women before we have our meetings to shake it up, to loosen the body, to get out of the head into the heart. and to put some smiles on our faces, to release some oxytocin and relax our nervous system. And I find that there's a lot more ease and openness and creativity in the conversation after that. And I see this too with my coaching clients one-on-one, and a lot of them in not-for-profit leadership. Recently, I've been working a lot with grassroots not-for-profit leaders, and they're so brilliant and so talented. And also, they're a mirror of the kind of service work they're doing in the world, like with survivors of child welfare or with Black parents in the school system and navigating anti-Black racism. They themselves have lived through what they're supporting their clients with. So it's like they're always being brought to confront their pain. And their nervous system is, and they're also just living in the precarity of a not-for-profit in a capitalist system. So, running for dollars and grants. And so I really bring in the playfulness there to laugh, to dance, to actually tap into the portal of imagination of like, how would you imagine, what could it look like? Like if we could go beyond the current reality, which is a lot of scarcity and a lot of pain and a lot of what's not working. Often their heads have to be around problem solving, around what's not working. It's like, well, what could it look like? It's like, look, there's another curtain we could open through and look out another window. And sometimes that's through like a meditative journey of visioning, or sometimes it's with dance, actually, just moving the body on behalf of a vision.
So what we did together was actually very relevant. We danced, and that is potentially what you're going to be looking at in the session. I love it.
Maybe we'll see what it actually is, but that was all right. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat says, what is Butterfly Talks? So Butterfly Talks are going to be part of the Clownvergence conference on April 10th to 13th. And I just posted the link to that so you can register. But the Butterfly Talks specifically are like a panel of related presenters giving 5 to 10 minute mini talks, almost like TED Talks or TEDx Talks, that introduce us to an idea, and then there'll be Q&A at the end. So Butterfly Talks. I don't know who gave them that. Who came up with that expression, Rayhana? Do you know? Butterfly Talks.
I don't know. I heard it from Dan, and
yeah, maybe he invented it.
Maybe
it's a thing anyway. Now, Peter Shub says gibberish in movement could be useful. That's an interesting idea.
Yes, Peter. Gibberish is so useful, and sometimes it's great when people have a lot of pent-up energy about something, anger, frustration. I've had groups just simultaneous gibberish rant about a thing, and it's really therapeutic. It's really cathartic.
Bringing. I find that when I'm doing gibberish, you just move.
Yeah.
It creates spontaneous movement without thinking too much.
It also brings immediate emotion and softness, which can be really beautiful, especially in a workplace where, gosh, it's just a hard place to bring your full self to. And yet it's exactly what we need, to transform organizations. We need to bring our emotional selves in.
I mean,
and yet it's so scary sometimes to do that.
Yeah. It really is. In some work, I do this very powerful men's work, and in it we are able to really go deep with emotions, but it's because there's this very strong container that is created by this group of men that you're involved in, and you trust. And there's a specific work you do to create that container every time you meet. And you can only go there because of that container. So I mean, asking people to do that in a work context with people who are like, you know, their colleagues and maybe their people who've hired them or their bosses or whatever is so challenging. I think we should just put red noses on them all and then just let them go at it. And but they won't do that. That's the trouble.
I know it's just difficult. However, we do need to build the container every time all the same, whether we're online or in person. I mean, as much as possible, I try to demonstrate how important it is to come together in person for a retreat. Like, let's start 2 days together somewhere beautiful.
Yeah.
That helps a lot with creating that kind of container. But even though that's not always possible, it doesn't mean it's not always possible to get to the emotional work. And we're doing 3 really beautiful conflict transformation journeys for teams that have been stuck in conflict for years. And it's all online.
Amazing.
And sometimes, you know, we're with them for a year.
Yeah.
Spread out, you know, but we build a container as we and continuously, like you said, every time we need to ensure it's still there holding us.
Yeah, we can't take it for granted, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately. Rayhana, thank you so much. I'm going to have to say goodbye and move on because I've already eaten 5 minutes into Riley's time.
Oh, Riley. Sorry, Riley. We'll give you that time then with Riley. So nice to be with you, Barnaby. Thank you.
Yeah, you too. And looking forward to your contribution to Clownvergence, and have a beautiful day and good luck with everything.
You too, Barnaby. Enjoy. Keep dancing.
Yay. You too. Bye.
Ciao.
All right. I am about ready for a break, y'all. Thanks for all your questions coming in on the chat. And I'd like to welcome you all or introduce you all to my buddy Riley Soliner, who is here, I think, somewhere. Hello, Riley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, switch your video on or your camera on.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Hello, I've made it. Hi.
Hello.
It looks like we're in the same, well, we are kind of in the same room.
I know. If I faced you this way, I think. No, other way.
Oh, there you are. Oh, no.
Hang on. Let's see. I sometimes, yeah, that looks right. I'm looking at the Facebook stream, and that look we're looking at each other.
Oh wow, you're everywhere.
Yeah, there we are.
Oh,
hi, Riley.
Wow. Oh my God, Barnaby, hi. This is incredible. Well, wow, anything is possible.
Yeah.
I really feel it. Well, hi, how's your Clown-A-Thon going?
It's wonderful. I'm having such a good time. It's like, you know, I get so deeply into each conversation that it's hard to envisage the next one. I remember this from when I was doing, when I used to be a teacher in university, and I would have to see one student after another, and you'd get really engaged and involved with talking about one, and it's really sort of hard to make the transition into the next one. But it's like a train, just it's been going, and it's been a gift, every conversation. But I'm also glad for a break, so thanks for showing up.
Phew. Well, yeah, great job so far. Happy to be here. Honored to help out. And for those tuning in, don't fret about missing Barnaby, because we're going to revisit some of Barnaby's older work here. One thing that I'm doing here as part of the Clown Spirit Fellowship is I host listen-alongs of old episodes of Clownversations. So we get to come together, we get to have some mutual discussion, and we get to just see what comes of checking out some of these really pithy, deep conversations that Barnaby's had with clowns from all over the world. So, as host, for the next little bit of the Clown-A-Thon, I thought I would put on an episode of Clownversations, and then with the little bit of time we have remaining before I'm joined by my friend Robyn, we could have a conversation in the chat. We can have some discussion about just what comes to mind, what inspires us when we're watching this episode of Clownversations. So without further ado, let me share my screen. Let me see if I can get this episode going. One moment. I know I have it right here. Here we go. Okay. Right away, sir. Here we go. Okay, sharing screen now. Okay, and here we are, presenting Clownversation with Chris Lynham.
I don't think the sound is working on that, coming through, Riley. I could lip sync. I could just talk while my
No, we gotta get you your break. Here, let me try one more time. My bad. I'm sorry. Let's see here. Share with audio, duh, right? Share sound.
That'll do it.
That'll do it. Okay, and
over 20 years ago, back in the mists of time, I lived in Leeds, and I used to go to this show called Cabaret Heaven once a month at the local, I live like 2 blocks from this place, the Cabaret, the Brunel Social Club. And we always looked forward to the month when Chris Lynham was the headline act, when he came up and he performed his incredibly sort of bizarre, zany, kind of in-your-face, eccentric act, doing, working with absolute technical precision, but with this kind of stage persona that like hit you over the head. He was kind of a sensation, it was a once in a lifetime experience watching Chris. And since I announced that he was going to be doing this Clownversation, I've been hearing all kinds of stories from other people who've spent time with Chris, and he really has been an inspiration to many generations of clown performers. He's created a bunch of amazing shows: The Beast of Theatre, Eric the Fred, the Popcorn Club Cabaret, Los Dos, which is a duo that I want to ask him about as well. He's also now, for a while, been performing in Slava's Snow Show in Australia, in the US, all over the world. He is a legend in the world of clown, and I'm very excited to welcome him onto the Clownversation stage. So here he is. Big round of applause for Chris Lynham.
Dude, that's a bit of an introduction. Jesus, am I going to live up to this? Whoa.
I don't know. I feel like there should be trumpets, fanfares playing.
Do you know what? I think it's probably, when you go, he's a legend, it's only because you've been around for so freaking long that,
A myth. Maybe you're more of a myth than a legend.
Yeah, so it's just the longevity just makes people, your name gets mentioned for a longer time than other people. Yeah, next year I'm just coming, in a few days' time, I'm hitting my 50th year of show business. So,
oh, wow, congratulations. That's amazing.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm not sure if legend is the right word. It's just like, well, what, he's still at it.
Come on, Chris. It's time to hang up the hat, mate.
Yeah, cool.
Well, I think there's just a sort of a feeling though in the business that I don't know, you're maybe a clown's clown or something like that. People just remember you and are inspired by you by your work. So I only meant it in the most complimentary sense, of course.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty strong character that the Chris Lynam hair up. It's and coming on with that energy. It's kind of, I think it's my holiday. It's my holiday. When that character's on stage, you can do anything, and it's extreme. Where the imagination goes. Sometimes you just come up with pretty wacky ideas, and suddenly I do a lot of it to make myself laugh, Barnaby.
That seems like a key, right? It's got to be entertaining for us and amusing for us to. I know it's something I say to people when they're trying to come up with a character is like, do you find it funny? No, because you have to do this a lot.
Yeah.
What was the tell us about then this character, Chris, because I'd love to know about its genesis. Like, is it something that came really easily and quickly and early in your career? Or is it kind of like you have to find it?
It came kind of fortuitously, actually. I woke up when I was 20 and said, I'm going to be a clown. Oh, what do you do? And I spent a bit of time trying to find out what schools were available. And the only one in Europe was Lecoq School in Paris, which I applied for and was one of 80 successful applicants out of 3,000. But with the acceptance came the demand for the first year's fees, a 2-year course. And it was a couple of grand a year, which nowadays doesn't seem, but then that was a lot of money. So I spent a bit of time trying to find it. And I'd started doing tumbling workshops at a place called the Oval House. And after a month of trying to find the money for it, I just went, I'm just going to do it. So backtrack a bit more to when I was 14. I used to go and work in first age 13 to a Luna Park, which is like a fun fair thing. It was called Salisbury then, Harare, Zimbabwe, where I was born and grew up. And so the second year, I went there to get this job and selling Cokes the first year, Coke stand. Oh, there you go. And the second year, I just happened to be in the right time and place where two guys from the RAF, Royal Air Force, in their month's holiday used to do a Raja act. And they wanted an assistant.
What is a Raja act?
Huh?
What is a Raja act?
Raja, like sticking nails up your nose, walking up razor sharp blades, like, turban-y shit, lying on beds of nails, blowing fire, swallowing swords, all that. Oh yeah, I'll do that. So they taught, it's all pretty simple stuff, and they taught it to me, and I did some shows in the afternoon. So that was my first flavor of performing. And
wow,
there's a little sub story there, which if we have time, I'll come back to. The Bed of Nails story. That's worth hearing at some point.
I'm going to write that down.
Yeah. And so then fast forward to, I'm a clown now. I had all these skills that I'd learned. Well, it took me about 5 minutes to learn to juggle, because it's actually quite a mathematical, simple thing. I mean, I'm not a good juggler by any stretch. And in fact, I drop a lot of the balls that I don't catch. That's
How does that work?
You can have that. And so, so just learn to juggle, basic tumbling acrobatic skills, which I kept developing. And I just threw a show together and went out on the street, and it was awful. And then, but there was something there. But the next one, something better. And every show you're going to learn something. Still to this day, 50 years later, I'm always learning something from just performing. It's the best school. And street, I was playing on the street, which is also, I think, one of the better schools in the world.
Yes. So what was it back in those days? What do you think was the thing that you were learning most? The reason I brought that up was the fact that I didn't go to Lecoq, because he's quite brutal in the way that he formed his students, I think. All that, break them down and then build it up kind of thing, which, I mean, now as a teacher, I'm not sure if I really agree with it, but
But it was a system. And the crazy, wild, anarchic Chris Lynham character would not have come out of Lecoq School in Paris.
Right.
That character came from me doing on the street and demanding attention and fighting for every laugh, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to, that needs to be sort of a story that's told to people, because the people still kind of revere Lecoq and these schools. And just to hear you say that would not have come out, like this amazing thing.
But listen, I've seen some people who've come out of those schools and, you know, great. Especially, I mean, Gullier, what an astonishing teacher. I'd love to meet him sometime, because, I mean, so and that's brutal. He's really brutal to students. I mean, whoa. I mean, I kind of pretend brutal.
Because you're going to be teaching we should mention this actually, just as in parenthesis, and then we'll come back to the story a little bit. But you're teaching at Lambda, I believe, coming up quite soon.
Yeah, that's part of the London International Mime Festival, which I've spoken to Helen about. You know, they've announced this is the last one. I think it's such an institution, and I can't believe they're just going to turn their back on it. It's awful, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I'm a bit upset by that. So perhaps they've had enough.
Yeah, maybe it's time. Maybe something else. It'll leave space for something else to grow.
Yeah.
But you're going to be teaching alongside.
Oh yeah, Ben Keaton and I run a work. We've done a couple already, and we work quite well together. Because he's properly trained and everything, and a proper comic, successful actor. And
so you're like good cop, bad cop, or you're
like,
like,
like that, you know, because when I teach, I haven't got time to go and what did you think and how do you feel? And fuck that. I'm more interested in the next thing. But and so he goes, and what do you think? And then discuss the whole thing and give credit, because students love that. They love being, you know, being criticized and praised for their fucking bollocks. I'd rather just see some more of it, really. You know, you know when you're funny, you get a laugh. Oh no, you're frozen. Oh, you're back. If you're funny, you get a laugh, and we get a lot of laughter in the workshops. I mean, a lot. So, but it's quite nice to let Ben go. And how do you feel?
So, for you, it's like pedagogically speaking, that it's like the same as the street. What you're talking about in a way is bringing that sense of immediacy to the workshop, that it's either good or it's not. It's either funny or it's not, and you have to change what you're doing right there in the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm quite good at. I'll try it with this accent, or you know, just a little snippet, but I can't be asked with 5 minutes on each bloody sketch that they've done about how good it was and what about if. You know, you can do it immediately, because I love that crackle of a workshop, you know, and shows, you know, when shows are good, they just crackle, don't they? And the workshops I do are a bit like that. Yeah, it's like a long show, really.
So let's go back to this story. So you didn't go to Lecoq, and you just started pumping out shows on the street and working the street.
Yeah. Around the world. Right.
And was this festivals mainly, or just like literally show up on a street and busk?
Festivals and that only started happening. Once you built a show, which I don't think took me very long because I was making really good money from early on. And people see it and they go, oh, come and play at our festival or our little theatre thing or whatever. And yeah. Do you know what? I've been threatening for about 15 years that I just need to get back on the street, because it was the happiest and wealthiest time of my life. I used to make so much money. I mean, it's probably more difficult now. But yes and no. If there's a footfall and space to pull a crowd, you know, if you've got something, they'll stand and watch it and they'll chuck you money. Well, a lot of people don't have money these days, do they? So you have to have, I don't know how, maybe we could find some new way of telepathically zapping some money into your account or something.
So I just want to welcome people who are just joining us. Hello, everybody. I'm here having a conversation with wonderful Chris Layman and learning about his life and his work. We got some comments coming in. Hi, Mike from icy Salem, Oregon. Hi, Audrey. Paula Malik, who I know very well from Colombia, but she's in France now.
Can I see these comments as well?
I think you can somewhere. There's probably a button that says somewhere on your side.
Present. I've got present settings, stop.com or mute.
I don't know. Maybe you can't then. I'll have to read them out. Caroline Simmons says, he scared the shit out of me, Gaulier. Oh, Gaulier. She's talking about Gaulier, not you. Oh. Bonsoir from southern France. You know Caroline? I don't know if you do. Maybe. Caroline Simmons. Yeah. Benjamin Richter says, hi from Berlin. Hello, everybody. Lovely to have you here. So please, if you're new to the Clown Spirit channel, guys, watching, please hit the subscribe button. That really helps us out. And why not like the video as well? Because that sends it out to more people, and share it with your friends. And Dumais is here. Hi, Dumais from San Francisco. So, Chris, how did you make the transition then? Or what was it that brought you onto the stage, as it were, from the street? Was there kind of a specific thing there? Because you started doing more cabaret stuff, and I presume that took you more onto stages.
People ask you to come indoors, you know. It's like I said, if you've got a good show, then people want to put it in their little thing. Theatre festival, done bits of telly, odd bits of film. I'm sorry, I can't see these comments. But yeah, it doesn't seem anywhere for me to pick them up. There you go. Yeah, no, I used to love the international traveling. Do you know what? Must have been in the early 70s or something. These courier companies, DHL and what was there? There was about 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
No, there were 2 big ones, DHL and I think the other one's still going. Anyway, they used to have a system where they'd offer people a free ticket. No, yeah. In the beginning, it was a free ticket to go to somewhere. So you'd get in touch with them. You know, you'd call them up. I'd say, okay, I want to go to Tokyo, and like 3 months' time. So you give them a date, and they'd send you off to Tokyo with a return ticket, and all you could take was hand luggage, and they'd use all of your luggage space for couriering stuff. So you just have to take a sheet of paper. So there was someone there to handle this luggage or a lot of thing, and you'd carry these documents and hand them to someone at the end. You never touched any of this shit.
Yeah.
But you got free flights. So I used to phone them up. Have you got any cancellations today or tomorrow or something? And they go, oh yeah, we've got New York. Do you want to go? Yeah. So for about a year, I was constantly getting these flights to somewhere that I'd never been. Excuse me.
And you'd go and perform?
I just land there and just go and play, because my whole show fitted into hand luggage. It was no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great times. And then they started charging like 30 quid or something for a trip to New York. But same thing. If you called them up and there was a cancellation, someone had already paid the 30 quid.
Yeah.
I think it went on for about 3 years. They did all that.
Oh, Caroline says, look, I'm going to put this comment up here on the screen. Can you see that? Caroline Simmons says, we worked in Hong Kong in 1985 or 6.
Okay, yeah, I was there in those years. Sorry, Caroline, I can't remember much of it because I just know it was the Fringe Club. And actually, I wrote a very interesting show and performed it there. Hong Kong is just a great city. It's one of those, I've found 2 cities in the world that I'm just so creative and prolific in. Cape Town's one and Hong Kong's the other. And man, I think it was called Harry Christmas. And it was such a good show with a phenomenal Chinese pianist. And my friend Yang Wong, who's an abstract artist. Just a great set work. I think it's a fabulous city. I really have enjoyed all the times I've been there. Yeah, I really like it. Well done, Caroline. Does she live there?
She says, no, she lives in France. She says, we worked at refugee camps. Interesting. You remember working in some refugee camps in Hong Kong?
Oh, yeah, that was one of the things at the festival. Because I think I went to the Hong Kong Fringe Festival about 5 or 6 years on the trot.
Mm.
And as part of giving back to the community, we'd go and entertain the refugee camps for a couple of things.
Yeah.
Yes, I think I think Caroline wrote to me on Facebook. This is a Facebook thing, isn't it? Reminded me about that. Magnificent Seven. That was it. There was a little group that put together by the Vicious Boys. Angelo Adebolo. Sorry, Angelo, I can't remember your surname. But and then he put a group together with some great street artists. Oh, what were they called? A mime group. Mark and this is one of the unfortunate things about aging, mate. Sometimes the memory goes clunk, 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 delete.
Well, maybe what sticks in the memory are the kind of stories.
Nickelodeon. That was it. They were called Nickelodeon.
Caroline says the Magnifique Seven.
Yeah, Magnificent Seven.
Yeah. I mean, what sticks out, Chris, from those times? Like in terms of your experience and what you recollect, like what was it that that sort of characterizes those times?
I guess it's a lot of it's to do with you young and free and easy, and the world's your oyster. You're doing what you wanted to do. You make people laugh and having a great life, earning piles of money and spending it faster than you can earn it. And just chucking it around, it was great. It was very liberating. Yeah.
What was your show like? Could you give us like a little visual glimpse? Like, what was it like? The material that you were performing at that time?
There's a similar kind of stuff, stupid impressions, silly sketches, silly juggling, bits of music.
Mm.
I've always worked with the audience a bit, audience participation, directing them in silly bits. Yeah,
bringing people up on stage.
Yeah, and beating
them. I want to talk a little bit about, because I came across you at the Brunel Social Club in Cabaret Heaven, and I don't remember if we actually shared the stage or if we were just. I was watching you, and I was in occasionally. I was in those shows occasionally.
That was such a great gig. Mike.
That's right.
What was his other name? Mike.
Yeah,
very sad when he just decided. We went. Oh no, I'm a social worker now. I went, no, best club. One of the best clubs in the country, and definitely the best club in Leeds has ever seen, for sure. I mean, it had so much atmosphere, live band, different wacky acts. It was a vaudeville variety night, wasn't it?
Yeah. And Mike hosted it with a partner whose name I also can't remember. And they were great, double act. And she would kind of welcome people in at the door as well. She was there in character, sort of working the floor.
Yeah. God, I'm sorry I couldn't remember your name, Mike.
And then there was Trevor Organ. Do you remember Trevor Organ?
No.
He was one of the sort of standard acts. They'd have certain acts that were local that would just be there kind of every month. Pete, his real name, Pete White, I think. And Trevor.
Oh, he's a poet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Balding guy.
Yeah. And his character was Trevor Organ. And I remember doing a couple of acts there when I was just kind of cutting my teeth as a performer, really, first doing solo work, and just finding it. I mean, I had one that was great, and then a couple that were just bombed, because the audience, if you got them at the right moment, they were great, but they were quite you know, they weren't quite like a stand-up audience. They weren't ready to cut you dead, but they were quite demanding. You know, you needed to really
up your game if you weren't delivering. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
What?
like audiences like that. Yeah.
I know, right? It's a challenge. Big
Yeah.
challenge. Do you remember the acts that you were performing in at Cabaret Heaven?
No.
I remember the Ice Cube.
Yeah, but do you know what? In 50 years of doing this, that show, that's the kind of cabaret variety show that I do, is pretty standard, and you know, can be an hour of it, and that hasn't really changed in 50 years. But you know, within it all, there's loads of improvisation and stuff. So, yeah. I mean, although I can't remember that particular venue and what I was doing there, it would have an amount of sketches that I know would have, a selection of the sketches. How can I put this? Sorry, I'm not being very eloquent. There's an hour's material that character could perform in that kind of situation. So I could reel off what it could have been. And that's pretty standard over 50 years. Yeah.
Yeah, remind me, what were some of the other pieces that it could have been? I'll probably jog my memory.
Did an escapology thing. Maestro Coffin the Ditch, he goes into a large brown paper bag and gets someone out the audience to tie him into it. And he bursts out after 10 seconds dressed as a ballerina and does silly dancing. So that takes 10 minutes. So it could have been that.
Yeah.
Could have been getting four or five people up out of the audience and telling the story of Frankie and Johnny.
Oh, no, I don't remember that one. That sounds great.
Smashing Apples is quite a regular thing and quite memorable. The impressions, snow, big snow, you know, the jumping on people. Might have done banjo stuff with the banjo, stupid songs.
So David Lichtenstein sent, you know, in a Facebook comment, he mentioned that you had one of the best known finales of everyone in the cabaret circuit.
Oh, that one. Thank you and good night. No. Yeah, no, unfortunately it's been a bit of a ball and chain, but I mean I'm not ashamed of it or anything, but it does. I am often known as, that bloke who sticks a firework up his ass, you know, so I don't think it's particularly funny. It kind of came about as my anti-plagiarism bit. So
how so?
Well, because in the early days they used Chinese fireworks, and I've seen what happens when they forget that they're a fountain and think they're a bomb.
So it kind of almost happened incidentally and then stuck, so to speak.
No, okay. The way that happened is I used to, in the street shows, I never used to get totally naked. I used to strip down to some Victorian bloomers Victorian women's bloomers have got a split arse, so they didn't have to have a piss. You know, they'd sit down and the arse, the cloth would just separate there. So I used to strip down to those and give a flash of my arse, which always got a laugh. I used to do then fire blowing and acrobatic somersaults, blowing fire and stuff, and I'd like to finish up with a small fantasy and light a firework as though I was pissing fireworks.
Right. Yeah.
And then I joined an extraordinary cabaret group called the Greatest Show on Legs, who had some fantastic material, and I'd always admired them. And an opportunity arose for me to join them. And the first night, while we were rehearsing the new show, Malcolm said, "Oi, Chris, why are you sticking up your ass?" I went, "Oh no," remembering the sometimes bomb effect. So Martin Stone said, "Oh, I'll do it." he did it the first night, and his wife said to him, "If you ever do that again, I'm leaving you." So I went, "Oh, fuck it, I'll do it." And so it just it just continued, and it's kind of become my trademark piece.
It made you, obviously.
Really?
No, I mean, it sounds like it's plagued you in some ways.
Oh, yeah. But you know, I've plagued myself. You know, I've been an extremist and an anarchist and a rebel, and haven't played the game according to the rules that they give you. Although, you know, I show up on time. I don't abuse anybody until I get on stage, and then, you know. But in terms of professionalism, I always show up for the gigs. I always deliver what I'm supposed to. But you know, but people don't think that when they see the character, you know. And if you haven't met me before and seen, well, it seems all right, and you've just witnessed the onstage persona, it's like, whoa. Yeah, people are frightened. A lot. I see an audience, you know, people are like terrified of Chris Lynham, artist. Yeah.
It's interesting that you never came up with a character name that differentiated you from the onstage.
I know. I've got one coming up. Actually, he's been kind of cooking for a couple of years, but I'm starting to work on a new show with a couple of musicians. So, and that might be quite interesting. And that's going to be presented by Max Bobbins.
A producer?
No, that's me. That's the character.
Oh, I see. Max Bobbins.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be a hit.
If you're just joining us, folks, welcome. I'm here talking with Chris Lynham on this Clownversation. Please hit the subscribe button. Make sure to like the video, comment underneath. And if you have any questions for Chris, because I'm sure lots of things are coming up that people would love to know, if you just put them into the chat, I will stick them up on the screen and we will talk about them. Oh, look, one just popped up from Benjamin Richter. Sorry. Here's a random question. After such a long career and having seen so much, what do you think extremism in clown performance means today?
It's a bit like fishing, really, isn't it? You know, have a rod with a piece of string on the end and a hook, and throw it in the thing. Maybe put a bit of a worm or something, a bit of bread on it. See what you get.
Performing, you mean, in general? Just like...
No, sorry, I was just trying to give a clever answer because it's too clever a question for me. That's a Jeff Johnson question.
Maybe Benjamin Richter is Jeff Johnson in
yeah.
coming at us. Yeah, it isn't.
Listen, I don't think extremism in clowning has changed at all since the clowning started, because that's what we are. You know, we're anarchists and we're freedom and we're provocateurs, really, to some extent or another. You know, so yeah, I guess it depends on how far on the scale you are. Is dependent on what your audience and your format of the show is, but that's what clowns are. We're provocateurs and stupid. You know, that's what people laugh at. The bloke falling over, the banana skin, the plank whacking on the head. You know, it's all. I don't think it's any different to what it's always been. But what it does need, and where good clowning succeeds, is the intention and the charismatic presence that the clown has. So you have to have total conviction of what you're doing for it to be noticed, really, or noticeable and memorable.
Do you feel, Chris, has there been Because you talked about how different your onstage persona is from you, but is there in some other way some link in how your clowning on stage or your clowning in general is present in your sort of everyday life?
No, it's two separate things. Yeah, yes and no. I mean, I'm still a prankster and a joker, and got a dry wit. So, you know, in real life, I'm quite known to make complete strangers burst out laughing just through, you know, how much does that cost in the shop, you know. So yeah, I think clowns are born, but can be manufactured.
Ooh, can you explain a bit more? Say a bit more about that.
Well, clowns are born, so I'm one of those people. I got born. I'm funny, you know, and I can. I mean, not in this context, but like everyday life, getting on the bus, talking to someone, you know, there's loads of laughter to be had just in the way that you talk to and address people or comment on something or other. You know, there's laughs everywhere. You just have to go, oh, I'll take that one. Sorry, what was the other thing?
That they can be manufactured, because you said
that. Yes. More and more, I've thought, you know, in my initial workshop days teaching people, I'd sometimes go into a workshop and think, oh no, they'll never be funny. But now everybody's funny. Absolutely, if you come to a workshop saying I want to study being a clown, well, you've done it. You are it. You've acknowledged some little thing in you, some little bit of joy that you're going to bring out and spread. So our tools is just go, oh yeah, try it like that. Oh no, do it like that. Well, speak in this voice, and various different exercises to give inspiration for finding humor in whatever it is you do.
So interesting. Yeah, Caroline mentions that John Townsend's distinction between natural and artificial fools, which is similar to what you just said. The natural idiot, the one who's naturally funny, and then the ones who can learn to be funny or train to be funny in some way.
But at the end of the day, funny's funny. So if you can make it, it doesn't matter really. If it's manufactured, there's more work really. If you're naturally funny, you just piss about all your life and hope it lands in the right places.
I think this is what I mean, Chris, by the link between the stage and life, because it seems to me that your philosophy of life is rooted in this same thing, that this wildness. Even though you don't act like a wild person in everyday life, there is this wildness to how you think about life and the choices that you make around going here, going there, trying things out. It's this provocateur in you.
Yeah. Gonna die one day.
Well, of course. But it'll live on. So I'm also really interested, Chris, in what you just said about people who come to workshops because they just have acknowledged something in themselves, some little bit of joy or light that they want to explore and share. And this is a lot of the clown workshop culture nowadays, right? People take clown workshops for all kinds of reasons, not just because they want to be a professional, funny person. And so how do we maintain that? Or is it important to maintain a kind of distinction between people who just want to sort of clowning as this kind of, I don't know, to be part of this community of sharing and funniness and lightness, versus people who want to the professional standards and the kind of development of the high end of clown as an art form? That was a clumsy question, but do you know what I mean?
No, it's too clever for me, mate.
Yeah. It's the PhD. I'm sorry, I can't help it.
Yeah, I know.
I guess what I'm saying is because you mentioned to me earlier that that cabarets like Cabaret Heaven, spaces like that don't seem to really exist anymore, or that there's a lack there.
No, it's a real shame. Yeah, because there are those acts, and actually what's happening is that they're playing in, you know, in a lot of European towns, and I don't know, I haven't been to America for a while now, but I used to play, well, just in New York really, but and Montreal, but that's got a bit, you know, the Just for Laughs festival has got so kind of predictable, and it's not. Yeah, so that gets even further down to the manufactured area where, you know, you're just being cultivated for your 4 minutes of television fame, and a lot of the variety acts are being trained at places like Circus Space and everything. Those guys are studying to get a 3-minute act that they're going to put into a circus or a cabaret or a cruise ship or something, and they're going to work that for 25 years. And then probably learn how to be crooners or something. You know, there's not many people that, apart from what I can see, who's come out of Goulier, but who really fly with the new wave of clowning. You know, it's kind of squashed a bit. You know, because on one side, a large proportion of clown is looked on as kind of circus, really, and that's got to be so squeaky clean for it to be acceptable. And you know, because you're dealing with hundreds, thousands of Joe public. You know, I've seen. I haven't worked in many of those. A couple, not for long. I'm not a circus clown, really. I mean, I can be, but it's like
Doesn't Snow Show feel a bit like that sometimes, perhaps? That it's a family show and has to be sort of...
Yeah, exactly.
So we're getting towards the end of time, and we haven't even talked about your shows yet, Chris, which I really want to talk about. Because at some point you went from sort of doing the sort of cabaret act-based stuff to actually making some full-length shows. And I'm curious about, you know, I haven't seen any of them. I wish I had. The Beast of Theatre, Eric the Fred. What?
Yeah, Eric the Fred's lovely. Oh my God, that's that's the best thing I've ever done. But I couldn't sell it. You know, it's a one-man show. It takes a day and a half to set up in a theatre. It needs minimum of 8 meters height, and you know. And those kind of shows will work, you know. I mean, Snow Show, La Clique, La Soirée, these big cabaret shows and big clown shows that work, and the ones all in Vegas have got shitloads of marketing money behind them. And if you haven't got that, you can't really compete with that market, which, you know, the market that Eric the Fred deserved, I think, is. Yeah, it's a real shame that we couldn't just find that extra. I don't know what you need to market a show, $500,000 or something. I mean, it's like big money. That kind of scale of shows, you know.
And yeah, I guess. And so what was it about? Was it a storyline sort of show, like a more traditional show?
Yeah. I think why I liked it. It was silent, and I worked behind the gauze because we did projections, so I worked with film quite a bit in it, and it's just kind of a sad clown story, really. Yeah.
Wow, it sounds very different from a lot of your cabaret and street work.
Yeah. No, there's some clips of it on the website. Have a look. In fact, we've got a film of the whole show. I might just put that up at some point if I'm definitely going to bin it. About a year ago, I said, that's it, I'm finished with that joke. But you never know. Somebody might go, hey.
Yeah. I mean,
Sue Broadway.
Right. If somebody invited you to go to Broadway, you'd do it. Well, if anyone's watching.
No, I was going to say there's a great clown, Sue Broadway, who's Australian, and she did Ra Ra Zoo and quite a lot of other stuff. We had one of these podcasts about, I think right at the beginning of lockdown, and I was going, I really want to bring Eric the Fred to Australia. Can you sort it out? Yeah, we're going to do that. Don't you worry. So I just brought that up to illustrate that, you know, somebody might just go, hey, we've got a tour of blah, blah, blah. So we can revive it.
What about the Beasts of Theatre? Because that one, I think you're doing, I can see it on your gig list coming up. So that one was easier to sell.
Yeah, that's advertised. There is a whole hour-and-a-half show of Beast of Theatre, but I also call quite a lot on my gigs. I put bits of Beast, so that's the cabaret stuff. So that's the kind of Chris Lynham that you've seen and know that from Cabaret Heaven. So you can have up to an hour and a half of that, or 2 hours or something. But if I'm working cabaret or smaller, you know, group shows or something, I'll just do 20 minutes to half an hour or whatever they want of that character and that material.
So that's almost like the Beast is becomes sort of a character. Maybe that is maybe you do have a character name.
No, it's Chris Lynham, and the title of that show is because in the early days of vaudeville and variety and everything, they used to call someone a beast of the theatre, and it wasn't a great term to give them, because they were kind of despised because they did everything. They juggled. You know, what clowns are really, but in the variety world, so they were kind of frowned on because they did too much. You know, did music and juggled and tightrope walk and trapeze, and you know, and people didn't like that because, you know, again, those people would come with their ventriloquist act and
you'd blow them out of the water.
Say again?
And then the Beast would blow them out of the water.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, it was a kind of derogatory term for artists.
That's very interesting. So when it says the Beast of Theatre, that show is a kind of sequence of those acts put together.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a kind of cabaret show. The full Beast of Theatre show is like cabaret.
Yeah, yeah. And then tell me about Los Dos, because that sounds really interesting as well. You made a
that's great stuff. That's musical comedy with my partner. We haven't done that for a while. Same thing, just travel and different commitments and what's going on. Yeah, that's musical comedy. We do Bizet with sousaphone and voice and big percussion instruments. No, it's great. It's wild. And it works well in, although I do translate some of the earlier stuff in that show. No, it's kind of high quality musical cabaret.
I'm sure that I mean, maybe this requires some kind of like production selling effort, but I'm sure that there's a market for that kind of work in the festival, like theater festival circuit, not necessarily.
Yeah. There is. Yeah, I mean, over the last few years, people have been people I've come across are always tight budgets, and they're more interested in booking a solo act, a double act, or you know. In fact, on my website, Los Carambas is not advertised either. That's a trio, and that's a fantastic bit of work as well. You know, we put that together every now and then for festival gigs, and it's a trio with a very small person, me, and a very tall person.
Yes.
And it's funny. It's good. It's good stuff.
And then the Popcorn Club Cabaret, which is that a street act?
No, it's more cabaret. It used to be we used to run a 10-piece band, and it came out of that, the Extravaganzas, and then we changed the name. A guy called Jules Holland then started having a band called Jules Holland's Extravaganza. I went, oh no, that's the name of our band. Anyway, so we changed it to the Popcorn Club. And so it was a kind of a big band with different cabaret acts, clowns, all doing a spot in it. But it was a kind of core of 10 people. It would swell to 14 for specific gigs or something. And we had a residency for a while, a couple of years in London. Yeah, we used to tour with that, but oh my God, touring with 14 people is like,
Oh my gosh. Yes. So you mentioned that you want to go back to maybe doing street performance. Are we going to see that? We're going to see Chris Layman back on the street?
Yeah.
LA?
Yeah. Definitely got a gig at the beginning of June in Italy, Pennabilly Festival. I'm going to be
amazing.
There. Yeah. And the new act, I hope, is going to be there. We still haven't built it, so I'm going to start working on that in March. So it'll be ready for the summer. I think I'm not dealing with the bookings on that. Laura's kind of doing that. So I think there'll be quite a few outings with that new thing, which again will be a bit gentler version of my lunacy, I think.
So you mentioned at the very beginning the bed of nails story, and we're very near the end. So I feel like we have to have the bed of nails story.
Yeah, bed of nails. So there I am, 14 years old, haven't been taught how to lie on a bed of nails, which is actually quite simple. But I was doing the shows for the afternoon shows, kind of like matinees. And one of the things that we used to do, so, you know, it was all of that, walking up razor sharp ladders and swallowing swords, sticking nails up your nose with a hammer and blowing fire. And then laying on the bed of nails, then they'd invite somebody out. You know, we're all dressed in turbans and kind of IKEA kind of costumes. Invite someone out to come and stand on this man on the bed of nails. So, and they always had to take who was chosen. So somebody volunteered, a bloke who turns out was completely pissed, drunk. And so they brought him up and he didn't know where he was going. And he's on the stage. They're going, oh, okay, stand on here. And he stands on there. It was a black guy. And then he looked down and saw me beneath him on a bed of nails. And he just went and jumped on me. And about 7 bloody nails penetrated my skin. They had to peel me off.
Oh my God.
I mean, I think it's hilarious, but you know, a lot of people just go, ooh. Just because I've got the full movie in my head, you see, of how it happened. There was this guy bleary looking at the audience, waving, and I'm here. And then, well, oh, white guy. Bang!
Yeah, I can see that, why that would be funny. But there must have been a lot of pain. Were you so adrenaline? You were up on the adrenaline, and maybe you didn't feel it at all.
This is it, Barnaby. Listen, I've just dislocated my shoulder 3 weeks ago, and the second night after it happened, I was back on stage because they needed the number. What do we call it? Doctor Theatre. Yeah.
In other words, that you have to just do it so you get better.
Exactly. You might have to stick a plaster on or get stitched up or hobble.
Wow, you're martyring your body to the theatre.
Do you know what? One of the things I just clocked after this latest injury is that 50 years of show business, I've broken my jaw, and that was a hit and run bicycle thing. On stage, I've broken 2 ribs and punctured a lung. Endless sprains and bruises and that, but you know, the way that I've thrown my body around and abused it and really taken stupid risks. It's phenomenal after all that time that's I've got. Oh, and now a dislocate.
You're still standing. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Well, Chris, I hope that you stay standing for a lot longer because you bring a lot of joy and pleasure to a lot of people.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I hope I'm going to learn how to do it for all the ones that didn't like me before.
That's like a challenge and provocation for you, isn't it? You actually, the ones that I mean, some people are, I suppose, who was it telling me, I think last week, a person I did the conversation with, a story about Bill Irwin and David Shiner doing Full Moon, and, you know, they'd have standing ovations. And if one person wasn't standing or left during the show or something, they'd be totally obsessed with that one person who didn't enjoy it instead of the thousands who were standing and clapping.
I in the beginning of my career in the early 70s, Zurich was one of the venues that I used to sort of base at for a lot of the spring and summer months. And also newcomer to the street and very successful was David China and Peter Schub. We were the kind of... He got picked up quite quickly to go into Roncalli, and that was his career path sort of chosen. And Schub, kind of similar. And I'm still floundering down at the bottom.
I don't think so. Well, you've made it onto Clownversations before David Shiner and Peter Schub, so I think that says something, Chris.
Oh, okay, cool.
I've been asking Peter for a while, but he won't do it.
He won't do it?
No, but you know, he will eventually.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, lovely guy.
All right, buddy.
All right, Chris. Well, thank you so much again for being on here and for sharing your really remarkable work and career with us. And good luck with everything. And I hope to see you again very soon.
Yeah, man. I hope I can get to come to America. I wish it wasn't so difficult to get that bloody visa thing, because Amy misbehaved. She would have me at her gig in Las Vegas. I know. But
oh yeah,
visa and the same for coming to. There's that lovely gig in isn't it in Seattle? Yeah, every year. There's a fantastic gig. It goes on for a month or something.
Yeah, there's a festival, the one that David Lichtenstein does. I forget what it's called now, but yeah.
Yeah, you know the one I mean. Yeah, but you just can't come with all that and to get a visa. I mean, God, it'd be so great if they eased all that out. But anyway, there you go.
That's America for you. Not that they're not too interested in, you know, foreigners.
Yeah.
All right. Well, take it easy, Chris. Thank you so much, and see you again very soon.
Thanks, Barnaby.
Yeah.
Bye, all.
Bye for now. All right, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in to another Clownversation. Very lovely to have you here again today. And wasn't Chris amazing, guys? It's so cool to talk to somebody who's been doing this all their lives for so long and to get those kind of insights into what that's like. So I just want to mention one more time that we have the amazing Robyn Hambrook coming up in just a couple of weeks doing the Yes of Protest. This is a Clown X that's going to be
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to the live portion of the Clown Spirit Clown-A-Thon. Here's the background right here. My name is Riley. I am a clown in New York City. I'm also I'm a member of Clown Spirit's inaugural fellowship, the Clown Spirit Fellowship. We'll talk more about that in a second. What you just saw was an old episode of Clown Spirit Clownversations. I'm someone who, as a part of the fellowship, I host monthly listen-alongs of archived episodes of Clownversation, and then, you know, you can join us in the Zoom as we do those, and we have group discussions based on what inspired us about the conversation. So that's just a preview of what I like to do with the Clown Spirit community. And I'm gonna cut the conversation about the episode short so that we can do the next planned segment for the Clown-A-Thon. And that is a conversation with my friend and fellow Clown Spirit fellow, Robyn Erickson. Hi, Robyn.
Hey, Riley. We're square fellows.
We're
Fellows
quite square.
squared.
Yeah. I'm feeling pretty square today. But that's not a bad thing. Maybe I'll see. I want to make some kind of geometry joke, but it's not coming to me.
That's okay.
Cool. Anyway, so we have been asked to have a friendly chat about the Clown Spirit Fellowship and just more generally about our backgrounds and why something like the Clown Spirit Fellowship was interesting to us, and what we do with the work that is inspired through Clown Spirit. So I've already told the audience that I'm a clown. Would you like to talk about who and what you are?
Who and what I am. Oh, that's just the biggest sort of identity crisis there is, right?
Yeah.
Am I a clown? How am I a clown? When am I a clown? Do I call myself a clown? How do I identify that? Yeah, those questions are always sort of playing out in my mind, and especially having become part of the fellowship. I don't necessarily identify or call myself a clown. I often refer to myself as an imagination doula, which is something I feel incorporates clown and clown principles and a lot of theory about clowning into the work that I do, and results in me supporting not only my own imagination, but other people's imagination and creativity through different means of expression. Whether that be, through the physicality and embodiment that is clowning, but also through the embodiment and physicality that is writing or drawing or doodling, scribbling, moving in other physical ways, that may or may not look like dance, depending. And so, yeah, that's sort of the nose, I guess, that I feel the most comfortable with, is the moniker of and being an imagination doula.
Sure. So you take, let's see, you facilitate environments for people to help pass an idea through a channel, which is oftentimes a painful and dramatic process, and you do what you can to help make that a smooth and pleasurable and meaningful process for people. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I often facilitate circles of some sort or another that are about reimagining where we are to or into something new and different, so that our perspectives change. And I think that is also a lot of what the clown brings us. The clown brings us into those opportunities where possibility and opportunity increase because we can imagine outside the lines, outside of what is sort of that known quantity in the moment. And that's a really potent skill.
Yeah, I love that. I quick aside about me for those watching. I teach clown. I'm a theatrical clown teacher at Brooklyn Comedy Collective in New York. And a big part of my job or my technique in teaching theatrical clowning techniques is helping my students through a process of, in finding like a clown character, finding that playfulness. And that often includes creating an environment, maybe almost like a group guided meditation, where I'm encouraging the students try to wake up and look at the world as if through new eyes, through fresh eyes, as if everything is an exciting opportunity, even something as simple as maybe the texture of the carpet that we're sitting on, or the brightness of the lights in the ceiling. And then of course that then extends to our fellow clowns in the room. And so what I'm hearing from you, Robyn, is a lot of overlap, a lot of similarities with just encouraging people to reframe what can often feel like a rigid or stifling or oh no, I'm not creative enough for that kind of situation. And by utilizing these things that we can pick up and learn from clowning technique or clown characters, it can kind of smooth out what often feels like a rough or impossible process at first.
For sure. Yeah. I came to sort of understanding the archetype of clown late in life, I think. I did a master's degree in art for social change 8 years ago, and we all had to do a practical experience with some kind of a practitioner that was doing art for social change. And I just had this call that clowning was the avenue to really understand what art for social change was all about. And because it wasn't an organization per se, I really had to sort of advocate for this nebulous idea that I knew was true and right somehow. And through that very short introduction to clowning, it just blew open my world, in terms of the potency and the knowledge of not only our intuition and our sort of somatic sense of the world, right? And what you're describing is like, how can we respond to that texture in the carpet, and get creative about it? And, how do we just like totally zone in on these minuscule things, which then become this universal beauty? And that the meaning making in these things can create such connection and build so many bridges and webs between people, that it really sort of dissolves, I guess, that line between me and you and us and them. And I don't know if the folks who are viewing are kind of aware of that clown circle. Not doing it very well, but when we have the audience and the performer, and there's the intersection, the little almond shape in the middle, right? This liminal space is that bridge. And it's a magic place.
It's where the clown lives, and it's also the place from which the clown is inviting the public, the watching public, to join and play. It's where all the potential lies.
Mm-hmm.
This is I don't, have we talked about that? Because that's like my favorite language to use is exactly the Venn diagram example. I think about that so often, and especially like when you mention this art for a social change class, it gives me a lot of great hope and excitement that as it seems, so much of that class had to do with approaching issues from a clown's perspective and considering the clown's perspective and role in society, either where change is needed or where change is happening. It's always been so interesting to me. So it's like, yes, there's a class out there where people are learning about clown in that context. It's so great.
Indiscreetly, but yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things that I've really appreciated about being part of the fellowship through the Clown Spirit Village. And you might have a different take on this that is similar and or different, but the ways in which we're prompted and supported to bring to life, I guess, this personal project where our leadership in the world pulls on those clown threads to move directly into the world, right? And that there's this recognition of the potency, I suppose, of that archetypical clown energy that is necessary for social change, right? We can't reimagine where we have been with the mind that made the thing that's awry, right? Like that's sort of this standard trope that's out there, and yet we keep trying to do it. Like we keep trying to solve the problem using the mind that made the problem in the first place. And clown has existed in culture after culture for millennia as a way to keep the checks and balances of the social structure so that it doesn't get imbalanced in ways where it's like, oh, we're going to fall over because we keep doing it the same way. And so this Clown Fellowship, I think, is enabling the six of us who are the initial cohort to really explore the ways within ourselves, but also within the support of each other, the individuality of what clown is, because we each bring our own color and fragrance and texture to the practice, right? And that it doesn't look the same. We can call it the same thing, but it's not the same thing. We rely on the same principles, but it really is unique and individual to our own expression, which is the coolest and most liberating thing.
Yeah, there's something very freeing about, I mean, it at times intimidating, but also liberating to be in a group with other clowns doing things that I didn't just didn't consider before, you know? Like I highly respect and I'm inspired by medical clowning, hospital clowning, but currently I personally don't have a foot in the door, an avenue to making that happen for myself, as much as I've been inspired and encouraged by that. And to meet with clowns in our fellowship who do that, who really just do that, or, you know, clowns in our fellowship who put together programs for school children who really need that, like, extra special attention and care when it comes to learning intimacy and play in a safe environment. I don't know where I would begin if that were, you know, something on my plate right now. So, and then just to speak so matter-of-factly, so calmly, and just to hear the concerns and the ups and downs of other clowns doing that work kind of allows me to take a breath and reconsider, you know, the bigness and the smallness of whatever I'm doing, you know, and just to have that support system where even just like a good listening cohort really shows its value, and then there's that accountability that comes in with building up a group sense of trust enough to say, hey, this is the personal project that I intend to make a little bit of progress on. And then I have to return next week and answer to whether or not I made any progress. And because that trust has been built and we all seem to have that community and solidarity of just like, hey, it's a little bit dreamy that we're doing this. It's a little bit ridiculous that this is what we identify. Yeah, right. And it all kind of mushes together in this environment where, you know, like great clown characters and the performers behind them, we have this kind of twinkle in our eye and a big promise that we're trying to make to the people we're trying to, we're trying to reach through a heart-centered intention. And it can, you know, there are times where it all kind of clicks and we feel like we're really making headway. And there are times where we just kind of have to roll our eyes at our own selves and just kind of dust off after falling off the wagon. And it's encouraging that all around the world at different times there's clown community that you can tap into and come together, break off, figure something out, and then share what you found. It's been good. It's been nice, you know. And also through this conversation, like, I'm struck with a kind of, it's like, synchronicity. Like, maybe I'm not as good of a listener as I thought I was, but like, Robyn, like we've talked before, and you know, you've given me so much great insight as someone well versed and experienced with helping people get their community radio projects off the ground. And that, first of all, felt like such a kismet when I came into this project intending to start my podcast, right? And then suddenly we're talking again, and you're telling me that you learned about clown's role in society through an art and social change course, and you know, trying my best not to toot my own horn, but like the intention behind my podcast is investigating clowns and the intersection, right, of clowning and social change. what's going on here? Like my friend, what's going on here?
That's why I told you a few weeks ago, I said, if you ever want to talk about radicalization and clowning and social change, I'm here for you. Because it is one of the, you know, I think that there's it's how clowns are sneaky, right? Their approach, and you use this word, you know, heart-centered or heartfelt, and in one of the master classes a few weeks ago through the Clown Spirit Village, the master teacher quoted Patch Adams by saying, a forward expression of care. And I just love that visual, you know. It's like, and in that forward expression of care, clowns can be such disruptors, especially in a society where care is just so like non-existent in a lot of cases, and looks commodified and commercialized in ways that take our autonomy and sovereignty away.
Sure. Or it's something so uncommon now that it's being flipped into something to be feared or to be othered. Oh, not for me.
Yeah, it's like suspicious almost,
yeah.
Right? But the clown, it doesn't care about whether you're suspicious of them or not. They're just going to care.
Yeah, it's kind of compulsive.
And that's, you know, there's a radicalization about being joyful, you know, especially when there's dumpster fires everywhere at the moment. And, you know, not to be Pollyanna and just have our rose-colored glasses on and things, but there's a way to, I don't know, find gratitude and simplicity and that forward expression of care, regardless.
I think, you know, if I could distill everything that I've witnessed in, you know, spending time with Patch Adams, it's that kind of joy or gratitude or just curiosity that leads to new ideas and new connections is a practice. And maybe it isn't everything. Maybe it isn't the only necessary thing in certain contexts. But at the same time, you want to make the work of caring for someone or caring for yourself or caring for the world sustainable. You need a reason. You need a reason. You need a way, a strategy for looking up, for finding a reason to continue looking up, and that, I think, dovetails elegantly into looking to clowns as role models for that kind of practice, for inspiration and being able to play in dire circumstances, to laugh at yourself, to look at issues and contradictions with fresh eyes, for all the things that are kind of the building blocks to what can eventually be nuanced into some kind of compassionate action forward. It's you know, like I can very quickly fall into that cliche of, you know, the some kind of acting teacher who thinks he's changing the world because I'm facilitating an environment where 15, 30 somethings are putting on clown noses and playing together, right? But yeah, maybe I'm not changing the world, but I've done this for long enough now that I can take partial credit for changing these individuals' worlds, right? By speaking with enough passion about this thing that maybe they hadn't considered, and how it can not only provide an avenue for getting together with your friends and putting on a show, but for, I try not to kick people through the door of like, this is potentially a very radical, potent medicine here, but I like to show people the door. I like to say, hey, here are my role models and some actual tangible radical action that they took after getting curious enough about the archetype of the clown or the fool, or what it means to really want to work with people that you want to befriend, and what comes of that. So yeah, that's kind of the long and short of the radical clown overlap that I'm investigating, and just kind of once again kind of bowled over that, like, Robyn has all the answers.
Oh, if only.
Yeah.
If only.
Do you think we should spend a little bit of time? Maybe we could circle back to this, but maybe we should spend some time talking up the projects that we're working on for Clown Spirit through the fellowship.
Sure. Yeah.
Briefly, I'll mention, I'm hosting monthly events through Clown Spirit, Zoom-based group discussions. Recently, I hosted the first Clown Cafe, which was just, I think, a 30 or 35 person group discussion. We had little breakout rooms, and different clowns from different parts of the world all met with each other and talked about what interested them, what they were curious about. And then we all reconvened in the large room, had a great, deep group discussion. I was very pleased that it was, so kind, patient, deep listening. Everyone brought their thoughtful perspectives. And then we would just, kind of repeat, go back out into breakout rooms and reconvene a couple times. It was a lovely way to spend, I think it was a 90-minute call, and it went really well. So I'm excited to do another Clown Cafe. And then I'm also doing these Clownversation listen-alongs, where, again, in Zoom, we meet, we talk a little bit. I put on an old episode of Clownversations, and then the chat is active the whole way through, and people are just musing on what they're getting out of the podcast. And then with the time we have left over after the podcast ends, another great group discussion. So it's just been a treat to meet and facilitate like a great group discussion with the community, not just the Clown Spirit Village, but anyone who's a fan of Clown Spirit, wants to join and have a conversation. And then, also on the side, I've been doing a little bit of the social media thing. If you've been enjoying the reels, the videos that are popping up on Clown Spirit's Instagram page, which everyone should follow, by the way. I think it's Clown Spirit Barnaby on Instagram. But I'm just going through the archives of Clownversations, clipping out pithy quotes from all the personalities that offer their wisdom. And I'm just throwing up clips on the Instagram page, which is fun to do. And other than that, I think pretty soon there's going to be a Clown Spirit WhatsApp group where everyone can connect and get to know each other and keep the conversation going. And just coming up with more ways to get the community active, connected to each other, and having fun with all the resources that are already available on Clown Spirit. So that's my work project. Robyn, what have you been up to?
I just want to reiterate the wisdom and the real gems that are included in those Clownversations. Obviously, I have not listened to all of them because holy smokes, there's a lot. But I think, like anything, when you just sort of pick the one that feels you're called to, it's going to speak to you in a way that is nourishing and surprising and wondrous. And I have been so inspired so many times by the things that Barnaby's interviewees and guests have said in all of those ways. So yeah, I really encourage you, if you haven't listened, to find the page, check it out, and have a listen. My fellowship is a little bit different because I don't have a work project and I'm not involved in that piece of the fellowship, and so I just have a personal project. And my degree in art for social change really kind of plugged this idea of where does the inquiry start and how does that art journal, starting with the inquiry, lead you to some kind of resolution or some kind of greater knowing. And so since the beginning of the fellowship, I've kept my Clown Spirit art journal, and my question that I've been really kind of stuck on is, how does clown, or what are the ways that clown can inform individually and collectively the ways that we can do life in an entirely new way? What does that require, right? What are those sensibilities? What are those actions and those principles? And the interesting thing is that so many of them don't require training. Like they can be performative, but a lot of us do these things just in everyday life, right? And if we did more of those things in everyday life, sometimes we would be in a we would be incarnating a whole entirely different way of doing life. And so, yeah, I'm very process based, and so it's unfolding as things kind of roll themselves out into whatever it's going to be. But at the moment, I've been really exploring what some of these things look like, and how they're important, and yeah, where the clown lives within each of those principles or traits or characteristics.
Yeah, well, you're tackling a very daunting, all-encompassing question here.
Yeah. It feels like it, actually. But I also think that, there's a piece of clown work that is undaunted by the big questions. Because there's not a singular answer. And, I'm going to come up with my answer, but you might come up with a completely different answer. And, in that unique individuality and that authentic voice that we each have that's called out to us through clown work, there's an increase in knowledge, or sort of an increase in capacity for that change to kind of take place or manifest in a way. And we're not conditioned to a lot of allowance for ourselves to just show up in whatever state or condition. Like we've got to have that social mask just perfect, and our shirt all buttoned and bowed, and not these wings on my side of the head or whatever. And yeah, so things that look messy aren't socially condoned, but the clown doesn't care about mess. They're they're wholeheartedly going to make a mess.
Yeah, just the permission to show up as you are. Just seems to bowl over so much of the difficulty of even getting started.
Yeah.
I have an extensive background in improv comedy, which, not to brag, right? But it was a big part of my life for a while. And so much of the challenge of getting to an interesting place as a performer requires getting over that instinct to create a scene about, oh, it's my first time flying an airplane. I don't think I can do this. Oh no, I'm doing everything wrong. And then that kind of would, in a two-person scene, burden the scene partner to then play educating the novice on how to do the task. And then it's just this kind of very boilerplate instructional scene where one person is worried that they're not doing it right. And after many, many years of navigating through that and, coming up with strategies to bypass that for students that are struggling with that, to then come into my own as a clown performer and eventually teacher, and to notice the teachers that have influenced me just so effortlessly invite students who are new to clowning to embody a character that, whether or not they know how to do a thing, they're just going to say, yeah, sure, I know how to do that. And to watch a room light up with even just like a new, never put on a nose before, new clown student just embrace this idea of like, sure, yeah, I can do that. I can sing a lullaby in French. Okay. And it, there's something so elegant about encouraging and inviting people to embrace a side of themselves that maybe they didn't even really consider, that they don't have to abide by this logic of like, even though this is a hypothetical fictional scene that we're playing, I have to play dumb, or I have to play unsure, uncertain, unready. And then to make that switch to allow people to embody this, like, doesn't matter if I'm ready. I'm doing this. I'm happy to be doing this. I'm happy to be involved in an exchange, like an upward spiral of an exchange of pleasure through just trying without worry, with even inviting in the failure to the part of the process. And I see, and I describe that feeling like when I'm just watching clowns authentically play after being so reserved, as, oh, there you are. There you are. Oh my gosh. How nice to have you here, And if it ended there in just a theatrical play type environment, that would be enough. But to then just kind of tweak imagination just a little bit further and go, well, if it's possible in this environment, in an empty black box theater for a group of, wannabe comedians, like, to consider that these tools are helpful, liberation tactics, radical, something useful for social change, to embody a figure with joy who's willing to look at the contradictions of the world in a new way and invite in failure as we continue to dream bigger. It becomes a very exciting concept.
Yeah, there's a bunch of sort of markers, when we talk about colonization and all of these sort of buzz terms, white supremacy and oppression, and perfection is at the top of that list. It's one of the things that it's like, we need to get rid of perfection as a standard of which we're trying to measure ourselves up against. And so, I think about that a lot. If we're trying to get out from underneath this oppressive structure and to sort of decolonize ourselves and what we've learned and how we understand the world and all of that kind of stuff, it really it's one of the easiest, hardest things that we can do, right? Is to just drop our perfectionism. And that's hard for me because I discovered through the process that I have a lot of perfectionism. And, you and I have had this conversation about, you starting your podcast and, working on the fellowship project of getting Clash Clown up and running. That was a big hurdle of, it's gotta be just like hits every checkbox, or it's not going out in the world. It's not even starting to go out in the world.
And then, to hear that reflected back at me, and then, the idealist, like, let's take the archetypes and the characteristics of all this really helpful clown stuff, and to hear myself go like, well, it's got to be perfect, it's got to be this, it's got to be that. And like, if I were my own clown student, I'd go, just try something. just let it be bad. Like, something I say often in my class, I introduce when I host the end of class shows for all the loved ones of the students, I grab the microphone and I say, this is a level 1 clown class show. The stakes could not be lower. And I just think about that all the time, as much as we love to consider the world and consider all the change that we would love to make and that we dream of making as clowns, very often, most of the time, the stakes could not be lower. Nobody's listening to my podcast. That's totally fine. It's a place for me to just practice having these thoughts out loud and having these conversations. The stakes could not be lower. But it's hard to remember that when you want to get started on something. but it's true.
And I think that's part of what is so amazing and wonderful about the Clown Spirit Village community in general, and one of the things that, I don't know, keeps me involved, keeps me participating, is that it's so peer-led in a way. You know, yes, Barnaby founded it and, you know, facilitates these coaching sessions, but the invitation for the expertise in the room to show up and offer perspective and advice and to show these works in progress that are just super raw, right? And to come with ideas that just seem kind of big and lofty or wacky and strange, and yet things circle around, and all of a sudden you discover that there's a bunch of other people who are thinking similarly but different, and it informs this community and really bonds the participating members. And so, you know, it's one of the benefits, I think, that being a member of the Clown Spirit Village has, especially for people who are, well, I'm not even going to say especially, because there's super novices like me, you know, in terms of, you know, where and when and how I wear nose, to people who have been doing it for years and years and are quite practiced and really comfortable and have a clown character, and they're out performing and doing their work and making money doing it, all coming together in this one big, beautiful community.
Well, sure. I mean, but you know, when you do call yourself a super novice, it's like, and then of course you describe me as someone who is doing, I'm joking, but like, you know, when you describe someone who's doing such a great job performing and getting my art out there, no, but like, okay, two sides of a coin, but like, there's this curiosity and this yearning and this hope that I can, you know, although I'm very happy to, like, you know, live a dreamy life of like living in New York and performing when I can, and even receiving good feedback at times for my work. It's like I have the hope and the dream, and as we've discussed, to flip that coin and to know more about your perspective. And so yeah, I gotta give it up to Clown Spirit for not just bringing, you know, it's not just a Clown-A-Thon, you know, you know, to have the word spirit in there next to the word clown is really important to me, because it invites in not just those who, you know, do the goofy squeak squeak, but it's inviting enough for you, Robyn, to bring the spirit of clown, where you can look at society holistically and recognize that there is a potential and a necessity for change through the kind of connection that clown is known for fostering. So hello, Barnaby. I very quickly would just want to give Robyn another compliment and just say, like, please, you know, please don't call yourself a novice, because
we're all novices,
right? But it is. I mean, like, I feel very lucky that it's your expertise and it's your interests that you've been so committed to, that I now get to connect with you over this kind of thing. And I gotta give it up to Barnaby for that too. So yeah, I'm just happy little clown over here.
Well, I'm going to just give it up for both of you for hosting for the last hour and having this really cool, in-depth conversation with each other. It was really fascinating as I as I lay down on the floor and tried to recharge and get ready for another few hours. It was really cool. And yeah, thank you. Riley, maybe I missed this moment, but did you even mention your podcast, Clash Clown? Because if not, you should just mention that for people to go listen to.
Sure, thank you. Yes, my podcast, Clash Clown, is available now on YouTube, coming soon to Apple Podcast and Spotify. I have recorded 4 episodes so far, and it's basically so far it's me solo live monologuing on my interest in the clown world and where they intersect with, theater, my love of improv comedy, punk rock, professional wrestling, and hippie shit.
It's really cool. I've listened to the first 2 episodes and I've learned so much, particularly, about your relationship with Wavy Gravy and that whole sort of movement, that hippie movement, and its connection to the other sort of art movements that were going on at that time, and clowning, and so many new connections that I've been making in my head. So it's important, that stuff, that the stories are told and are sort of out there. And your perspective is, I know there are other more, I don't know, in-depth things about Wavy Gravy out there, but your particular perspective and your experience of that is really cool. So thank you, guys. Riley, I'm going to ask you to hand back the hosting thingy on the Zoom to me so that the meeting doesn't close when you guys hop off, which would be sad, because I have Christina Lewis coming in just a moment to chat with me. Anything else you want to add before we move on?
Nothing beyond my appreciation for being invited to have this conversation with Riley. It was really, yeah, it was great. I always learn a lot, and I love to just philosophize about big ideas and the things that I love, which one of them is how clowns can be more interjected into the ways that we do things.
Yeah. Right. How can clowns be more interjected into the ways we do things? I love that question.
And I'll just say thanks. I'll see you next week. Enjoy the rest of the Clown-A-Thon. Don't remember to hydrate.
Thank you. I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, you guys.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks
for the opportunity. See you around.
All right, everybody. Thanks for staying with us. This is so cool. I can't believe we're into like the, I don't know, what, 9th hour or something like that. I'm feeling a little bit tired. I'm going to let you into a secret, though. We don't actually have anybody for the final hour, so I think I'm going to close after 11 hours. No one's counting, right? I hope not, anyway. Christina Lewis is coming up any minute now. And she is based in the Bay Area in San Francisco and is an awesome clown teacher, and also going to be giving one of the workshops at Clownvergence coming up in April. Now, if you haven't registered yet and you're listening to this, please just go ahead and do it. We'd love to know that you're coming. I'm going to put into the chat right now the link. And you may have been around when Shannan Calcutt was talking about her amazing workshop, Play the Part. And this is one of the reasons that it would be great for you to register today, because there's only 12 spots on that workshop. And it's an amazing opportunity to work with the likes of Shannan Calcutt for, the amount of money that you choose, or 0 if you choose that, because it's on a voluntary donation basis. And you get to take all the workshops, do all the things that are available in Clownvergence, but only if, you know, there are spots available. And there might be other workshops which also have similar kinds of limits on them. So the people who sign up for Clownvergence first are going to get the first preference in the workshops they take. So, and just during the live stream, we've had a bunch of people registering and the numbers are going up and up and up. So get in there. I've just put the link into the chat. I also want to just open up the space for any questions. I'm also very happy to like have extra people on here. If you're there, if you're at home listening to this and you're thinking, hey, I've got something to add to this conversation. I have a workshop coming up or a performance coming up. I'd like to let people know about that. You know, I can just have you on here right now. I can send you the link and you can come on and talk about it. We can have a little chat. Or you can pop it into the chat yourself. All right. So we have Christina Lewis, who I'm just waiting for right now, who has not appeared yet, but she will be appearing very soon, I hope. And then we're going to have Eva Peter-Dragan. Now, Eva is the founder and artistic director of the Zagreb Clown Festival, which I had the fortune of going to a couple of years ago in person. And it's such a beautiful little clown festival. I was there the same year that John Towson was teaching a workshop, and it was the first opportunity I had to meet him in person. What a joy that was. He is such a beautiful person, and the workshop was so great. Sort of a physical comedy workshop, just looking at like classic gags, sitting on chairs and moving chairs and building gags that way, building extended routines. And we watched videos of classic clown routines and analyzed them. And in the evenings, there was this wonderful bar and we all hung out. I was seeing photographs of last year's Zagreb Clown Festival, and Bill Irwin was there, which was kind of incredible. Like, I was feeling a little starstruck and a little wishing that I'd been there for that year as well to meet Bill. I'm not exactly sure who's going this year. I don't think they've announced it yet, but I know that they've got a lot of applications, and it is May, I want to say, or maybe it's April, May, and it's going to be awesome, I'm sure. So we're going to be talking to Christina and Eva. And then I'm going to be talking to Vanessa Rigaux. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Rigaux. She's a French-speaking Canadian living in Montreal, and she runs the Montreal Clown Festival. And this is really cool because we're going to have a panel of, at Clownvergence, we're going to have a panel of directors of clown festivals. And we already have 3 or 4 confirmed. We also have Martina Serena from the Turin Clown Festival in Italy, and one other from a women's clown festival in Brazil. And the name's escaping me right now, but I'm going to find out. So we have 4 amazing women directors of clown festivals from all over the world, and we're going to have a panel all about clown festivals, sort of culture around clown festivals, what can be done to promote them, to grow them. And I think that's going to be a really fascinating conversation. All right, I'm still here waiting for Christina. I don't know if you're listening, Christina, but if you are, maybe you just don't have the Zoom link. I'm going to have to do a little hunting around here. So what I will do is I have a video lined up here that I'm going to put on for you to enjoy. This video is the other amazing clown video that I have sitting on the Clown Spirit YouTube channel. Actually, you know what? I think what we should do is watch one of the clown reaction videos. That would be fun. So a while ago, I got into doing clown reaction videos. I haven't done any for a little while, but there's a very cool one with a video, a clown routine that was actually a video piece by Vigaux Venn and Julia Masli. Vigaux, you may have heard of. He won the Britain's Got Talent competition a couple of years ago. It was a big sensation. Wonderful performer. He's obviously hit the big time now. And his partner, his actual life partner, Julia Masli, is also a wonderful clown, and they work together sometimes. And this was a video piece that they did, which I just thought was fantastic. And I'm going to share it. And I did a reaction video to it. So you can see the actual thing, and then you can see my reaction to it. And while that's on, I will get in touch with Christina, and we'll move like right along with the next interview. Okay, here we go. I'm going to do a little share thing here. Make sure I'm sharing the sound. Okay. Hopefully you can all see that. So here we go. Here is me reacting to Vigaux Venn and Julia Masli's Outsiders. Outsiders, and I think you're going to love it. Clown reaction video. Reaction video. Clown reaction video. My name is Barnaby, and I'm the founder of Clown Spirit, where we take the power of clowning and we use it to bring lightness, joy, and connection to your life and the lives of everybody around you. If you're new to the Clown Spirit family, welcome. Please hit that subscribe button, like and share this video, and help us achieve our mission of unleashing as many clowns into the world as possible. Now, one half of the clown duo that we're going to see in today's video probably needs no introduction. He's become very famous in recent days as the winner of Britain's Got Talent 2023. He is, of course, Vigaux Venn. But what you might not know is that Vigaux is part of a clown duo with another extremely accomplished clown performer, Julia Masli. And we're going to see them performing together in this video, Outsiders. Julia has won many awards, for example, the Malcolm Hardie Award for Comic Originality in 2019. She also won an Off-West End Theatre Award for her production of Anna Karenina. She had a sold-out run in Edinburgh last year. She's won an award from the Daily Telegraph, among many other accolades. This is a real power duo of clowns, a dream team. And so I'm really excited to see what they've come up with. I think we're in for a real treat. So let's get into it. Here we go. Yeah. Brilliant. I have to stop it there because one of the Vigaux's signature kind of like stupid looks, like something surprising has just happened. And we saw quite a bit of that in his act in Britain's Got Talent. What a great setup, right? Clowning and comedy is all about the setup. If you get this clear situation, very simple, easy to read, easy to understand, it really allows for the comedy, for the creativity to happen. And here we've got this very simple setup. Two people in a domestic environment. The clock is ticking. The life is boring and mediocre and there's nothing happening, right? That's the setup. We read it right away. It's also great that they've got these kind of blue and red costumes. I really like this because it stands also kind of, for me, the strong color choice signals that this is in this kind of clown environment. We're not wearing red noses or clown costumes, but there's something a bit silly and ridiculous already about their costumes. And the fact that you've got the stripes there, the kind of combination of the t-shirt or the short sleeve and the tie and this vest already kind of gives it a sort of ridiculous, absurd kind of quality. And then very quickly we get this transformation where they kind of seem to go into the world of the picture, and then it creates this problem right away. Where are we? The water is frozen. The bubble gum is frozen. I can't get my water out. The ice falls onto my face. This sequence of little problems, solutions, gags, which are quite quick fire and rhythmically very, very beautifully timed. So already we're kind of like from nothing, from quietness and stillness, we're like gripped in this situation. Okay, let's see what happens next.
If you're sharing a hotel room with friends, you're also sharing a bathroom.
Great. So there's an evolution. I love this slowness of the dawning realization. Where are we? And just the pacing of that, so gentle and like really taking their time, and it just works so well. Again, this is the quality of clowning, the ability to be so quiet, to just observe, react, but in these very, very minimal ways. And we're completely hooked, right? We're like right there with them. Then it's absurd. The snow in the drawer, and there's this little aspect of playfulness that just starts to creep in. She picks up the snow from the floor and a smile comes to her face. So there's the introduction of some little possibility of change or of excitement in this humdrum life. Okay, let's see what happens next. So very quickly, right, the snow leads to the music leads to snowball fight, and beautifully stated relationship, status play between the two of them. She's kind of got the upper hand. She's the slightly smarter one who can hide. He's always the idiot. He's always being caught off guard. And this is what Rigaux does, seems to do so well, is this like dumb, being caught off guard, being surprised by everything that happens, right? We saw this in all the acts he did in Britain's Got Talent, his super beautiful idiot, which is right exactly what clowning is, but it works so well against this other character who's bringing a little bit more smarts to it, a little bit more intelligence, superiority of thinking, and the combination is just so delightful. The music choice, of course, lifts it into another rhythm, gives it more flow, and again, we are, we've gone through quite a bit of transformation now, but it feels like that transformation has been also very organic. There's no sort of there's a sense of one thing leading to another, or everything very carefully placed and ordered.
It's gotta be Honda. Save thousands on Honda hybrids with 2.49% financing. Civic, CR-V, or Accord hybrids. Get 614 miles per tank and the battery charges as you drive. Search your local Honda dealer today.
I love it. So, you know, finally Rigaux has a good idea, right, with the golf club. The snowball is set up on the lampshade, so it's keeping in that domestic sort of environment. And we finally think, oh, he's got a good idea. He's going to maybe get one over on her. But she has the ice cream cone, so she keeps that high status. And really, I love that, how long she's just there enjoying that, eating that ice cream and milking that moment. We know he's going to come back in somehow, but we're not quite sure how. And his response is totally idiotic. He's just like smashes it in her face. There's nothing kind of smart, interesting. It's just like, but it's so it keeps in that sort of realm of the idiot, right? It's all he can think of. So it's a game of one-upmanship, and we're totally absorbed. We're waiting with bated breath to know what happens next. I just have to stop it because the absurdity is so brilliant, right? We're not anticipating this. The fish, we're not anticipating at all. And then the fish turning into a bigger fish, we're not anticipating. And then this snowman head pops up. The escalation of these sort of absurd, ridiculous images, but all somehow taken within the world that they become sort of believable. It's brilliant. So good, so good. So we get telegraphed back to the domestic environment suddenly, and so we think, oh, we've been there all along. But there are these changes that have happened, right? On the picture on the wall shows them with the snowman head and the fish, different from before, and then they have the snow bits remnants. So it's lovely, right? It's such classic sort of a clown trope that there's a stuckness, a kind of quality. It transforms in an imaginative, crazy way, and then we come back to the original situation, but it's not a completely sort of it's not a complete cycle of return to what it was. Something has shifted. The snow is a sign that a little bit of excitement and fun has crept into their lives in some way, or that it was real in some way. It wasn't just an act of imagination. But the beautiful part of it is that she's trying to tell him he's got snow on his head, and he keeps thinking that she's just saying hi. It's such a great, again, trope of Vigau's stupidity, and we just love that. So there's a kind of consistent character there, someone that we can laugh at. She's the high stupidity, so what a lovely piece of clowning. I just think this is so good, made for for YouTube, for video, you know, using very simple but very well chosen shots and sequences and cuts, taking us on this journey of kind of imagination, playfulness to the extreme, and then back to the original domestic environment. But something has shifted. There's this kind of, okay, maybe this couple isn't going to be stuck in this land of boredom forever, right? It's a message of hope and optimism. I love it. This is The Clown. So I hope you enjoyed this wonderful piece by Julia Masli and Vigaux Venn. Vigaux, amazing, amazing. Congratulations. It's so exciting to have a clown winning Britain's Got Talent and really bringing clown out of the closet, right? So that people can see that it's not what maybe the stereotype says, what people think of as clowning, but that really what is this quality of being a beautiful, stupid idiot, but with, in some ways, all the creativity and intelligence and ideas there behind that, to bring delight, surprise, beauty, truth, poetry, joy, and just silliness. I just love this. Thank you so much, Vigaux and Julia, for your amazing work. Thanks for watching, everybody. If you want to see a specific clown reaction, if you've got a video you'd like me to react to, please just let me know, email me or message me. I'm the founder of Clown Spirit. There's many, many more videos like this on the YouTube channel. Clown reaction videos, conversations with famous clowns, all kinds of free resources, and check out the website at www.clown-spirit.com. And of course, as always, keep clowning. And welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that. Vigaux and Julia doing a pretty cool job there. Now, in just a moment, I'm going to have a conversation with Eva Peter-Dragan from the Zagreb Clown Festival. We think that Christina is going to join us a little bit later on. I think we had a time zone confusion. So she's going to be here. But in the final few minutes before Eva joins us, I'd love to just take you back to the Clownvergence offerings that we have. We have some beautiful offerings that I sort of started going through a little while ago, and then I think we got distracted by something else. So here we go. Let me just set this up so that you can see it beautifully. Okay. There. Okay. So we got as far as Patrick's virtual vocal play, and we actually spoke to Patrick a little while ago, which was pretty awesome. And let's take you to this one. Death as a Comedic Farewell Experience with Rafa Gentileza, who is from Brazil, I believe. How comedy enabled a playful perspective on my father's palliative care and our processes of grieving. That's going to be part of a panel of Butterfly Talks. And next, after that, I mean, this isn't actually in order that they're going to be in the Clownvergence. It just happens to be the order I've got them in here. Holly Stoppett and Robyn Hambrook, who we had on earlier, are going to be doing a kind of feedback session from the teachers' workshop that they're doing in a week or two from now. What happens when clown teachers gather? Join professional idiots Holly Stoppett and Robyn Hambrook for an interactive workshop sharing insights, questions, and embodied research from the 5-day Clown Teachers Lab. They're also going to be doing an amazing feedback session on the Clown Congress, which is happening the weekend before Clownvergence. Would you believe it? So that's the fabulous Robyn and Holly. We're going to have Sabine Choucair, who was on earlier as well, right at the start of this Clown-A-Thon. And she's going to be presenting about her company, Clown Me In. Clown Me In Anywhere and Everywhere. A presentation about Clown Me In work in war zones post-war, during and around war. We're going to have Sukhmani Kohli, who we also heard from earlier, doing a session on deep play, delicious, ridiculous vulnerability. We're going to have Sue Proctor doing mime as nonverbal communication. Peter Sweet doing his spring cleaning your body-mind session. Shannan Calcutt, we've talked about, doing a play the part. Evan and Danielle doing a session on building clown community. We're going to have Magdalena Schamberger, Aitor Basari, and Daniel Stein talking about clowning and theater. We're going to have the Clown Festival Directors session, which I've already talked about. And one of those is Eva, who we're going to be talking to in just a moment. And then also a session on exploring the clown archetypes from different cultures. Now, this is going to be a fascinating panel discussion with Martin Chisilski, I think is the right way to pronounce it, Rutendo Ngara, Gerson Paredes Kos, Tatiana Kobesikova, and Jacob Johns. It's going to be a really cool conversation looking at that trickster archetype and how it shows up in different cultures. It's going to be a very exciting conference, in short. And I'm a little bit worried because, I mean, we're going to have to choose what to go and see. Like I am too. I can't see everything. I'm going to have to decide, am I going to see this? Am I going to see that? And whatever you choose, you're going to have to miss something. There are going to be recordings, however. So that will be, if you're registered for the conference, you will have access to all the recordings afterwards. So you can always go back and enjoy those at your leisure. So if you haven't registered already, make sure you do that. Now, I'm going to stop the share there. I'm expecting Eva to join us any moment now, although it is extremely late in the night for her in Zagreb. So we hope that there hasn't been some kind of a time zone confusion with that as well. If you have any questions, I know that there's, at this point, people in the UK and Europe have mostly gone to bed. So it's just mostly our American friends who are probably still listening to these final stretches, final stages of the Clownversation. I mean, of the Clown-A-Thon. See, I'm losing it. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Is it a Clownversation? Is it a Clown-A-Thon? Is it a Clownvergence? And I have to say, my funeral, right? I created all these terms with the word clown, so it does quite easily get confusing. While we wait for Eva, I'm going to line up another little video here because there's so much richness on the Clown Spirit YouTube channel. Let's see. I'm going to give you a choice, and if you're listening, you can tell me what you want. Here's some options. We could dive into a video which is called Influencing People and Society, How to Change the World with the Power of Fun. That's a 12-minute video from the YouTube page that I made a year or two ago. Or we could watch another clown reaction video. Maybe we could jump into a very cool one with Johnny Melville, a chair comedy sketch by Johnny Melville, which is a really good one. That's a 15-minute. There's so many of these. There's a great one with Spy Monkey. There's a great one with Gabby Munoz. You know, I did classics. I did a reaction to Charlie Chaplin, a scene from The Circus by Charlie Chaplin. There's some Tweedy. Oh my gosh, I want to talk to Tweedy again. We need to get Tweedy on Clownvergence. Dan, if you're listening. Let's get Tweedy. I don't know why Maybe he's busy. He's a busy man. So tell me what you want. Do you want a clown reaction video, or do you want this one that's about how to change the world with the power of fun? I'm going to pop back over to the video here so I can see some comments. Nobody's commented yet. Okay. In that case, I guess I'm going to make a call. I'll give you another minute or two. No, I'll give you another 30 seconds. I don't know where we're at on the live stream. Nobody's commented yet. Okay. I think we should watch this one. Yeah, let me set it up. Here we go. Apologies for all the adverts, y'all. It's really difficult to avoid. Okay. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? Have you ever felt this burning desire to make the world a better place, but felt helpless and powerless in the face of that challenge? I experienced that feeling of helplessness as a great weight until I made a discovery that changed everything. And that discovery was the power of having fun as a clown. Until that moment, it was like I was in one of those dreams where you're trying to run up a hill and you're not getting anywhere. But when I made the discovery, it was like I was running down a mountainside with the wind in my hair, feeling a complete sense of abandonment and freedom. Today, in this video, I want to talk about the one thing that completely transformed the way I think about changing the world. Hi, my name is Barnaby and I'm the founder of Clown Spirit, where we take the power of clowning and we use it to bring lightness, joy, and connection to your life and the lives of everybody around you. If you're new to the Clown Spirit family, please hit the subscribe button, and why not give this video a like and share it with your friends. Now, most people don't realize that if you look under the nose, under the makeup, there's a whole world of power and possibility in clowning. And you don't have to look like a particular kind of clown to access that power. That's why I made this series of videos called Under the Nose, The Secrets of Clowning. So to get us started, let's go over to Professor Teddy Love for some of his, or maybe not his, words of wisdom. Hi, Teddy Love here, your favorite clown professor. Here's something that was said by Lame Deer, who's a Lakota Sioux Indian. He said, "Clowns have great power. This power comes from the thunder gods, not from the animals or the earth. Clowns have more power than an atom bomb. They have enough power to blow the dome off the Capitol." Now, I don't necessarily want to blow the dome off the Capitol, but it's good to know that I could if I wanted to. Very inspiring, but actually, the image of thunder and lightning makes me think of something that my clown teacher Sue Morrison often says. The feeling after the clowns have been is like that feeling after the thunderstorm has passed through and the sun comes out. The pressure is released. There's a freshness, a clarity in the air. Here's one of my favorite clowns, Mookie Cornish, who had the opportunity to do some clowning with the Anishinaabe First Nations people in Canada, right about here.
The clowns are called upside down clowns, so they just do things upside down and backwards. And at that same camp, there was one day, well, there was a few days where it started to rain and rain and rain and rain, and it was just like raining for days where it's not fun anymore. When you're camping and out in the land and it's raining, it gets old. It's really boring. And after everybody was starting to get exasperated with the rain, and I came out as my thin clown, in my bathing suit with an umbrella and sunscreen and a beach ball, and I was going around to everybody going, get your sunscreen on and this and that. And it was really, I got to really be the contrary clown, and make everybody laugh so much. It was really magic. The thing for me was kind of one of the coolest clown experiences of my career, because it was like the essential root of clown, just to be upside down and backwards and bringing joy where we're all glum. And then later that afternoon, not necessarily because of me, but later the sun came out, and it felt really like good old school traditional clown magic.
Wow, that's real power. She can make the weather change with her clown powers.
It's true, Teddy. And in fact, I've often noticed how during clown workshops, the weather can do some pretty strange things, like a sudden deluge of rain
or a thunderstorm.
But, as Mookie says, it's also about how the clowning affects people. Let me take you on a journey to South America, where by complete coincidence I spent several years doing research for my book.
Ridicule and Resistance, Clowning as Social Practice in Colombia. Available from all good booksellers.
Thanks for the plug, Teddy. As I was saying, in Colombia, I found that clowning was being used for all kinds of social purposes, including advertising. These clowns, many of whom were out-of-work circus clowns, used their skills to attract customers into restaurants in busy downtown Bogota. This was taken to a whole new level in the 1990s by eccentric Mayor Antanas Mockus, right here in the city of Bogota. Mockus decided to create an army of 500 clowns to go out into the streets in a road safety campaign. They used the power of laughter and ridicule to call out dangerous driving and to help pedestrians cross the street safely, while at the same time making people laugh. Clowning became a commonplace image in the media and on the streets in Colombia. Clowns selling products, clowns delivering campaign slogans. This group performed a series of educational clown skits all over the city, all about good citizenship, complete with evil characters, hapless victims, memorable jingles, and always a moral to the tale. Don't cut in line, don't invade public space, look out for con artists. Perhaps we can see the same tendency in a recent Clowns Without Borders project in Ecuador, where they were trying to use the power of clown to tackle the problem of xenophobia. Two groups of clowns battle with each other for stage time until they ultimately learn how to collaborate. The show included an imaginary wall to represent the borders we build between ourselves. Another show I saw in Colombia, called Reclownciliation, and funded by UNICEF, was about two street cleaners competing for how much trash they can clear, even recruiting members of the audience to help them with their cause. This was specifically about the conflict in Colombia and the forced recruitment of young people by armed forces. There are so many examples of where clown is used to create real change in the world, and there is evidence that this works, which is why corporations are willing to pour so much money into it.
Why does everything always have to come down to money?
Well, you know what they say, Teddy. Money makes the world go round.
Does it?
Well, no. But clowns need to make a living too.
But what about hospital clowns?
The fact that hospital clowning happens at all is partly because the managers and owners of those hospitals see some kind of benefit. Maybe it makes the institution run more smoothly. Maybe it helps the medical staff fulfill their functions more effectively. Maybe it looks good on a brochure or a website. But if you ask the clowns why they do it, or the patients what they enjoy about it, you get answers like, it brings happiness. It brings a splash of color to the sterile white walls of the hospital. It brings love, connection, humanness to what is often a harsh and difficult environment. When I observed hospital clowns in the city of Manizales, I experienced something similar to that feeling when a thunderstorm passes through. A kind of wave of energy that accompanied the clowns as they passed through the hospital. And in its wake, the clowns left behind a kind of ripple. It was not something you could capture or analyze. It was a feeling in the air, a shimmer of light, like that rainbow after the storm.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about!
It's almost as if there's a kind of X factor at play here. Yes, sometimes clowns are employed to fulfill a particular function, maybe to sell a product or to communicate a message. But balance with that, there's this other quality clowns bring that's much harder to define.
Let's go back to our friend Mookie.
So, but here, for instance, powwow is a big deal on the plains, big deal. And there's a troupe of clowns that are visiting the powwows and causing havoc and stealing from people's cars and making lots of tricks and getting people going. It's great. And everybody, I haven't seen them yet, but everybody knows about it. And they're really scary. Like, the clowns are here, the clowns are here.
Many accounts of Native American clowning capture a similar tension between, on one hand, the clown's official role, which might be to teach cultural values, and on the other hand, this raucous, sometimes lewd, chaotic and destructive behavior.
We're a wild force of nature. We tear down etiquette and convention. We remind you of your mortality. Clear the air for something new to arise. We leave behind us a trail of destruction, but also of aliveness. Fun!
It's not an innocent, naive, or safe kind of fun. It's an intervention, a disturbance.
It involves risk, danger, extremity. It's the kind of fun that can change the world.
My clown teacher Sue used to say that clowns should disturb the audience. Not in the sense of being creepy, but in the sense of unsettling our fixed patterns and ways of behaving and thinking about things, throwing everything up into the air without knowing where it's all going to land. Sometimes acting really chaotically in a way that can be very overwhelming. But how do we apply this to our everyday lives? Because I don't go around in my normal life causing havoc and chaos everywhere. But I do take the idea of clowning, that quality of fun and disturbance, and bring it into everything I do in my life and my work. I do things that sometimes upset people, things that are unexpected or even sometimes unacceptable. I try to shake things up. I have fun in that chaos. But clown fun is different from what most people think of as fun. Most people think of fun as just kicking back and zoning out, maybe watching TV. But clown fun is not checking out. It's checking in, zoning in, finding the flow of your own impulse and desire. It feels focused and even more real than everyday life. Also, the chaos is connected. Being connected is about having a sense of responsibility and awareness about the effect you're having in the world. Your first responsibility is to connect with your audience, with your world, to react to what is happening in the moment. This way you can create all kinds of chaos, but the chaos is connected. So the question for you is, how can you bring that sense of connected chaos and focused fun into your life? Because that is the key to how you can make the world a better place through the power of clown fun.
Well, what are you waiting for? It's time to go out and have some fun!
Hi, do you see me or hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Well,
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. It's so good to see you. I just realized that I was talking while muted for the last minute or so. So there's me. I'm being a clown today.
Well, me too. You guess what? How I chose my slot, I saw 6:45. That's perfect. Just when I come home, children are back from school, everything is peaceful. And then I realized, shit, it's in the middle of the night.
Oh no. When did you realize that?
today at around, I don't know, 3 or 4, when I wanted to check, you know, like is it 5:45 or 6:45, and it's now midnight 45, and I'm traveling tomorrow at 5 in the morning. I'm going
Oh man, I'm so sorry.
festival. No, it's not it's my fault.
Well, next time we should change it to people's time zones, I think, because it has caused some confusion. But anyway, thank you so much for being here. It's so beautiful to see you.
Thank you for having me. I'm very happy and honored to have been invited to participate in this 12-hour marathon.
Yeah,
I tried
of course.
to hear some of the speakers during the day, and it was really fun.
Well, we don't have to keep you around for too long because you need sleep. But tell us about you as a clown. What is your background?
Well, my background is acting. I suppose like most of the clowns are here. But I discovered clowning some 16 or 17 years ago because parallelly to acting, I'm also a circus artist. I do aerials, and I wanted to enhance my circus skills with learning something about the clown. So I thought it will have my circus career, whereas it turned out that it became an addiction for me. And it's important to mention my first clown teacher, Lydia Long, who has led me through my clown way for a long time. Later, I discovered some other teachers and worked with many people, but I'm always grateful to her for opening the door to me. And in the meantime, in Zagreb, I started Zagreb Clown Festival because I realized we need also to see a lot of good clowning from around the world. We need to open this kind of theater to Croatian and actually Balkan audiences. So this is one of the things I've been doing also as a part of my clown career.
You're multi-talented. You know, you're a clown. You're a circus performer with a number of circus skills, and you're also an organizer and a producer of a theater. I mean, a circus company and a clown festival.
Well, yes. I mean, it's just yesterday I was rereading a book that you translated actually from Hernan Genet.
Oh, yeah.
Clown dramaturgy is one of the things he says that is typical for clown. To also, you know, to do the whole thing themselves. He has a phrase for it. I forgot now what the phrase was, but it was kind of, you know, a Renaissance man doing everything, you know, doing the art and the producing behind the art. So I don't know. I like to flatter myself in that direction, that we all are like multitasking and also hopefully multi-talented individuals.
Yeah. Yeah, like I've had to figure out how to use Zoom, for example.
Yeah, you see? I mean, and you figured it out for how to connect us all, so it's very good. It's very good, yeah.
So tell us a little bit about how the festival is going this year, because it's coming up pretty soon. I know you had a lot of applications. Is it?
Oh, yes.
Looking good?
It looks great, and I mean, I was really surprised. As you know, we opened the application, and from day to day there were more and more, and I was panicking a bit, you know, because having to choose 4 shows out of 77 applications is really hard. But soon we are going to announce. You know, when you are choosing a show, of course, the first thing on your mind is that it's a good quality show. And believe me, most of these shows were really good quality shows. I mean, they all deserve appreciation. But then there are different aspects where you have to fit a show in to see if, you know, if it's fits the theme. And this year the theme is cross culture and many other things that are, you know, technical parts of, how would you say, of choosing a certain piece that fits your stage and this kind of, you know, different stuff. But yeah, it's going on well. We are planning a little change for all of you who know the festival. We are planning now, after 5 years, a different venue for the festival, more intimate. And for the first time ever, we are going to have cabaret evening with the participants of the
Nice.
previous evening. So it's going to be a last evening kind of surprise delicacy.
And can you announce who the main, is there going to be a main teacher like you have the last few years?
Yeah, I'm very pleased to announce that it's going to be Avner Eisenberg.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, he's going to be teaching. He's going to start teaching on May 7th and finish on May 10th. May 9th, sorry. And the festival is May 8th to May 11th. So yes, he's teaching and performing on our cabaret evening. So don't miss the festival.
Oh, that's amazing. Because you always have such great teachers. You know, you had John Towson and you had Bill Irwin.
Yeah, and we had David Shiner and we had Nola Ray. So yes, we've been very lucky with the teachers, and we are really, there is a habit that people from all around the world come to participate in the workshop, and then of course stay also in the evenings to see the show and hang out in our clown cafe. So
yeah,
yes.
Cool. Well, the last thing I want to just ask you about, I guess, Eva, is just, you know, to maybe say something about the panel at Clownvergence. I mean, it's not like a thing that we've planned yet, really, or that you've planned, but what is it you think? Because there's going to be a panel of clown festival directors, which is going to include Martina, who runs the festival in Turin, Vanessa, who runs the festival in Montreal, and maybe some others. What for you is what could be interesting? Like, why should people come and see that panel? What could be interesting about that panel?
Well, I think it's a great way to present the festivals itself. I was the lucky one to have been live both in Turin, Il Pagliaccio Festival, and both in Montreal Clown Festival. I met a lot of people. I was networking, and I think that rather than sometimes we don't have the time or money to participate ourselves live in a festival, but to get the information about different festivals, specifically clown festivals from all over the world on one place is very important. Because when I started with my solo show, I would Google clown festivals and something would pop up, something would be hidden. I would have to look more for this. I think especially if now some other clown festival organizers are watching, I think that's a great opportunity for us to make a network and to be able to have all the information, or like a lot of information, on one place.
Yeah.
So
and
I'm looking forward to this event.
Yeah, beautiful. And if you're, if you're listening to this and you're somebody who's wanting to travel and tour with a show, this could be an opportunity to learn more about what the festivals are looking for, how to apply to them.
Exactly.
What's coming up, what kind of what are the things that will give you a better chance to get booked, to be successful in presenting in those festivals. Because as you said, there's a lot of competition for the festivals, because they're small.
Yes, this is true. But especially it will be much easier for the artists, as you say, to have this info if after this panel would be my big wish to have a really an official online network of those festivals. It would be much easier to access the information.
Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it? Well, let's hope somebody shows up to that panel who's enthusiastic. I mean, it's something I'd love to host or organize within Clown Spirit. Maybe we could help with that process if somebody volunteers.
Yeah, I think maybe this network in the future should not be reserved only for the organizers, but there should be a link to all the artists. So maybe we as organizers, sometimes if we are looking for a particular show, we could have also a connected list, or list sounds so boring, but some links to all different clowns doing their different shows from different parts of the world, of course. And yeah.
Yeah.
Because really, to Zagreb Clown Festival, we have been receiving applications from all over the world, and luckily and unluckily, our theme is cross culture, so it was really important to have it from all around the world.
Yeah.
And yeah, so there is really clowning going on. Even sometimes when people don't know they're clowning, like it happened to us in Sri Lanka last year. We met an Indian actress, a comedy actress. Sorry if I'm running out of time.
No, it's okay. I just thought I'd bring Vanessa in because she just signed
Ah,
on. And
hi,
before you go, you can say hello to Vanessa and we can do a little
Hi,
handover.
Vanessa. Hi.
Hi, Eva.
Nice to see you.
It's
Nice.
the two curly-haired crazy directors.
Yeah, around Barnaby.
I'm feeling a little left out. I need to find a wig. Somebody.
Sure,
Ask me
you
a
have
curly
one
wig.
somewhere.
Somebody.
What's going on? What am I walking into? How's the Clown-A-Thon gone?
It's going great. I'm exhausted because I've literally been up doing this for like, I don't know, nearly 10 hours now. And I don't know whose crazy idea it was, but
Yeah, well.
the last little bit is going to be a struggle. And Eva didn't realize the time difference. I didn't realize that, times were in Eastern time. So
Yeah,
she was
well,
expecting a nice conversation at like 6 p.m. and it's now 1 a.m. for her.
Exactly. And I'm
Good for
traveling
you.
to a festival tomorrow morning at 5 to India. I'm going to India, so it's been really crazy. But I just wanted to say that during my travels to different festivals who are not necessarily clown festivals, I discover also some people who are really good comedians and maybe not familiar with clowning. And this what has happened to me with one Indian, well, I call her clown because she's definitely a clown, although maybe she was not aware of this herself. So it's really like you can discover clowns, you can also, maybe open the opportunity for many people to learn, like Vanessa is doing in Montreal. I think festivals are important. So we are going to have this panel and introduce ourselves to other people. Sorry, it's 1 a.m.
I think we should let you go and get some sleep for a few hours. But thank you so much, Eva, for being here, and thank you for your wonderful, extremely high quality festival.
Okay, thank you. See you, people. Enjoy.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Vanessa. Barnaby, keep it up for another 2 hours.
Yeah,
right?
thank you. I'll try.
Bye.
All right. Hi, Vanessa.
Hi, Barnaby. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, really good to see you. Yeah, I'm little bit losing my what's the word? My
concentration, focus, all of the above.
Yeah, like what actual words that make sense. The ability to
Do you want me to help?
I'm hoping you'll do most of the talking.
Sure. Yeah, I'm here. I'm going to talk about the Montreal Clown Festival coming up. Thank you so much for having me. It was such a treat to see Eva because she showed up at the Montreal Clown Festival last year and we met in person for the first time. And our festival last year was a little bit later than this year, in April still, but it was at the end of April last year. And her festival was literally like the weekend after, but she still had it in her to she's like, I'll come for like Thursday, Friday, and then I'll leave Saturday afternoon and I'll be there on time to start my festival.
Wow.
And she performed in it. It was amazing. It was really fun. We did a thing called New Recipes last year where we had a workshop during the day and then performance that night. So it was kind of like a workshop and high stakes situation where, you got to actually test your new material. That was a stipulation. It had to be new material in front of an audience, which is super important to see how that reaction went. And hopefully this year, we're not doing the same kind of format, but we are doing another couple of really fun events that are cabarets. So the second cabaret that's most connected to this kind of new recipe style is called Le Grand Imbécile, and it's kind of like you know, riffing off the whole Gaulier. I was a Gaulier student 20 years ago, and you know, judges will have pots and pans, kind of like America's Got Talent, Gong Show, whatever, you know, generation you come from, but all in good fun. You know, there's nobody's getting a zero. But we're gonna have a drag queen host the event. We're gonna have a DJ after, and we're going to have probably about, I don't know, we don't know how many yet. Maybe like up like 18 and split in two different acts.
Nice.
And we're going to just let the clown gods decide and make it a lottery. So those applications are actually still up. And I know I'm jumping in the middle, but that's fun, right? Just jump in the middle of the festival.
Yeah.
But I will back up and I'll say, this is what the festival is. Welcome to the Montreal Clown Festival, happening April 4th to the 12th, 2005 in Montreal, of course. We're going to open with our
25, I hope.
Thank you. See, just testing you. You're still so sharp. So the first Friday, we're doing a gala cabaret. And it is also, applications are out. It's curated by committee. There is a 3-person committee put in place. Myself, head clown of the Montreal Clown Festival. My brain is fried because I've been doing budgets all day. So that's how fun it is to be a clown director these days. Clown Festival director. Corinne Hagland, who is the director of the cabaret itself. She's also part of the programming committee. And Patrick Léonard, who sits on our board of directors, and he is one of the founding fingers of Les Sept Doigts de la Main, the big circus company here in Montreal. So we're so spoiled in Montreal because we have Cirque du Soleil, we have Les Sept Doigts, we have Cirque Éloise, we have a lot of circuses. So we're often like really one foot in the circus. I come from the theater. I'm an Anglophone. There's a lot of Francophone. So we're just really trying to bring together people from all kinds of different worlds within the physical world of comedy and of clown. So that gala cabaret kicks it off in style. We really try and elevate ourselves just like the circus cabarets do here in our beautiful city.
Yeah.
So we get everybody to dress up in a fancy, eccentric, whatever attire. Some people come dressed up as clowns or super funky or whatever you like. Black tie, sure. It's going to be emceed by the fabulous René Bazinet, who is based in Montreal and has beautiful miming skills. You know him?
I'm gonna put by the way, just for folks, I'm gonna put the website into the live stream chat right now, Montreal Clown Festival website, because it's up. All this stuff that you're talking about is there, right?
Yeah, it's the best place to kind of get a visual. You know, this is our 8th year, so it's our crazy 8s, it's our infinity, it's our, okay, let's keep on making it so that we can get to 10 and make a big splashy year. So I'm experimenting this year.
I want to just do a little screen share of the beautiful things that you were talking about. Here's René Bazinet doing the Gala Cabaret on the 4th, April 4th.
Yeah.
Then you've got some discussions.
Yeah, we're going to have 2 discussions. And then we're doing a Saturday night of that first weekend, Soirée Impro Clown. Empire Pagaille is a local clown and clown company run by Evelyn Laniel, who is a fantastic performer. She does some hospital clowning. She's created some really great one-person shows. And this project is putting together 8 improvisers, clown improvisers, with a live musician accompanying, and she kind of plays the host and the maître de jeu, and we see what happens. So we're going to try that out in the context of our festival this year. It's been really popular, reaching like her audience. So we're really trying to, you know, always cross over audiences and introduce new works to other people. Christine Leszek is coming in from Edmonton with her partner with Small Matters Productions, and it's been a fringe hit on the circuit for a while. It's very interactive, audience participation. I love that it's like science is important these days, isn't it? But it's very just playful and using, bodies as experimenters. So they're bringing people down onto stage and playing games with them.
Oh, cool.
It's bilingual. Old God, Alex Jones Trio. He's coming back for the second year. Met him at the Fringe Festival in Montreal a couple years ago. Loved his show. So now I'm kind of doing all I can to just keep it going. He's going back to Edinburgh for the second time this year as well. And he just Montreal loves him, and he loves Montreal. So we're going to try it again. I don't do that often, so it's a special show. It's very, obviously subversive, and he talks about Jeff Bezos a lot. So
okay,
it's really just hitting it on the nose.
This is the talent show that you were talking about.
Yeah.
And the cool thing is that this overlaps. People may have noticed the dates overlap with Clownvergence. So there was this weird coincidence that we're doing this at exactly the same time, which is why it really made sense to do this panel.
Exactly. And we're like getting to that date soon. So then we're closing it. We kind of have 2 weekends this year for the first time. Usually we've only been doing like a 4-day kind of Thursday to Sunday thing. And this year we're just playing with the timing a bit, giving it some breathing room. And so when we come to the bookend of this Saturday afternoon at 3 p.m., it's a regional group from Les Îles de la Madeleine in Quebec. Look it up if you don't know where it is. It's in the middle of the ocean, but anyway, close to our eastern provinces. And François-Guillaume Leblanc, he was the founding character of Ovo and creator with Cirque du Soleil. Colin Heath is also a really great comedian. He did the number 13, I think, based out of Vancouver. That was quite popular in Canada for years. So they're also based on improvising and very physical. You can see François Guillaume on the left there. His face is just like he manipulates it like Play-Doh.
That's cool.
Yeah. And so after, to kind of end our festival, we thought we don't want to end it with a family show in the afternoon. So we're going to do a discussion at a really cozy, cool Montreal kind of bar venue. A lot of music usually happens there, but we're kind of just doing, as we say in Quebec, a 5 à 7. So, after work, raise a glass, get together. We're going to formalize it with a discussion. Is clowning dangerous? It's hinging on how clowns need to take risks and what kinds of risks and all that. So we still are going to confirm the speakers. It's going to be moderated by Aaron Marquise, who is the programming director at Montreal's big circus company and producing company called La Tohu. So that's what we're going to live stream onto the Clownversation, the Clownversation Clownvergence. Yeah.
Awesome. And we have to still figure out the details of that, but it's going to be really a wonderful addition. And then the panel itself, let's talk a little bit about that. We already have, I think, 4 wonderful artistic directors of clown festivals who are going to be talking on that panel. And I'm curious for you, Vanessa, what would make that panel really important and interesting for people to come to?
Good question. And this is so live because we haven't discussed what this panel is going to be, and I still have to stick it on my website. But I guess you mentioned it a little bit with Eva earlier. But we have 4 women directors making something happening in their community. There's a lot of international buzz. There's a lot of need for, I get, not phone calls, but not knocks on the door, but of course, emails coming in from everywhere around the world. Clown performers just want to come to Montreal, want a chance to perform. Obviously, we can't accommodate everybody, but slowly but surely, I would love to. I think it's pretty fun to bring people together. And I think what's interesting for people outside of the festival making world, maybe even just as a performer, even if you're performing regularly in the festival circuit, I'm just excited to kind of share some of the perspectives from an organizer's point of view, what our visions are, how they maybe align, because we've never talked together before. Well, with the exception of Eva and I, and but we're all kind of going to be put in this Zoom room for the first time. I'm sure we'll have a lot of similar experiences, but we might be able to inspire some, who knows, something that sticks, that works. And I think from the performer's perspective, it will help enlighten their understanding of what festivals maybe are looking for, what certain areas, because I think it's an interesting and difficult balance between local and supporting your community and international, and not everybody's ready to go international. I would love to do more international, but then it takes a whole larger structure. And often it's like, it's me and I've got an awesome staff that comes on board for a few months, but very part-time until, we're trying to build more of an established company and partnerships with people who can trust us, that we can actually start to plan further in advance. I think some festivals are good at that. Me, I'm just like, always kind of scrambling and should have done that earlier.
But you guys are pretty advanced in your development, I suppose. And in some ways, Eva also, I mean, Zagreb has been going for quite a while now, and it's still really small, but it's got such integrity. But there are other, there might be other festivals in the panel, or people just watching who are organizing festivals that are younger, in an earlier stage, and they can sort of learn from you about how to grow, how to evolve. We've got, in addition to yourself and Eva, we've also got Ana Borges, who runs a festival out of Brazil. I don't think she's actually based in Brazil, but it's I'm just reading from her email here. The festival.
Yeah, she was telling us that she's going to be traveling at the time of the live stream. She's going to be traveling through the Middle East on her way to China.
That's right.
Which is amazing. So it's going to be a real, surprise. Where will she be?
And the conference is an international meeting of women's clowning, Esse Monte de Mulher Payasa, which has been taking place since 2005 in Rio de Janeiro. So that's quite a long time, really.
Yeah.
It sounds like a wonderful event with a focus on women's clowning in Brazil. And I'm pleased that, we have a Latin American perspective here as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got the 4 people, represented. We've got North America, we've got Eastern Europe, we've got more Mediterranean, and then Latin American. So I think it's going to be a really fascinating conversation. And if you're listening to this, if anybody's listening to this and know of other people particularly from the Global South who have clown festivals that might want to participate, then please do get in touch.
And one thing that we were talking about briefly over the holidays when we were putting our heads together was that, I think we've long wanted a kind of long list in one place of all of the festivals and all of the opportunities. Because for me, like, I see my role as a clown organizer. I often use the term I'm juggling clowns all the time, and you can just imagine how crazy that is and insane. But it is really important for us to organize ourselves and to know what's out there, to point people in the right directions. There are always a ton of learning and training opportunities, but depending on what you're looking for, it would be so nice to kind of have everything in one central place, perhaps on Clown Spirit one day. But if we all kind of have this longer list, we're getting excited about. We had to really put the brakes on saying like we have to keep this panel small because we want to actually speak and share perspectives.
Yeah.
Whereas it was exciting to start to list things. Oh, there's so many in Europe, and there's this happening in Finland, and oh, is the London Clown Festival still happening? And New York just sprung something up 2 years ago, and but clown festivals do like pop up and then disappear, and then if you weren't standing in that forest, you don't know when that tree fell. But it's important to have that long game, that longevity, and hopefully like build something strong enough to be able to maybe pass on to somebody when my time is done.
That brings to mind an important question. When a clown festival falls, if there's nobody to hear it, did it really make a sound? No, is that the right question? Something like that. Maybe what we could
silence.
do,
I'm listening. Yeah.
Maybe what we could do, Vanessa, is put out a call before. Sorry, my cat is just over here. Do you want to come and sit? Okay.
I want to see the cat. Yeah.
We could put out a call beforehand for anybody who's interested in being, I don't know, volunteering to be an organizer or to be
totally
to help us set up this network or this informational channel, and then sort of incorporate them into the panel so that, because I'm sure that people during the panel we could potentially open up a space towards the end of the panel where anybody who's aware of other clown festivals could kind of chime in either in the chat or just out loud on the Zoom, and we could start to build some information just right there and then, and maybe we could even set some kind of further out date for a meeting of people who are interested or are already running.
Definitely. That's brilliant. I like that idea. Yeah. Do everything in real time. There are people out there.
Yeah.
Let's just take the notes. Love it.
Yeah, exactly. And we could just use AI. I don't know why I'm even thinking about a person. We don't need a person. We can just have Gemini do it for us. Well, Vanessa, thank you so much. I can see that Moshe is in the waiting room and he's going to come in and chat with me about his.
Let me say hi. Moshe was at the Clown Festival Gala Cabaret last year. Moshe Cohen?
Cool.
Moshe?
Yeah, I'm going to bring him in right now. We can have a little chat.
Hey, Mr. Yoo-hoo from San Fran.
Let's see. Let's see if he is actually there or not. Moshe. I'm trying to bring you into the conversation, but he's actually not supposed to be on for another 9 minutes. So.
Oh, well. Okay. You're really putting him on the spot. He did a really cool.
What did he do?
He did a really beautiful Buto piece and really grabbed that energy, that clown energy, and just really grounded it. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what clown festivals do. They just bring out these surprising moments by changing up the rhythm, by, putting on the unexpected. It's always such a surprise what's going to happen at this clown festival. I don't know.
So
maybe he's not ready.
Was he did he do his Mr. Yoo-hoo show or did he do something different?
Well, he was in the cabaret, so he was just doing pieces of it. And I think we had eight artists total. And there were quite a few Americans with the Canadians. Last year, there was a big health care clowning and healthcare conference happening in Montreal. So we also made our dates coincide, which was, smart clowns. We just got a lot of people clownverging.
People make the mistake of thinking that clowns aren't smart.
Oh yes, they're so smart. Here's a smarty pants. Gotta eat.
You got me. I'm not ready.
What are you eating?
It's peanut butter and honey on a sourdough baguette. Organic.
Of course.
California.
Is this we're just hearing about your wonderful Butoh piece that you did at the cabaret, Moshe, at Montreal.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that was a story.
Oh, what's the story?
The story?
That I need a napkin. That's the real story.
Wait. He really does need a napkin. Is he going to do a magic
Big clown napkin?
Are you going to
No,
pull
I'm not
out?
going to do a magic act. I really actually need to. Well, yeah, that was the sixth time performing that piece. I screwed the timing up a little bit on it. I was really mad at myself after the piece. But yeah, it was a subject very relevant to our days right now. Yeah, it's with a flower in the earth, a paper balloon earth. I can go get one if you want to see what it looks like.
Yeah, please.
I'm not quite prepared for and Vanessa, maybe you have more to say.
Well, yeah, he was balancing light and dark. And like I said, he really slowed things down and was just really drawing on that energy. He was balancing that beautiful flower in the earth.
So this is a flower. And this is, so these are Japanese paper balloons. And they're made out of 6 panels, and then they're joined on the end. And the story is that this Japanese monk I know, Kyo, went searching in Japan for a maker of these type of balloons, because usually they're really small, and I wanted them bigger so that they would be visible on stage. And so I paint them myself. They come in white paper.
Wow. And you must get through quite a few of them, I imagine, over the years.
Well, they last a certain while, then the paper starts being less crisp.
Yeah.
Is that like, so you freehand paint a globe?
Yeah.
One of your talents. You just
No, I just learned.
It's
I mean,
amazing.
just basically, I've got. I can show you everything. I have the. But
show and tell with Moshe Cohen.
The thing is that they're really light. So, I've used them in protest marches where I'm walking along, and San Francisco is pretty windy, and I'm walking along, and with my my protest symbol, then the earth goes flying with the wind, and I go chasing after it. I have a clown nose on, and I put it back on, and then I'm carefully balancing. Then the wind takes it flying again, and so I love doing that.
It's like the perfect. It's a metaphor.
Well, it is. I mean, that's the point. I have this whole piece. In that piece, there's a point where I lose the earth. That's where my timing was off. I have these traffic sounds that throw me off, and the earth goes flying. And then I pick it up, and I'm blowing it back up because it gets a little damaged. It gets a little, I see that, and I go, oh, and then I blow it back up, and then I find, and whoa, and then I get I realize that the earth tastes really good, and it gets me high. So then I start sucking it up until I suck it all up. Not all up, but then I realize I screwed it up, and I blow it back up, and I put it back on the flower, and I leave. And that's kind of the theme of the piece. So anyway, yeah, it's
simple. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I've been thinking with our new president and everything, how I'm going to have to. I was thinking I was ready to retire the image. Like, okay, we're on it,
Oh, the irony.
And the irony, it's like, no, we're not. But yeah, for me, that's because it was interesting. I was on earlier. I listened to Chris Layman, and that was I actually hung out with Chris a little bit in the summer in Zurich on the street. Yeah, yeah. I witnessed him doing his shows. He's a wild, wild man. And I was pretty green at the time. I think it was 84, 85. Anyway, so it was a pleasure to hear him talk.
Yeah. Well, you're both veterans of that world, Moshe.
But
How do you leave this room? Do people just kind of start to
Vanessa.
Yeah, that's very good. I like this.
Hey, Vanessa, it's great to see you. But where did you go?
All right, I was going to leave. It's great to see you too.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Barnaby, for putting this all together. Good luck with the last mile.
Yeah. Thanks, Vanessa. Lovely seeing you and having you here. See you again soon.
Ciao.
All right, Moshe. So good to have you here.
How you doing there, Barnaby? I mean, you've been doing this for a while, all day.
Yeah, I'm a little tired.
Yeah.
We're not going to quite make it to the 12. I'd hoped it was going to be a full 12 hours, but we don't have anybody lined up for the final hour, and I don't think I can handle just being on my own. So I'm going to close up shop after you.
Oh, I think people, gosh, they must have seen enough. If they haven't, well, how many people you get to see how many people are online, right? Or do you?
Oh yeah, no, I can see. I mean, it's pretty low right now because all the Europeans have gone to bed.
Right, exactly. Yeah, well.
But it was hovering around, I don't know, like 30, 40 people most of the day.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's great.
Yeah, which I think is good. We'll see how many kind of total showed up. But some of the conversations have been great. It's just energizing. I always feel good and inspired after the conversations.
How many different definitions of clown did you get today?
We haven't gone there. We haven't been doing definitions of clown.
Not definitions, but like
versions.
Chris was like, stupid.
Yeah. Well, the Chris thing, it might not have been apparent, but that was a recording of the Clownversation that I did with him like a year ago.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was my break. I took a break and I put that on. In fact, I didn't put it on. Somebody else put it on. But that was a full Clownversation I did with him. So that was like a more in-depth.
Mm-hmm.
But most of these today, the live things have been 15-minute conversations. So they've been much more sort of to the point. And people haven't been... I mean, Chris is like controversial anyway. He likes being controversial. Yeah. I think most of the time he was trying to wind me up and
He's
say
a
things.
provocateur par excellence. Yes.
He's a natural provocateur.
Yes.
Whereas, I don't know, most clowns are not really. Most clowns are like, well, maybe they are in their inside, but they also are sort of warm and nice and friendly and like trying to be obliging.
Well, did you see the film Chocolat?
Yeah.
And how James Thierry, how rough he played, how mean as a white clown. I mean, he was mean.
Yeah.
And that was kind of hard to handle. And also, but that also triggers huge laughter in the audience because you're breaking through some barriers that usually, people don't think you're going to break through. And that's what he's talking about I saw Michel Dallaire do some amazing street work, but also on the edge, totally on the edge, and piss a few people off in the process. But he didn't mind.
Is that solo? Like he's pissing the audience off, or it's a duo where he's...
That was very, very early on, and I think that was him solo, because I've seen him do amazing things on the street, but never solo. Ratatouille, in the mid 80s, early 80s. And then much later in the 90s, Les Hommes en Noir, the Men in Black, in the European Street Theater Festival scene. And there were four. There were four. In fact, and I saw them in Quebec. I was playing the Festival d'été in Quebec. They had brought me up there, and they had brought up the Les Hommes en Noir. They're based out of Europe, out of France. And I'm doing a show in this place called the Place d'Armes, and it's right next to the castle. There's this big castle that looks like Disneyland kind of, and it's just on this big roundabout. And there's a fountain in the middle of this square where I'm playing, and I'm playing in front of the fountain. And there's like 400 people, sitting, watching, or standing. I can't remember exactly. And I see in the distance, I see Les Hommes en Noir. I see them, and I know they're just crazy. They just do whatever improvisational thing comes to mind, and they're all dressed in simple black suits and white jackets and ties, white shirts and ties, and but they're all carrying some type of metal, either like 6-foot long tubes or something in their arms, and they all have these wacko hairdos with a lot of gel in them, and so they're very distinct, and they're all just kind of drifting right towards me. I see from a distance, and there's a small group of people trailing them, who are following them, whatever they're doing. It's a festival, and I can tell that they're going to disrupt me right away, because I see that they're looking at the fountain behind me, and they're going, towards the fountain like zombies, kind of. And indeed, I'm trying to remember who was the first one who went through. It might have been Michel, and just walks right through my audience like they're not there. And keeps walking, comes to the edge of the fountain. It's a European fountain with a statue in the middle kind of thing, and just steps right over it into the fountain and keeps on walking right to the center of it. And before you know, all four of them are in the fountain playing. One of them swimming. I mean, they're just like, and then, and less than 30 seconds later, one of them is looking at the big fence at the building across the street. It's like an iron fence, that goes up 30 feet. And before you know it, all four of them are racing over there and climbing up this thing.
Wow.
And, they were famous for like stopping cars in the middle of the street in a festival and, getting the people to get out of the car and then taking their car for a ride, or getting two cars to stop and getting everybody out and making them switch vehicles and drive off. And all kinds of just spontaneous ludicrousy that you wouldn't expect. And very provocative, but always, with a sense of fun. And, their boundaries, I don't know, they had some.
Probably something, yeah.
Well, they ended up in the police station more than once.
Yeah, just the boundaries are much bigger than most of ours. How are you, Moshe? What's happening for you right now?
Well, this morning I was at the CPMC hospital over on César Chauffez. I go there once or twice a week as the lead clown for Medical Clown Project. And I spent 2 hours with Brenda doing room-to-room visits. And that was powerful. We had some great visits today, and touching ones. And that was my day. That was the main part of my day. So I'm doing all right.
Are you traveling? Are you traveling coming up or just recently?
I was in Ireland in end of November, early December, and I'll be going to Europe in April, May, late April, early May. I'm just doing 2 workshops, and then I'm going to the Benedictushof, which is in the middle of it, and there's a meeting of all the Zen teachers from the White Plum Sangha. They have asked me to come and do a little workshop, a little performance. Benedictushof is this amazing place. It's founded by this spiritual teacher in Germany named Williges Jäger, who passed a number of years ago. And I can't remember the exact story, but it's like this nunnery, middle-aged nunnery that's been converted into like a huge Zen center, not just Zen, but meditation retreat center. There's like big Japanese garden, beautiful garden in one corner of it, and there's like a chapel and there's buildings, and they can house, I think, up to 350 people. They have like 4 or 5 workshops going on at once there.
Is that the place that Fiorella used to go to, or goes to?
I don't know. It's in the middle of Germany, in Würzburg, near Würzburg. It's, it was definitely, I've taught there. I've been, anyways, they're meeting there, and I'm going to go there.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
And just before that, you're going to be doing a thing for us at Clownvergence, which is
Right. That's true.
Yeah, which I'm very happy about. Thank you.
You bet. I'm just going to do like a warm up, I think is the idea.
Yeah, it's like a half-hour get ready, warm up, centering, awakening activity.
I'm assuming that they're going to do workshops afterwards, but who knows?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. So I just thought I'd contribute a little something. Online teaching is interesting. I'm also teaching an online class right now. I taught Thursday night, small class, which is really nice. It's just like 6 people. And that's really financially it's not that remunerative, but as far as actually being able to do something concrete online, it seems like I can actually connect with people a little bit more than, yeah.
You've done a couple of amazing masterclasses for us, which have been, have gone down very well.
Oh, I'm glad. Yeah.
There's obviously a impact that can happen online and connection and intimacy that can happen.
Well, my approach is just that to ask people to go inside themselves, right? To connect. So, because like most like clown workshop type activities in connection with other people, not always, but it's a combination of self and connection and play. And when you don't have the other folks really in the room to generate that sense of play is not so easy, I find. So I don't try. I say, okay, well, let's look at your clown energies, and let's play with those, and invite people into their worlds to play in their worlds. And if it's helpful to people, that's great. Yeah.
I mean, it is interesting. Like there is connection is possible. Like just now when you popped on and we had that little interaction where you were still eating and then you went and got your napkin and Vanessa and I were like, there is like fun and relationship and spatial play and object play and stuff that can happen. It's just with a class, I guess, with like 10 people, couldn't generate the same feeling as being in a room with 10 people. But Caroline Dream was just talking about how she's been directing shows
online. Oh yeah,
and she says it's amazing.
Yeah, well, why not? I mean, but it's really hard. I think that's great if it works for her. I want to sense the energy. Because it's about the senses. It really is about the senses. And it's really hard to transmit senses over online. And to have people listening to the sense that it gives you, and the sense of, it's a sense of humor. So anyway, you do what you do. You do what you can do also. We're so privileged to be able to go online like this and to do this. And to have, it's really opened up a lot of possibility, right? That wasn't there previously. So on that level, it's great.
Yeah, totally. So can you give us a little flavor? What are you going to do for your half-hour warm-up? Make it up.
I have no idea. Flavor, what am I going to do in the half-hour warm-up? Breath, body. I'm just going to do, I haven't thought about it really. So to be honest.
No, of course you haven't. I just wonder if you, what would you naturally do if you had half an hour for a...
Well, I would do a basic get in touch with the spinal column and rotating your body around the spinal column with a few different exercises. because I find, it's the Feldenkrais way of connecting. I'd probably touch on a few Qigong kind of moves that I'd use. Things that I learned all this stuff from this guy named Nirtan, and I learned it learning to dance for the Chinese New Year's, for the Grateful Dead, to be in the dragon. And if you go looking online, you're going to find that there was this period, the hog farm, the commune from the 60s, they built this huge dragon. It still exists. Flash is the dragon's name. And it's about 60 feet long, maybe. I mean, it's huge. And it takes 16 people in it to make it. And it goes on stage with the band and dances with the band. It comes in from the audience, through the audience, dances all the way through the audience, 10,000 people. The security people make a path and they go through. Anyway, and so it's quite amazing and I did this for 3 years. And what you do is that you spend 10 days before the show every evening for like 3 hours rehearsing together. Because the only way the dragon really comes alive is if everybody is one inside the dragon. So we all do these same exercises together for 10 days straight.
Wow.
And Nirtan is a trained master, in the martial arts world. And I asked him, well, what are we doing? What is this? Is it Qigong? Is it Kung Fu? What is it? He said, is what my master taught me. I'm like, yeah, okay, but what kind of master?
What is it called?
And he refused to give me a name. And Zuleika, a friend of mine who's a great story dancer, older generation, one older than me, does Chris Lyman's generation, maybe. Said, oh, those things, those are, that's Taoist health exercises. And I went looking for Taoist health exercises online, and what I found didn't resemble that much of what I was doing. But anyway, they're very simple movements, like bird brushing beak, where you brush your beak, and the idea is that you get you get your whole body to rotate around the spine, so your knees are moving with your shoulders, and if you can do it for bodybuilding probably, but really it's just getting the body to move so that the energies flow, I think, is what I'll work with, and then a little voice work, something
beautiful. What you just was saying about the hog farm was making me think about, have you listened to Riley's podcast? Riley Soliner.
I know Riley quite well. I haven't listened to his podcast, but I caught him here, right, with you.
Yeah.
And I've known Riley since he was yay tall, I think.
Yeah.
Probably. And I probably taught him a few classes at camp.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's great. He's been doing some good stuff.
Yeah, and he's got this podcast. He's done 3 episodes called Clash Clown.
I saw it. I haven't had time to listen.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. There's some interesting stories about Wavy and his, when he was a child, his memories of Wavy and his parents.
I was just there. I just went to visit Wavy 2 days ago. I go over there. I do library books for him, so I go.
Wow.
I go, and he likes crime novels. He's so well read, that guy. It's amazing. He knows everything. I mean, he's like got an encyclopedic memory, and he's read everything. He was a beatnik poet before he became a clown.
Yeah.
And, he devours. I mean, he reads. It's amazing. So I've known Wavy since 1984. Well, I met him in 79, but I really have known him since 84. That was the first time I collaborated with him.
And is he still, does the hog farm still exist?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the hog farm still exists. They have the house in Berkeley and the land up in Mendocino where Camp Winter Rainbow is. That's their mainstay. Yeah, they still exist, and they do. They'll be doing the Big Creek Revival, a 3-day concert festival up on the land in June, end of June, and they'll be doing a hog farm open celebration in September, which is like a open family gathering. So, and they have concerts and all kinds of stuff. And I'll probably Mr. Eat My Clown will show up and do a show kind of thing. Once in a while I actually get on stage, not very often, but.
What's the name of the festival?
There's one called 10 Mile Creek Revival, I believe. And the other one is Hog Farm Open Celebration. It's June 25th through 27th, and then September 19th to 21st.
Okay, cool. I'll check that out.
Yeah.
Well, Moshe, I think I'm going to close this up. Because I'm coming to the end of my focus and concentration span. Yeah. So do you want to? How should we close this? Do you want to help me?
Sure. We can bow backwards to everybody. We can ask everybody who's online. I don't know how many people are online, but I've done a lot of work in the Zen world because the Zen master, wanted to learn clowning. It's a long story, but I developed this thing of bowing backwards. So instead of bowing like in Zen, you do the opposite because, clowns are contrarian.
Yeah.
So we can bow backwards, everybody together at the same count of 3. So it's just like that, okay? And then, of course, a little clown energy in the get ready in the 1, 2, 3, and a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Oh! Yeah.
Bye, Moshe, and bye, everybody. It was so nice to hang out with you all. Thanks for being beautiful supporters of Clown Spirit. Don't forget to register for Clownvergence. Don't forget to check out the website at clown-spirit.com. And don't forget to spread the clown love.